Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
Chapter 18. The therapist sat in his home office, multiple monitors displaying various news feeds from Austin. He clicked through channels with increasing agitation, stopping when he found footage of the aftermath at the high school football field. The mangled remains of the F-150 still sat crumpled against the concrete barrier, a stark testament to failure. 6 seconds, he muttered, watching as the camera panned across the devastated field. 6 seconds of additional speed, and she would have hit them broadside. His voice remained detached despite the fury building inside him. A simple matter of timing. He increased the volume as the reporter's voice filled the tastefully appointed room. Texas Ranger Ruth Baker managed to evade what authorities are calling a deliberate attempt on her life, protecting her daughter and 2 other children in the process. The attacker has been identified as Caroline Wakefield, who is also wanted for questioning in connection with a murder at Cross Creek Farm earlier this week. The therapist's fist slammed onto his mahogany desk, sending a crystal paperweight crashing to the floor. The sound of shattering glass punctuated his rage like an exclamation point. Unacceptable. He shouted at the screen, his carefully cultivated composure fracturing completely. She was perfect, absolutely perfect. He stood abruptly, pacing the perimeter of his office with quick, measured steps. His breathing had accelerated, nostrils flaring with each intake of air. Caroline had been his masterpiece, responsive from the very first session, her neural pathways so beautifully malleable, her need for purpose and validation so easily channeled. He'd spent months cultivating her, refining her, transforming the raw material of her damaged psyche into something precise and lethal. For her to fail so spectacularly was more than disappointing. It was a personal affront. The news footage shifted to a live shot outside the Baker residence, where Ruth was emerging from an SUV, her arm now stabilized in a sling. Despite the bandages on her cheekbone and forehead, she was smiling, actually smiling, as her partner helped the children from the vehicle. The sight of that domestic tableau sent another surge of fury through the therapist's system. "You have no right," he whispered, his voice dropping to a dangerous register. "No right to happiness. No right to victory." He watched as Baker hugged her daughter with her good arm, then welcomed the embrace of her partner's sons. One big, happy, blended family. The reporter was saying something about Baker's quick thinking and exceptional driving skills, but the therapist was no longer listening to the words. He was focused entirely on Ruth Baker's face, the quiet confidence in her eyes, the protective way she positioned herself slightly in front of the children despite her injuries. She had invaded his therapeutic space, his carefully constructed sanctuary. Had walked through the rooms where he'd performed his most brilliant work. Had touched his equipment, seen his methods, contaminated everything with her presumptuous presence. And then she'd had the audacity to thwart Gregory Slade, to deny him the completion of his therapeutic journey. Now Caroline, beautiful, perfect Caroline, lay dead in a morgue because of this woman's interference. It was unconscionable. The therapist moved to the bar cart in the corner of his office, selecting a bottle of 18-year-old Macallan. He poured 3 fingers into a heavy crystal tumbler, the amber liquid catching the light from his desk lamp. The first sip burned pleasantly, the complex notes of oak and vanilla providing a momentary distraction from his rage. His gaze drifted to the wall behind his desk, where degrees and certifications hung in tasteful frames, Harvard Medical School, Johns Hopkins, psychiatric board certifications, specialized training credentials. A lifetime of academic achievement and professional excellence displayed like trophies. And they were trophies in a sense. Proof of his superiority, his insight, his unique understanding of the human condition. The Macallan was half gone now. The therapist felt his pulse beginning to slow, his breathing returning to its normal measured rhythm. The initial explosion of rage was subsiding, transforming into something colder, more focused, and infinitely more dangerous. He returned to his desk, setting aside the whiskey to pull a leather-bound notebook from the top drawer. Opening it to a fresh page, he began writing with the Mont Blanc fountain pen that had been a gift from his first successful patient. His handwriting was precise, almost architectural in its clean lines and perfect spacing. Subject: Ruth Baker, presenting condition: pathological interference, superiority complex, control issues, recommended treatment, terminal. He paused, tapping the pen against his chin as he considered his approach. Direct confrontation had failed twice now. Both Slade and Caroline had been eliminated without achieving their therapeutic objectives. A different methodology was required. The therapist reached for his second screen, pulling up a database of patient files. David Miller, Angela Reeves, Thomas Burke, each with their own unique pathologies, their own specific triggers and response patterns. Each already activated and operating according to his carefully designed protocols. But they weren't enough. Not for Ruth Baker. He pulled up another file, password protected and encrypted with security that would challenge even the most sophisticated government systems. Special patients. Reserve assets. Those with particularly unusual therapeutic needs and corresponding unusual capabilities. His lips curved into a thin smile as he scrolled through the encrypted data. Yes, there were possibilities here. Instruments that could be fine-tuned for this specific purpose. The therapist worked through the night, meticulously developing his strategy. He made calls to untraceable numbers, sent messages through channels that left no digital footprint, transferred funds from accounts that existed only in the shadowy spaces between legitimate financial systems. The sky outside his office window had begun to lighten, the first tentative rays of dawn painting the horizon in shades of pink and gold. He hadn't slept, hadn't needed to. The process of planning had energized him, restored the equilibrium that Baker's continued existence had disrupted. He stood, stretching muscles that had grown stiff from hours at his desk. Moving to the window, he looked out over the manicured grounds of his estate, the rolling hills of central Texas spread before him like a painting. Everything perfectly arranged, precisely as he had designed it to be. The way the world should be. The way it would be again once Ruth Baker was removed from the equation. So she thought she could stop his patients from achieving full rehabilitation. Well, she had succeeded twice through sheer luck and coincidence. Third time's the charm. And if that failed, there would be a fourth. And a fifth. And however many it took until the obstacle was eliminated. The therapist smiled as the sun broke fully over the horizon, bathing his face in golden light. He had the perfect plan now, the optimal approach to put Ruth Baker in her place once and for all. If she somehow survived what was coming, she would be a miracle worker indeed. And the therapist didn't believe in miracles. Only in his own power to heal and rehabilitate. That power could destroy as easily as it healed, and it was time to destroy Ranger Ruth Baker.
Chapter 19. Ruth's shoulder throbbed with dull persistence as she reached for her third cup of coffee. The pain medication had worn off around 5 a.m., leaving her with a choice between drowsy relief or clear-headed discomfort. She'd chosen the latter, downing ibuprofen with her first cup and accepting the ache as the price of alertness. The command center buzzed with energy, her team's response to the previous day's attack lending an urgency to their movements that hadn't existed before. Even with her arm in a sling, even with the bandages on her face and the persistent ring of fatigue beneath her eyes, she felt more focused than she had in weeks. Nothing sharpened the mind quite like nearly dying with your children in the car. "Status on our missing patients?" she asked, turning to the digital board where their remaining targets were displayed. Priya looked up from her workstation. No financial activity from either Miller or Reeves. They're staying completely off the grid. Or someone's helping them stay that way, Aaron added from across the room, where he was reviewing traffic cam footage for the 20th time that morning. Ruth nodded, sipping her coffee. "And Burke." "Still in the wind," Jake replied. "Every hospital and clinic in a 100-mile radius is on alert, but he hasn't surfaced for medical attention. His truck hasn't been spotted." "Doesn't mean he's not active," Ruth said grimly. "After what he did at Austin Memorial, he's just getting started." She moved to Andrea's workstation, where the digital forensics specialist was deep in a complex search pattern. "Anything new on the dark web monitoring?" "Maybe," Andrea replied, not looking up from her screen. "I've got some anomalous traffic patterns. Encrypted channels we flagged from Miller's home computer are showing activity. I'm trying to break through the security layers now." Ruth nodded, leaning closer to study the scrolling code. "Push harder. If Miller's planning something, there'll be digital breadcrumbs." She straightened, wincing as her shoulder protested, and crossed to the evidence board where the profiles of their remaining targets hung like wanted posters. David Miller, former accountant at Bigelow Accounting. Laid off after 7 years, despite excellent performance reviews. Divorced, no children. History of depression, but no violence. Nothing in his background suggested he'd become a threat, except for his time at Cross Creek Farm. The pattern was becoming clearer with each case. Cross Creek took vulnerable, but otherwise ordinary people and transformed them into weapons. The process seemed to leverage their professional skills, Slade's institutional knowledge, Burke's electrical expertise. Which meant Miller would use his accounting background somehow. "What's the most destructive thing an accountant could do?" she asked aloud. "Cook the books," Aaron suggested. "Financial fraud, market manipulation, destroy a company's reputation." "That's playing too small," Ruth replied, frowning. "These people aren't thinking within the system anymore. They're trying to break it entirely." She returned to Andrea's workstation, where the specialist was still battling through layers of encryption. "Anything." "Getting closer," Andrea muttered. "Someone's gone to a lot of trouble to hide these communications." Ruth watched the code flow across the screen, her mind running through scenarios. If Miller was like the others, he'd target the person he blamed for his downfall, Alan Chen, the senior partner who had made the decision to lay him off. But how? What form would his revenge take? "Got it," Andrea exclaimed suddenly. The screen changed, revealing a message board buried beneath multiple security layers. "This is concerning." Ruth leaned in to read the posts from an account labeled Invisible Man 42. The username pinged something in her memory. Miller's personnel file had mentioned his complaints about feeling invisible within the company structure despite his contributions. The number had to be significant to him personally. The posts began with abstract expressions of rage against corporate America, then gradually evolved into detailed discussions about cleansing and system purification. But it was the most recent exchanges that froze the blood in Ruth's veins. "He's talking about biological agents," she said quietly. "Weaponized pathogens." Andrea nodded grimly. "There's more. Those technical documents he downloaded. I cross-referenced them with known databases. They're instructions for creating a dirty bomb using biological materials." Ruth straightened, her mind leaping ahead. Miller's ex-wife, what was her occupation? Priya was already pulling up the file. Dr. Sarah Miller, microbiologist at the Bioscience Research Center in Round Rock. "Check their security logs," Ruth ordered. "Look for any access with her credentials during times she would have been elsewhere." Priya's fingers flew across the keyboard. After a tense minute, she nodded. "Got it." Her keycard was used to access the Level 3 containment area 2 weeks ago, but according to her social media, she was on vacation in Florida at the time. Ruth felt the pieces clicking into place. He stole her credentials to access biological materials. She turned back to Andrea. Where would Miller deploy such a device? What's his target? Andrea switched to another screen, bringing up various schedules and events. If he's targeting Chen specifically, there are several possibilities. His regular office, his home. Ruth shook her head. Too small. These patients are going for maximum impact, maximum visibility. She scanned the events listing, then pointed to an entry. There. The Texas Financial Services Summit at the Grandview Hotel downtown. Starts in 3 hours. Chen is listed as a featured speaker. Erin moved to look over her shoulder. That fits the pattern. Hit Chen along with everything the financial system represents to him. Maximum casualties, maximum media attention. Ruth nodded, the grim calculus of the situation settling over her. If he releases a biological agent in an enclosed space like that convention center. She didn't need to finish the thought. Everyone understood what was at stake. "I'll start the notification protocols," Jake said, reaching for the phone. "Homeland Security, FBI, hazmat response." "No," Ruth interrupted sharply. "Not yet." The team looked at her in surprise. "If we trigger a full-scale response, Miller just picks another target, another day," she explained. "We've seen how these patients operate. They're single-minded, determined. We need to neutralize him before he can deploy the device." "That's a hell of a risk, Ruth," Erin cautioned. "One we have to take," she replied, her voice firm. "We know his target now. That's our advantage." She turned to her team, decision made. "Andrea, get the hotel's structural plans. Jake, coordinate with hotel security to establish a discreet command post. Priya, continue monitoring these channels for any updates on Miller's exact timing or position. And everyone gear up. This is happening now." The team dispersed quickly, preparing for deployment. Ruth caught Erin's eye across the room, reading the concern in his expression. He crossed to her, lowering his voice. "You should coordinate from the command post with that shoulder," he said. "Let me take point on the ground team." Ruth started to object, then stopped herself. As much as she hated to admit it, he was right. With her arm in a sling, she wouldn't be at full capacity if things went sideways. "Fine. But I'm still on site. I'm not running this from headquarters. Aaron nodded, knowing that was the most concession he'd get. We'll get him Ruth's. I know. She met his gaze with steely determination. Just like the others. 1 down, 3 to go. The Grandview Hotel lived up to its name, its soaring glass facade offering panoramic views of downtown Austin from nearly every angle. The 30-story building represented the pinnacle of luxury hospitality, with multiple restaurants, a spa, and extensive conference facilities that made it the venue of choice for high-profile events. Today, it was also ground zero for what could become Austin's worst terror attack if they failed to stop David Miller. Ruth sat in the hotel's security office, converted to a temporary command center with screens displaying feeds from the building's extensive camera network. Despite her intention to coordinate remotely, she'd found herself unable to stay at headquarters while her team deployed. The compromise was this: close enough to respond if needed, but not actively engaged in the search. Teams are in position, Aaron's voice came through her earpiece. Main entrances covered, service corridors being swept systematically. Copy that, Ruth replied, her eyes scanning the multiple video feeds. Anything from the ballroom level. Negative. Conference is proceeding as scheduled. Chen is due to speak in 45 minutes. Ruth checked her watch. 11:15. The window was narrowing. Any sign of Miller? Not yet. We're expanding the search perimeter to include mechanical rooms and rooftop access points. She nodded, though Aaron couldn't see her. Keep me posted. The minutes ticked by with excruciating slowness. Ruth watched attendees in business attire mingling in the conference spaces, completely unaware of the danger potentially lurking nearby. Each face was a reminder of what was at stake, not abstract numbers, but actual lives that would end if Miller succeeded in deploying his weapon. Ruth. Priya's voice broke through her thoughts. I've got something. Hotel security system logged a maintenance keycard access to the HVAC room on the mezzanine level 5 minutes ago. The system shows no scheduled maintenance for today. Ruth straightened in her chair. That's him. Aaron. On it, he confirmed, his voice tight with focus. Moving teams to the mezzanine. What's the exact location? East Corridor Service Area M, Priya responded. Feeds into the main ventilation system for the grand ballroom. Perfect position to maximize distribution of an airborne agent. Ruth's pulse quickened as she pulled up the camera nearest that location. The hallway was empty, but the maintenance door at the end stood slightly ajar, a clear breach of protocol for a secured area. I've got visual confirmation of unsecured access to target area, she reported. Aaron approached with caution. Subject may be armed and is definitely in possession of a biological weapon. Understood. 2 minutes out. Ruth watched the security feed intently, willing herself to remain seated when every instinct screamed at her to join the team. She could see Aaron and 2 others moving in tight formation down the service corridor, weapons drawn but held low, communicating with hand signals as they approached the HVAC room. Aaron positioned himself beside the door, the other team members taking flanking positions. He held up 3 fingers, counting down silently. 3, 2, 1. With a sudden burst of movement, he pushed through the door, weapon raised. The others followed, disappearing from the camera's view. Ruth's breath caught in her throat. Seconds stretched like hours as she waited for Aaron's voice in her earpiece. Clear, he reported finally. Subject not present, but signs of recent activity. Looks like he was here, then moved on. Damn it, Ruth muttered. They'd missed him. Secure the area and expand the search. He must be nearby. She turned back to the multiple camera feeds, scanning methodically. Where would he go after prepping the device? The grand ballroom before the crowds arrived. The stage area to hide the device near the podium. Maybe. Her thoughts cut off abruptly as a glimpse of movement caught her eye on one of the peripheral monitors. A service elevator descending from the mezzanine level. As it reached its destination, the doors opened to reveal a solitary figure, average height, slight build, dark hair. He carried what appeared to be a maintenance toolkit, but his body language was all wrong, too tense, too furtive, constantly glancing around. I've got him, Ruth said sharply. Service elevator on the south side, heading for the loading dock area. Errand. Copy that. Redirecting teams now. Ruth stood, unable to remain inactive any longer. I'm going to intercept. He's moving away from the conference space, which means he's either looking for a new deployment point or trying to escape. Ruth, wait for backup, Aaron urged. Your shoulder. I'm still armed and operational, she cut him off. And I'm closest to his position. I'll maintain surveillance until you arrive. She exited the security office, moving with purpose through the hotel's bustling lobby. Well-dressed guests and harried staff parted before her, some glancing curiously at her sling and badge, visible now that she'd unbuttoned her jacket for easier access to her weapon. The loading dock was accessed through a service corridor behind the main kitchen area. Ruth flashed her badge at a startled sous chef who tried to block her path, pushing past without breaking stride. The pain in her shoulder had faded to background noise, adrenaline drowning out everything except the mission parameters. Stop Miller. Secure the device. Prevent casualties. The service corridor was dimly lit compared to the hotel's public spaces, the polished marble giving way to practical concrete. Ruth slowed her pace, moving with deliberate care as she approached the final turn before the loading dock. She drew her weapon with her right hand, grateful that her dominant arm was uninjured. Voices drifted from around the corner, a single male voice speaking urgently, almost feverishly. Miller talking to himself. No, a one-sided conversation. He was on the phone. Ruth pressed herself against the wall, inching closer to listen. Already set. The system is primed, just like you showed me. A pause. Yes, I understand. Maximum distribution. They'll never see it coming. Another pause. No, I won't fail you. Not after everything you've done for me. Ruth felt a chill run down her spine. Miller wasn't working alone. He was receiving real-time instructions from someone. The therapist. She had to act now, before Miller could complete whatever final steps remained in his plan. Checking that her weapon was ready, Ruth took a deep breath and stepped around the corner. Texas Rangers, she announced clearly. David Miller, drop the toolkit and put your hands where I can see them. Miller spun toward her, phone still clutched in one hand, toolkit in the other. He was younger than his file photos suggested, his face gaunt and pale, eyes fever-bright with purpose. Recognition flashed across his features, followed by a strange smile that held no humor. Ranger Baker, he said, his voice eerily calm. I was told you might find me. Ruth kept her weapon trained on him, maintaining enough distance to react if he made any sudden movements. Put the toolkit down slowly and step away from it. Miller glanced at the toolkit, then back at Ruth. It's just for show. The real package is already in place. A cold weight settled in Ruth's stomach. What do you mean? The ventilation system, Miller explained, as if discussing something mundane like the weather. Set to distribute at precisely 12:15 p.m., when the grand ballroom is at maximum capacity. When Alan Chen steps up to the podium to share his financial insights, he practically spat the last words. Ruth's mind raced. The device was already planted, set to activate automatically. She needed to get that information to Aaron immediately, but couldn't risk taking her eyes off Miller. There are innocent people in that room, Miller. Hundreds of them. Whatever grudge you have against Chen. Innocent? Miller interrupted, his voice rising slightly. There's no such thing in their world. They're all complicit. The whole system, rotting from within. He set the toolkit down carefully, but kept the phone in his hand. I was invisible to them for years, despite my loyalty, my expertise. When the cuts came, I was just a number on a spreadsheet to be eliminated. Ruth recognized the patterns from Gregory Slade's ramblings, the same mix of personal grievance and grandiose purpose. More of the therapist's handiwork. We can stop this, she said, keeping her voice level. Tell me how to deactivate the device. Help me save those people, and I'll make sure your cooperation is noted. Miller laughed, the sound hollow and without mirth. Save them? Why would I want to do that? They're the disease. What I'm releasing is the cure. Ruth watched him carefully, noting the way his finger twitched against the phone screen. Was he sending a message? Activating something? Put the phone down, she ordered, taking a step closer. And now. You don't understand what's happening here, Ranger. Miller's expression turned almost pitying. You're fighting to preserve a system that's already dead. The therapist opened my eyes to that truth. Ruth felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the first time one of the subjects had explicitly mentioned the therapist. Tell me about him. Who is he? Where can I find him? Miller's eyes gleamed with something like reverence. He found me when I was broken. Showed me that my pain had purpose. That my invisibility could become my strength. He drew himself up straighter. Do you know what it's like to finally be seen after a lifetime of being overlooked? To have someone recognize your true potential. He's using you, Miller, Ruth said, trying a different approach. Just like he used Gregory Slade and Caroline Wakefield. Caroline's dead now. You'll be next. He doesn't care about you, about any of you. He's following his own twisted agenda and just using you as pawns. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Miller's face, quickly replaced by resolve. We're not being used. We're being freed. From societal constraints, from the prison of politically correct thought, from the fear of consequence that keeps us all in chains. Freedom doesn't mean harming innocent people, Ruth argued. It doesn't mean mass murder. Easy for you to say, Miller countered. You've always had power, authority. The rest of us, we're just cogs in a machine designed to benefit people like you. The therapist showed me that true freedom requires breaking that machine. His expression hardened. Sometimes with extreme measures. Ruth inched closer, acutely aware that time was running out. If Miller's device was set for 12:15, they had less than 20 minutes to locate and disarm it. These extreme measures you're talking about, they won't change anything, she said. They'll just cause pain and suffering. Is that really what you want your legacy to be? Miller's eyes flashed with anger. My legacy. I spent 20 years building financial models that made other people rich, while I lived paycheck to paycheck. I watched as they downsized my department, kept the younger, cheaper analysts, and discarded experienced professionals like yesterday's trash. What legacy did that system offer me? Ruth recognized the pain beneath his anger, the genuine grievance that the therapist had expertly twisted and weaponized. I understand feeling invisible, Miller. Feeling that the system has failed you. But this isn't the answer. What is the answer then? He demanded, voice rising. Send polite emails to HR. File complaints with regulatory agencies that are in the corporation's pockets. Except that this is just how the world works. He shook his head vehemently. The therapist showed me a better way. Direct action. Permanent change. Through mass murder. Ruth asked. Miller's expression turned thoughtful. You keep calling it murder. The therapist has a different term. He calls it correction. A necessary adjustment to a system that's fundamentally flawed. Ruth's earpiece crackled to life. Aaron's voice tense with urgency. Ruth, we've secured the HVAC room. No device found, but clear evidence someone was working on the ventilation system. Hazmat team is searching now. What's your status? She couldn't risk responding without alerting Miller. Instead, she kept her focus on him, looking for any opening to de-escalate or disarm the situation. Let me ask you something, Ranger Baker, Miller said, tilting his head slightly. Do you really think the world you're protecting is worth saving? Have you been on social media lately? It's all conflict, outrage, division. Society is already broken. All I'm doing is making that reality impossible to ignore. Ruth took another careful step forward. If society is broken, we fix it. We don't finish destroying it and kill innocents in the process. Innocence, Miller repeated, shaking his head. That word again. Tell me who remains innocent in a corrupt system. The ones who benefit from it. The ones who look the other way. The ones too cowardly to challenge it. He gestured expansively with the phone. The therapist taught me that we're all complicit unless we actively resist. Ruth could hear the distant sound of footsteps, her team approaching. She needed to keep Miller talking just a little longer. This therapist of yours, she said. Does he practice what he preaches? Is he out there taking direct action himself, or just sending others to do it for him? Miller's eyes narrowed. You don't understand his methods. His work requires him to remain above the fray, to guide others toward their own liberation. Sounds convenient, Ruth observed. He stays safe while you risk everything. My risk is my choice, Miller shot back. My gift to a world that never valued me. After today, no one will ever forget my name. The footsteps were closer now. Ruth could feel the weight of time pressing down, the minutes ticking away toward 12:15. Last chance, Miller, she said firmly. Tell me how to disable the device, and I'll make sure your cooperation is recognized. Miller shook his head slowly, a strange smile spreading across his features. It can't be disabled. Not remotely, not without the proper code sequence. That's the beauty of it. In about. He glanced at his watch. 14 minutes, everything changes. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. His hand moved suddenly, the phone flashing in the dim light as his thumb swiped across the screen. Ruth reacted instantly, her weapon tracking the movement. Drop it, she commanded. Now. Why? Miller asked, his smile widening. It's just a phone. But his body language told a different story. The coiled tension, the slight shift of weight preparing for action. Put it down and step back, Ruth repeated, hearing Aaron and the team just around the corner now. Miller's thumb moved again, deliberately pressing an icon on the screen. Too late, Ranger. Sequence accelerated. Ruth felt a surge of cold clarity. Miller had just remotely triggered the device, moving up the timetable. People were in immediate danger. What did you do? She demanded, closing the distance between them. Miller held up the phone, showing her the screen. A countdown timer, already running. 3:42. 3:41. 3:40. The future, he said simply. I've just changed it forever. Ruth's training took over. Miller had activated a weapon of mass destruction. There were hundreds of potential victims in the hotel. The imminent threat doctrine applied. Final warning, she said, her voice eerily calm even to her own ears. Disable it now. Miller's expression turned serene, almost peaceful. I already told you. It can't be stopped. Not by you, not by anyone. This is bigger than us both now. His hand moved again, reaching into his jacket. Ruth registered the motion with hyper-clarity, time seeming to slow as her body responded automatically to the perceived threat. Don't, she began. But Miller was already pulling something from his inner pocket, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Ruth caught a glimpse of something metallic, cylindrical. She fired. Once, twice. The reports were deafening in the confined space of the service corridor. The shots echoed off the concrete walls, the sound hammering into Ruth's skull with physical force. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled her nostrils, mixing with the scent of blood that followed instantly. Miller staggered backward, a look of shock replacing the serenity on his face. His body slammed against the wall, leaving a smear of crimson as he slid down to a seated position. The metallic cylinder fell from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the sudden silence that followed the gunshots. Ruth stood frozen, her weapon still trained on him, watching as the light in his eyes dimmed. His mouth opened and closed, trying to form words that wouldn't come. Blood bubbled at the corner of his lips, trailing down his chin in a thin scarlet line. Hey, said. You would. Miller managed, each word a struggle. Then his head lolled to the side, eyes still open but seeing nothing. Ruth had taken another life to save hundreds. The math was simple. The feeling wasn't. Aaron and the team rounded the corner at a run, weapons drawn, too late to witness what had just happened, but just in time to see its aftermath. Ruth lowered her weapon slowly, the weight of it suddenly unbearable. Chapter 20. Ruth scrubbed her hands under the scalding water, watching as pink-tinged foam swirled down the drain. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to wash away the metallic scent of Miller's blood. It clung to her skin like a persistent memory, a physical reminder of the life she'd taken just hours ago. She rubbed her hands together harder, as if she could erase not just the blood, but the memory of his eyes as the light faded from them. The hotel had provided her with a private room to clean up, standard protocol after officer-involved shootings. She'd stripped off her blood-spattered shirt, now sealed in an evidence bag, and stood at the sink in her tank top, methodically removing all traces of the confrontation from her skin. In the mirror, her reflection looked back at her, pale, drawn, a small cut on her cheek where flying debris had caught her during the struggle. Just another scar to add to the collection. Just another day on the job. Except it hadn't been just another day, had it? Her shoulder throbbed beneath the bandages, the day's exertions having torn at the newly reset joint. She welcomed the pain, found clarity in it. Better to focus on that physical discomfort than dwell on Miller's final words, which echoed in her mind like a half-remembered nightmare. He said you would. Would what? Would try to save everyone. Would hesitate. Would kill him. The unfinished sentence haunted her, repeating endlessly like the gunshots that still rang in her ears. A soft knock at the bathroom door pulled her from her thoughts. Ruth. Aaron's voice, gentle but firm. Teams assembled downstairs. Ben just arrived too. They're waiting for us. She shut off the water, dried her hands on a plush hotel towel, and stepped back into the main room. Aaron stood by the window, his posture tense despite his attempt at a reassuring smile. His eyes betrayed his concern, not for the investigation, but for her. She could read him like a book after all these months together. The slight furrow between his brows, the tension in his jaw, the way his gaze swept over her, cataloging every mark, every sign of strain. I'm okay, she said before he could ask, reaching for the clean Rangers shirt he'd brought from their home. It wasn't entirely true, but it was easier than explaining the storm of emotions churning within her. The momentary doubt that flashed through her mind when she pulled the trigger. The sickening certainty that had followed. The weight of another death added to her conscience, even one as justified as this. Aaron nodded, knowing better than to press. After 2 decades in law enforcement, he understood the complex emotional aftermath of lethal force better than most. Hazmat team just finished their analysis. They want to brief everyone at once. Ruth felt a surge of relief flood through her, washing away some of the lingering unease. Confirmation of the bioweapon would validate her decision to use lethal force, make this a clear-cut case of preventing mass casualties. The evidence would speak for itself, as it always did. Let's not keep them waiting. She adjusted her sling, wincing as the movement sent a pulse of pain through her injured shoulder. Aaron stepped forward, his fingers gently readjusting the strap, his touch careful and familiar. His proximity offered a momentary comfort, the solid presence of someone who understood, who didn't need explanations or justifications. Ready? He asked, his voice low. Ruth nodded, straightening her spine. As I'll ever be. The hotel had converted a small conference room for the Rangers' use, away from the public areas still swarming with law enforcement. As Ruth entered, conversations paused, all eyes turning to her. She noted the familiar faces of her team, Jake's worried frown, Priya's sympathetic smile, Andrea's professionally neutral expression that couldn't quite hide her concern. Mixed with them were hazmat specialists in partially removed protective gear, their expressions harder to read. Ben Miller stood at the head of the table, his weathered face impossible to read. Baker, he nodded in acknowledgement, the use of her surname a return to professional normalcy that Ruth appreciated more than she could express. Good timing. Lieutenant Phillips was just about to give us the hazmat assessment. Ruth took a seat beside Aaron, feeling the weight of expectation in the room. Phillips, a stocky man with prematurely gray hair and the practical efficiency of someone who'd seen too many false alarms, cleared his throat. His hazmat suit was peeled back to the waist, the upper portion hanging behind him like a deflated parachute. He had the eyes of someone who'd seen far too many nasty substances in his career, slightly bloodshot from years of exposure to chemical agents. "We've completed our initial analysis of the device found in the ventilation system," he began, his voice carrying the flat, factual tone of a seasoned briefer. "And the secondary trigger recovered from Miller's possession." He paused, glancing down at his tablet, a slight hesitation that made Ruth's heart beat a fraction faster. Something wasn't right. The room seemed to hold its collective breath, everyone sensing the same thing she did. Bad news was coming. "Both items were completely inert," Phillips continued, dropping the words like stones into the suddenly silent room. "The main device contained nothing but saline solution and a basic timing mechanism, with no actual dispersal capability. The secondary trigger was just a shell. It couldn't have activated anything even if Miller had managed to use it." The words hit Ruth like a physical blow, driving the air from her lungs. For a moment, she couldn't breathe, couldn't process what she was hearing. Her mind refused to accept it, like a computer rejecting corrupted data. "That's not possible," she said finally, hearing the strain in her own voice. "He activated it. I saw the countdown on his phone. He told me it was already distributing a biological agent." She could see it clearly in her mind's eye, Miller's thumb pressing the screen, the timer beginning its inexorable countdown, his face lit with that strange mixture of serenity and purpose. His absolute conviction had been unmistakable. Phillips shook his head, his expression conveying a regret that seemed genuinely felt. There was no agent to distribute. Nothing in either device posed any threat whatsoever. Not to the people in that conference room, not to anyone in the hotel. The room fell silent, the implications of his words settling over them like a shroud. Ruth felt Aaron tense beside her, his hand finding hers beneath the table, unseen by the others. She barely registered the contact, her mind racing backward through her confrontation with Miller. She replayed every moment, every word, every gesture. The countdown timer. His certainty. The way he'd shown her the screen, proud and defiant. Had it all been an elaborate act? No, she'd interrogated too many suspects, seen too many liars to be fooled so completely. Miller had believed in the bioweapon with absolute conviction. "So he was bluffing," Jake suggested, breaking the heavy silence, his voice carrying a forced casualness that didn't match the concern in his eyes. "Making us think it was real to maximize panic." "No," Ruth said quietly but firmly. "He believed it was real. He was working with someone, he was on the phone with them when I found him. Getting final instructions." She remembered now, the one-sided conversation she'd overheard. Miller speaking to someone with deference, with an almost religious reverence. Receiving confirmation, guidance, approval. Ben leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he connected the dots she'd already assembled. "You're thinking the therapist." "It has to be," Ruth replied, the certainty solidifying within her like concrete. Miller thought he was deploying a bioweapon. He was convinced of it. The man I confronted wasn't acting. He genuinely believed he was about to kill hundreds of people. Or he was putting on a performance, Phillips countered skeptically, the doubt in his voice unmistakable. He hadn't been there, hadn't seen Miller's face, the fever-bright certainty in his eyes. Ruth shook her head, unwilling to accept that interpretation. "You didn't see his face when I confronted him. He wasn't acting. He believed everything he was saying." "Which suggests an even more disturbing scenario," Aaron interjected, his voice carrying a grim understanding that mirrored her own conclusions. "That the therapist is deliberately sending these patients into situations that will get them killed, while making them believe they're carrying out some grand purpose." The implication hung in the air. Ruth had killed a man who, despite his intentions, had posed no actual threat to anyone. The realization wrapped around her heart like a cold fist. Miller had been a pawn, manipulated into a situation designed to end his life. And she had been the unwitting executioner. "There's another problem," Ben said, his tone deliberately neutral despite the gravity of his next words. "Forensics tried to access Miller's phone to verify the countdown you saw, but they found the device completely wiped. Same with the electronics in the fake bioweapon, all digital traces erased." Ruth's head snapped up, the suddenness of the movement sending a jolt of pain through her injured shoulder. "What? How is that possible?" "Remote wipe, apparently," Ben replied, his grim expression suggesting he'd already connected the same dots she was now seeing. "Triggered as soon as Miller was shot." Ruth felt a cold weight settle in her stomach, a sense of dread that grew with each passing second. Someone erased the evidence. Someone who was watching, who knew exactly when to activate the wipe command. The pieces began falling into place, forming a picture that made her blood run cold. The perfectly timed setup. The fake bioweapon, convincing enough to fool even hazmat experts at first glance. The instantaneous deletion of digital evidence. "Looks that way," Ben acknowledged, the lines around his eyes deepening as he processed the implications. Priya, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during the exchange, suddenly straightened in her chair. Her face paled as she looked at something on her tablet, her fingers hovering over the screen as if afraid to touch it. "What is it?" Ruth asked, recognizing the look of someone who just discovered something they wished they hadn't. Priya hesitated, her eyes meeting Ruth's with a mixture of concern and reluctance. "Your name is trending online." "What?" The word came out sharper than Ruth intended, the sudden non sequitur catching her off guard. Without further explanation, Priya connected her tablet to the room's main display. The screen filled with social media feeds, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all featuring the same video. Ruth's throat tightened as she recognized the setting, the service corridor of the hotel just hours earlier. It was footage of her confrontation with Miller, captured from above in high-definition clarity. A drone, she realized, the angle perfect to document the entire scene. Her breath caught as she watched herself on the screen, weapon drawn, facing Miller across the narrow corridor. The video was flawless, professional grade. No shaking, no poor lighting, no distortion. It showed Miller backing away from her, his hands slightly raised, his expression beseeching. It showed him reaching slowly toward his pocket with a hesitant movement. It showed Ruth firing twice, in rapid succession. It showed Miller collapsing against the wall, blood blossoming across his shirt, his eyes wide with shock and betrayal. "That's not..." Ruth couldn't finish the sentence, her throat constricting around the words. "That's not how it happened." But her protest sounded hollow even to her own ears as she watched the scene play out again. The video was seamless, convincing, horrifying in its perfect clarity. There was no evidence of the countdown timer Miller had shown her, no sign of his defiance, his certainty, his refusal to back down. "This is fake," Aaron said beside her, his voice tight with barely controlled anger. "Completely manufactured. Look at Miller's face, that expression, that's not what happened." He was smiling when he showed her the countdown. Ruth could only stare at the screen, watching an alternate version of reality that bore just enough resemblance to the truth to be believable. In this version, Miller appeared frightened, not defiant. Confused, not certain. A victim, not a perpetrator. "It gets worse," Priya said grimly, swiping to another video. "This version already has over 100,000 shares." The new footage showed the same scene, but included what appeared to be audio. Ruth heard her own voice, cold and detached. Cross Creek patients don't deserve second chances. Then the shots. The blood. Miller's body sliding down the wall. "I never said that," Ruth whispered, the words barely audible. "I never said anything like that." More videos appeared on the screen, each more damning than the last. One showed the confrontation from a different angle, seamlessly edited to make it appear that Miller was backing away in surrender. Another included close-ups of Ruth's face, her expression grim and determined, but somehow altered, harder, crueler than she knew it had been. "These are deepfakes," Andrea said, her voice carrying the certainty of an expert. AI-generated and manipulated footage. Someone took the real drone recording and altered it, added fake audio, changed facial expressions. "And they're spreading like wildfire," Priya confirmed, her fingers moving across her tablet as she tracked the escalating metrics. The hashtag #RangerDanger is trending nationwide. Hundreds of thousands of shares in just the last hour. Ruth forced herself to look at the comments accompanying the videos, each one a dagger piercing her professional armor. "Texas Ranger executes unarmed man in cold blood Ranger danger." She didn't even try to de-escalate. Just pulled the trigger. "This is murder." Cross Creek patients don't deserve second chances, her exact words before shooting him. Where's the bioweapon she claims justified this? Nowhere. It was fake. How many more will #RangerDanger kill before they take her badge? The accusations piled up one after another, an avalanche of condemnation from strangers who knew nothing about her. Nothing about the real situation, nothing about the years she dedicated to protecting the innocent. People who had never had to make a life-or-death decision in a split second, who had never faced the weight of that responsibility. "This is just the beginning," Priya continued, her voice tight with concern as she swiped to yet another video. Someone's also leaked footage from the Wakefield incident. The screen changed to show dashcam footage of Ruth's Range Rover and the black F-150. But this version had been carefully edited, showing only the final moments when Ruth had turned toward the truck rather than the entire sequence that showed her defensive maneuvers. With the context removed, it looked exactly like what the caption claimed. Ranger Baker deliberately rams civilian vehicle, causing fatal crash. Children in vehicle during attack. Ranger danger. The room fell silent as the team watched the manipulated footage. Ruth felt physically ill, her stomach churning with a mixture of rage and disbelief. Her skin felt clammy, her heart racing as the full scope of what was happening began to register. "My God," Jake whispered, his usual good humor completely absent. "They're making it look like you're some kind of serial killer with a badge." "Who could have done this?" Andrea asked, her professional detachment cracking to reveal genuine concern. "The footage from today, I understand. Someone had a drone. But the Wakefield incident, that was a school zone. And both videos are perfectly edited, professionally manipulated." "Someone with serious resources," Ben said grimly, the lines around his eyes deepening. "And a very specific agenda." Ruth barely heard the conversation around her, her mind fixated on the images flickering across the screen. More videos, more comments, more accusations. The narrative was building with terrifying speed. Ruth Baker, unstable ranger, hunting down and executing suspects. Complete strangers dissecting her actions, her motives, her character. The way she smiles when she pulls the trigger, pure sociopath. "My kids go to the same school. They could have been killed when she rammed that truck. She deserves life in prison ranger danger." Erin's hand found hers beneath the table, squeezing tight enough to pull her back from the spiral of horror she was descending into. His touch anchored her, reminded her that she wasn't alone in this nightmare. "The kids," she whispered, the thought hitting her with physical force. "Ava, Jake, Marcus, they'll see this. Their friends will see it." The realization brought a fresh wave of anguish. Ava had already endured so much, losing her father, adjusting to a new family dynamic, navigating the world as a deaf child. And now this. The thought of her daughter facing the whispers, the stares, the inevitable cruelty of children armed with information they couldn't possibly understand tore at Ruth's heart. "We'll protect them," Erin promised, his voice low and fierce. "We'll get ahead of this." But even as he spoke, Ruth could see the doubt in his eyes. The social media firestorm was moving too fast, spreading too wide. This wasn't a situation they could control with a carefully worded statement or a strategic media blackout. The therapist's words from Miller's mouth echoed in her mind. He said you would. The pieces clicked into place with devastating clarity. He had known. Somehow he had anticipated everything. Her tracking Miller, their confrontation, even her decision to use lethal force. It hadn't been a tactical error on his part. It had been the plan all along. "This isn't random," Ruth said, her voice steadier than she felt as the terrible truth solidified within her. "This is the therapist. He set this entire situation up, the online breadcrumbs for us to find, the fake bioweapon, the drone recording. All of it designed to destroy my credibility after I've stopped 3 of his patients." "It's working," Jake said grimly, his tablet displaying news sites now picking up the story. "Every major outlet is running with it." Ruth watched the screens with a growing sense of helplessness as her professional reputation, built over 2 decades of dedicated service, crumbled before her eyes. Each share, each comment, each manipulated image pulled another stone from the foundation she'd built her life upon. A notification pinged on multiple devices simultaneously, drawing everyone's attention. A new video had been posted, this one gaining traction with even greater speed than the others. "Oh no," Priya whispered, her fingers freezing over her tablet. The screen showed a side-by-side comparison of Ruth's confrontations with Wakefield and Miller, edited to emphasize superficial similarities. Ruth with weapon drawn, Ruth advancing on a suspect, Ruth's expression grim and determined. Overlaid text flashed across the footage. 2 suspects dead in 3 days # Rangerdanger must be stopped. The video ended with a digitally altered image of Ruth standing over Miller's body, her face distorted into a cold smile, the Texas Ranger badge on her chest dripping with blood. "This is coordinated," Erin said, his voice tight with fury. "Professional-grade propaganda designed to destroy Ruth's reputation and manipulate public opinion. By someone with access to both scenes, advanced video editing capabilities, and the resources to orchestrate a massive social media campaign," Ben added, his expression hardening into something dangerous. "Not to mention the technical know-how to remotely wipe digital evidence." Ruth felt strangely calm now, the initial shock giving way to a cold clarity. "The therapist," she said quietly. "This is his endgame. He's not just manipulating his patients, he's manipulating the entire system. The media, social networks, public opinion. He knew I was getting close, so he turned the hunter into the hunted." Ben's phone buzzed on the table, the screen lighting up with a name that made his expression darken further. "The commissioner," he muttered, glancing at Ruth with a flicker of something that might have been an apology. "Third call in 20 minutes." He stepped away from the table, taking the call in the corner of the room. Ruth watched him, reading the subtle changes in his expression: protest, resignation, and finally, professional neutrality asserting itself. Aaron's arm pressed against hers, a silent promise of support. "Whatever happens, we'll fight this," he said, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "The team's behind you. We'll find the therapist, expose this whole scheme." Ruth nodded, but a cold certainty had settled in her chest. The damage was already done. The carefully orchestrated character assassination had taken on a life of its own, spreading through social media with the uncontrollable force of a wildfire. No matter what happened next, things would never be the same. When Ben returned to the table, the room had gone quiet, everyone sensing what was coming. His face had aged 10 years in the space of 5 minutes, deep lines etched around his mouth, his eyes shadowed with regret. "Ruth," he said, her first name strange and formal on his lips, "I need your badge and service weapon." The words hit her like a physical blow, driving the air from her lungs despite their inevitability. For a moment she couldn't speak, couldn't breathe, couldn't even think beyond the roaring in her ears. "Ben, you can't be serious," Aaron protested, rising from his chair. "This is bullshit, and you know it." Ben held up a hand, silencing him. "I'm sorry, but I'm just following orders." "Ruth." Ruth felt as if she were watching the scene from outside her body, disconnected from the reality of what was happening. 20 years of service. A spotless record. Countless lives saved. And now this, her career, her identity, stripped away because of manipulated videos and a brilliant deception. Without a word, she removed her badge from her belt and placed it on the conference table. The polished silver caught the light, the 5-pointed star that had defined her professional identity for 2 decades now, just a piece of metal being taken away. Her service weapon followed, placed beside the badge with careful deliberation. The Sig Sauer P226 she'd carried for 15 years, the weapon that had saved her life more times than she could count, now evidence in a case against her. Ben was unable to meet her eyes as he collected the items. "You're suspended, Ruth. Effective immediately." Chapter 21. Ruth awoke to the sound of the coffee maker gurgling in the kitchen. For a moment, the familiar domestic rhythm almost convinced her that yesterday had been nothing but a bad dream, until she tried to roll over and the pain in her shoulder brought the reality crashing back. The suspension. The videos. The character assassination campaign still unfolding across social media and news outlets. She lay still, staring at the ceiling as morning light filtered through the blinds, casting thin bars of gold across the pale blue walls. Aaron must have set the coffee timer before leaving for his early meeting with Ben. They'd agreed he should maintain his position and connections within the Rangers. They needed someone on the inside while this nightmare played out. With a sigh, Ruth swung her legs over the side of the bed, wincing as the movement sent another pulse of pain through her injured shoulder. The pain medication had worn off hours ago, but she'd resisted taking another dose, preferring clarity over comfort. The physical discomfort was almost welcome, a distraction from the deeper wound of having her badge and weapon taken away after 12 years of service. The hardwood floor was cool beneath her bare feet as she made her way to the bathroom, avoiding her reflection in the mirror while she brushed her teeth. She wasn't ready to face that woman yet, the disgraced ranger whose face was plastered across every news outlet in Texas, whose actions were being dissected by strangers who knew nothing about her or the impossible choices she'd been forced to make. She found Ava already dressed and eating cereal at the kitchen counter, her school backpack packed and waiting by the door. Her daughter's hands moved in quick, efficient signs as Ruth entered. Good morning. Made you coffee. Thanks, sweetheart, Ruth signed back, her movement slower than usual due to the sling. She dropped a kiss on Ava's forehead before reaching for the mug that waited beside the coffee maker. You're up early. Ava shrugged, her expression carefully neutral in a way that immediately set off warning bells in Ruth's mind. Wanted to check homework before school. Ruth took a sip of her coffee, studying her daughter over the rim of the mug. Ava's hair was pulled back in a neat ponytail, her clothes chosen with more care than usual for a regular school day. The deliberateness of her appearance spoke volumes, armor being donned for battle. Everything okay? Ruth asked, setting down her mug to free her hands for signing. Ava's eyes flickered to her phone lying face down on the counter, then back to her cereal. Fine. The one-word response, so unlike Ava's usually expressive communication, confirmed Ruth's suspicions. With a gentle movement, she reached for the phone. Ava didn't try to stop her, which told Ruth everything she needed to know before she even turned it over. The screen was filled with notifications, dozens of them from messaging apps, social media platforms, even direct texts from numbers Ruth didn't recognize. She unlocked the phone with the pattern she'd memorized years ago for emergencies, and felt her stomach drop as she scrolled through the messages. Is your mom a murderer? Saw mom on the news shooting that guy. Ranger danger at your house, lol stay safe. Accompanying the texts were links to the manipulated videos, screenshots of news headlines, cruel memes already created from edited images of Ruth. The digital harassment campaign had found its way to Ava's social circles, with predictable swiftness and teenage cruelty. Ruth set the phone down carefully, fighting the surge of protective fury that threatened to overwhelm her rational thought. She took a deep breath before signing. You're not going to school today. Ava's head snapped up, her expression immediately shifting from careful neutrality to determined opposition. Yes, I am. Ava, honey, you don't need to face this. Not yet. Not while it's all so fresh in the news. Mom. Ava's signs were crisp, almost sharp with emphasis. You risk your life catching bad guys. I can handle a few bullies at school. The simple statement hit Ruth with unexpected force. There was such certainty in Ava's expression, such resolve in the set of her shoulders. When had her little girl grown into this fierce young woman? If I hide, they win, Ava continued, her hands moving with the passionate eloquence that was so uniquely hers. I'm not ashamed of you. I won't act like I am. Ruth felt a swell of emotion rise in her throat. Pride mingled with a bittersweet recognition that her daughter was indeed growing up in a world more complicated and often more cruel than the one she'd known at her age. Online harassment and viral misinformation campaigns weren't challenges Ruth had faced as a teenager, but they were reality for Ava's generation. You're sure? Ruth asked, knowing the answer even as she signed the question. Ava nodded firmly. Besides, Lily and Trevor already texted that they've got my back. And Mrs. Montez emailed last night that she's keeping an eye out for any bullying. Ruth made a mental note to send Ava's history teacher a thank you note. Sarah Montez had been a steady source of support for Ava since she'd entered her class last fall, going above and beyond to ensure the school's only deaf student had every accommodation she needed. Okay, Ruth conceded, a small smile of pride breaking through her concern. But call me if it gets to be too much, and I'll come get you. No questions asked. Deal. Ava finished her cereal and slid off the stool. She hesitated for a moment, then signed with uncharacteristic hesitancy, "What are you going to do today?" The question caught Ruth off guard. What was she going to do? For the first time in 20 years, she didn't have a badge, didn't have a case to work, didn't have the structure of the Rangers to define her day. Thought I might clean out the garage, she replied, the idea forming even as she signed it. Go through some of your dad's old things. Jim's belongings had been boxed up after his death, moved to the garage with vague intentions of sorting through them when the time was right. 2 years later, the boxes remained untouched, a physical manifestation of grief postponed. Ava nodded, understanding flickering in her eyes. That's good. It's time. Ruth walked her daughter to the door, checking that she had everything she needed for the day. As Ava slung her backpack over her shoulder, she paused, turning back to wrap her arms around Ruth in a fierce hug. I love you, she signed when she pulled away. And I'm proud of you. The words sent a surge of emotion through Ruth, so powerful, she couldn't immediately respond. By the time she'd composed herself enough to sign back, Ava was already heading down the front walk to where Lizzie Parker waited in her minivan for the morning carpool. Ruth watched until the van disappeared around the corner, then closed the door with a soft click. The house felt suddenly larger, emptier without Ava's presence. With a sigh, she returned to the kitchen to refill her coffee mug. Her gaze fell on the copy of the Austin American-Statesman, lying on the counter where Aaron must have left it before heading out. Her own face stared back at her from the front page, captured in a still frame from one of the manipulated videos. The headline made her stomach clench: Texas Ranger under investigation after deadly force incidents. She pushed the paper aside without reading further. She already knew what it would say, the same narrative being constructed across all media platforms, carefully orchestrated by the therapist. Ruth Baker, once respected Ranger, now suspected of using excessive force. Ruth Baker, whose violent incidents showed a disturbing pattern. Ruth Baker, danger to the public. The rage she'd been suppressing since yesterday surged through her veins, hot and clarifying. She welcomed it, let it burn away the hurt and confusion, leaving behind a crystalline resolve. The therapist had declared war, using social media and public opinion as his weapons. He'd taken her badge, threatened her reputation, and now his campaign was reaching her daughter. He'd chosen the wrong mother to target. Ruth set down her coffee mug with a decisive click and headed toward the garage. If she couldn't be a ranger today, she could at least make progress on the task she'd been putting off for too long. She owed Jim that much. And keeping her hands busy might help keep her mind from constantly circling back to the nightmare her professional life had become. The garage was cool and dim, the morning light filtering weakly through the dusty windows. Cardboard boxes were stacked against the far wall, each labeled in Jim's precise handwriting: fishing gear, old uniforms, photos pre-2010. A life reduced to containers, waiting to be sorted and dispersed. Ruth pulled the first box toward her, settling cross-legged on the concrete floor despite the protest from her shoulder. Inside were Jim's fishing rods, tackle boxes, and the ridiculous bucket hat he'd insisted on wearing despite her teasing. She lifted the hat, rubbing the worn fabric between her fingers, remembering the way it had sat awkwardly on his head during weekend trips to the lake. For the next several hours, Ruth worked methodically through the boxes, separating items into piles: keep, donate, discard. Jim's Rangers uniforms went into the keep pile without hesitation, along with his service medals, the journals he'd kept during his career, and the small wooden box containing his challenge coins. His collection of vintage lures, the fishing gear, most of his clothes, those went into bags for donation. It was therapeutic in its way, this sorting of a life. Each item considered, each memory acknowledged, each decision made with care. The physical labor helped ground her, pulling her away from the spiraling thoughts about her suspension and the therapist's campaign against her. By noon, Ruth had worked through most of the boxes and loaded the donation items into the Range Rover. Her shoulder ached persistently, but the pain felt distant compared to the emotional weight of the task. She'd found things she'd forgotten about. The ugly Christmas sweater Ava had picked out for him when she was 7, the dog-eared paperback westerns he'd read on stakeouts, the small notebook where he'd practiced his sign language when Ava was first diagnosed. As she closed the trunk on the last of the donation bags, Ruth checked her phone. No messages from Ava, which she took as a good sign. A text from Aaron let her know he was in meetings all day, but would be home in time for family dinner and would bring takeout. A half-dozen missed calls from reporters seeking comment on her suspension. She ignored the last as she slid behind the wheel. The media circus would continue with or without her participation. Right now, she had practical tasks to focus on: drop off Jim's things at the local Goodwill, pick up groceries, be home before Ava returned from school. Normal life. Or at least the appearance of it. The Goodwill Donation Center was busier than Ruth had expected for a weekday afternoon. She waited in line behind an elderly couple unloading what looked like an entire living room set from their pickup truck, using the time to glance through her emails on her phone. More media requests. A surprisingly kind message from her department's chaplain offering support. A formal notification from Internal Affairs about an upcoming interview regarding the Miller incident. When it was finally her turn, Ruth began unloading the bags and boxes from her Rover, ignoring the twinge in her shoulder as she hefted a particularly heavy box of books. She became aware of a gradual hush falling over the donation area, followed by the unmistakable sensation of being watched. A young employee who had been helping the elderly couple suddenly stopped, recognition dawning on his face as he stared at Ruth. He leaned toward his coworker, whispering something that made the other man's head snap up. Ruth kept her expression neutral as she continued unloading her vehicle, but her awareness had shifted into the hyper-vigilant state that had saved her life more than once in the field. She could feel eyes on her from every direction: customers, employees, people passing by. The whispers grew more audible, fragments reaching her ears. "That's her. At the ranger from the news. Shot that unarmed man." A mother pulled her curious child closer as they passed, casting a nervous glance at Ruth as if she might suddenly become violent in the middle of the donation center. An older man with a veteran's cap pointedly turned his back. The employees accepting donations exchanged uncomfortable looks as Ruth approached with her forms. "I just need a receipt for taxes," she said, her voice steady despite the burning humiliation crawling up her neck. The young man behind the counter couldn't quite meet her eyes as he processed the paperwork, his movements nervously quick. Ruth maintained her composure through years of professional discipline, not allowing her expression to reveal how deeply the silent judgment cut. "Here you go, ma'am," he finally said, sliding the receipt across the counter with the careful movement of someone handling something volatile. "Thank you," Ruth replied, taking the paper and turning to leave. As she walked back to her vehicle, she heard a woman's voice, deliberately loud enough to carry. "I can't believe they let people like that just walk around free. If you or I did what she did, we'd be in jail." Ruth didn't turn, didn't acknowledge the comment, though her spine stiffened involuntarily. She got into her vehicle, closed the door with controlled precision, and sat for a moment with her hands gripping the steering wheel. This was what the therapist had wanted. Not just professional consequences, but social ostracism. The kind of public shaming that couldn't be fought with facts or official statements. The death of reputation by 1,000 whispers. She started the engine and pulled away from the donation center, deciding to skip the grocery shopping. She couldn't face another round of stares and whispers just yet. The afternoon traffic moved sluggishly around her as she headed home, her mind churning with all that had happened in the past 24 hours. Her phone rang, the sound filling the car through the Bluetooth connection. An unknown number. Ruth hesitated, her finger hovering over the accept button on the steering wheel. After the third ring, she pressed it. "Baker," she answered, the automatic response of decades feeling strange without the ranger that usually preceded it. For a moment, only silence filled the line. Then a voice spoke, male, cultured, with the precise diction of someone who chose their words with deliberate care. "Ms. Baker. Or should I still call you Ranger, out of professional courtesy?" Every nerve in Ruth's body went on high alert. Though she'd never heard it before, she knew instantly who was speaking. There was something in the tone, controlled, analytical, faintly amused, that matched exactly what she'd imagined during her investigation. "The therapist," she replied, keeping her voice level despite the surge of adrenaline that shot through her system. "I've been wondering when you'd call." A soft chuckle came through the speakers. "Have you?" "I'm flattered. Though I must say, you've been quite a disruption to my therapeutic work. 3 patients neutralized in as many days. Quite impressive." Ruth navigated through an intersection, her mind racing even as she kept her voice deliberately casual. "If by therapeutic work you mean conditioning vulnerable people to commit violence, then yes, I've been disruptive." "Such a simplistic interpretation," he sighed, sounding genuinely disappointed. "I expected more insight from someone with your observational skills. These aren't random acts of violence, they're targeted corrections to systematic failures. My patients aren't victims, they're agents of necessary change." "They're pawns," Ruth countered. "Expendable pieces you're sacrificing for your own agenda. Caroline Wakefield, Gregory Slade, David Miller, you sent them all to their deaths." "I sent them to fulfillment," the therapist corrected, his tone taking on a sharp edge beneath the cultured facade. "Each of them was broken by a system that discards people without consequence. I simply helped them transform their pain into purpose." Ruth felt cold anger settle in her chest as she turned onto her street. "And what's your purpose in all this? Why go to such lengths to discredit me?" "You interfered with something you don't understand," he replied, his voice regaining its composure. "Conventional law enforcement can't comprehend the therapeutic paradigm I've developed. So I had to remove you from the equation." "And you think you've succeeded?" Ruth asked, pulling into her driveway and shifting the car into park. She made no move to get out, focused entirely on the voice coming through the speakers. "I think the evidence speaks for itself," the therapist replied, satisfaction evident in his tone. "Your badge is gone. Your credibility is in shambles. The public sees you as a dangerous vigilante. Your usefulness as an investigator has been thoroughly compromised." Ruth felt her lips curve into a cold smile. "If that's what you think, then you've made a serious miscalculation." "Oh." The amusement in his voice suggested he was humoring her. "Do enlighten me. You haven't achieved anything except make me even more determined to stop you, if it's the last thing I do," Ruth said, her voice carrying absolute conviction. "Badge or no badge, credibility or no credibility. I will find you. And I will end whatever sick game you're playing." The silence that followed stretched for several seconds, long enough that Ruth knew her words had landed with unexpected impact. When the therapist finally spoke, the carefully cultivated amusement had vanished from his voice. "You surprise me, Ms. Baker," he said slowly. "Most people would be crushed by what you've experienced. Defensive, at minimum. Yet here you are, making threats from a position of complete vulnerability." Then he laughed, the sound lacking the warmth of genuine humor. "Very well. If that's how you want to play it. Game on, Ranger Baker." He paused deliberately. "Oh, wait. It's just Baker now. Game on, Baker." Ruth gritted her teeth, hand tightening on the steering wheel. Challenge accepted. She disconnected the call, cutting off any response he might have made. For a long moment, she sat in the driveway, processing what had just occurred. The therapist had called to gloat, to confirm his victory over her. Instead, he'd revealed something crucial. Her refusal to be broken had genuinely surprised him. It wasn't much, but it was the first crack she'd found in his seemingly perfect control. With renewed purpose, Ruth got out of the car and headed into the house. She texted Aaron to tell him not to bring takeout. She was preparing dinner. She had about an hour before Ava would be home from school. Enough time to start dinner and begin planning her next move. Because regardless of what had been taken from her, badge, gun, professional standing, Ruth Baker was still a hunter at heart. And the therapist had just become her exclusive prey. Chapter 22. The house felt wrong at 9:30 in the morning. Too quiet, too still, the sunlight falling at unfamiliar angles across the hardwood floors. Ruth stood in the entryway, keys still dangling from her fingers, struck by the strangeness of returning to an empty home at this hour. For 12 years, she'd been at the command center by now, surrounded by her team, deep into whatever case demanded their attention. Now there was only silence, broken only by the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant ticking of the hallway clock that had belonged to Jim's grandmother. She closed the door behind her, tossed her keys into the ceramic bowl on the entryway table, and tried to ignore the hollow feeling expanding beneath her ribcage. The suspension felt like a physical thing, a weight on her shoulders, a pressure against her sternum, a constant low-grade nausea that wouldn't quite subside. Her footsteps echoed as she moved through the living room, each sound a reminder of her solitude. The house had never seemed so large, so empty. Even on her days off, there had been purpose, direction, the knowledge that tomorrow she'd be back at work. Now there was just uncertainty stretching ahead like an uncharted sea. Ruth paused at the mantel, where family photos were arranged in simple frames. Jim holding baby Ava at the lake, his smile impossibly young and carefree. Ava at her first swim meet, medal clutched proudly in her small hand. A more recent one, Ruth with Aaron and the boys at the Rangers family picnic last summer, all of them squinting against the sun, ice cream cones melting faster than they could eat them. Another from Christmas, the 5 of them crammed onto the couch in matching pajamas, a tradition Ruth had resisted initially but now treasured. She touched each frame lightly, drawing strength from the captured moments of connection and joy. Whatever the therapist had taken from her, badge, gun, professional standing, he couldn't touch this. She was loved. She had a family who believed in her. She wasn't alone, not really. With a deep breath, Ruth squared her shoulders and headed for the kitchen. If she couldn't be a ranger today, she'd be a detective. The case waited, badge or no badge. She cleared the kitchen table, stacking the breakfast dishes in the sink, and spread out the case files she'd brought home, copies she'd made before the suspension, just in case. For the next 3 hours, she worked methodically through the evidence they'd gathered, laying it all out on the table like pieces of a complex puzzle. Photos of Cross Creek Farm's underground facility. Patient intake forms with their cold, sanitized language, concealing the horror of what had actually happened there. Autopsy images of Dr. Johnson, the wounds inflicted by Caroline Wakefield precise and deliberate. Transcripts of Slade's ramblings during the hostage crisis. Burke's hospital sabotage timeline. She re-examined every detail, searching for connections they might have missed, patterns hidden beneath the obvious. The morning stretched on as she made notes, drew timelines, created a web of relationships between the various players. The patient selection criteria seemed random at first glance. Different backgrounds, different psychiatric issues, different triggers. But there was a pattern in how the therapist had manipulated them. Each patient had been weaponized through their existing professional skills. Slade's institutional knowledge, Burke's electrical expertise, Miller's financial acumen. Which meant Reeves, as a corporate lawyer, would be using legal skills somehow. Ruth made a note to warn Detective Donovan, the officer who had dismissed Reeves' assault case. If the pattern held, he would be her target, perhaps through some elaborate legal trap rather than direct violence. By noon, the table was covered with photos, documents, and hastily scribbled notes, but Ruth felt no closer to identifying the therapist himself. She'd reviewed the evidence a dozen different ways, approached it from multiple angles, and still hit the same walls they'd encountered during the official investigation. Her stomach growled, reminding her that coffee alone wasn't sufficient fuel for the day ahead. She stretched, wincing as her injured shoulder protested the movement. The pain was a constant companion now, dulled but persistent despite the medication. The refrigerator offered little inspiration. She'd need to grocery shop soon. After a moment's consideration, Ruth decided to grab takeout from Manny's, the burger place down on Riverside Drive. She could use the fresh air, and their bacon cheeseburgers were worth braving public scrutiny. She took Erin's old Chevy truck rather than her Range Rover, which was still in the shop being repaired after Caroline's attack. The truck smelled of leather, gun oil, and Erin's aftershave, comforting scents that reminded her she wasn't in this fight alone, even if she was operating solo today. Traffic was light outside the usual rush hours, and Ruth made it to Manny's in less than 15 minutes. She placed her order at the pickup window, avoiding the dining room where she might be recognized. As she waited, leaning against the truck's sun-warmed door, she watched people coming and going, carrying on with their ordinary lives, unaware of the threats she and her team had neutralized. 3 fewer potential massacres in the world because of their work. 3 fewer therapists, patients carrying out their programmed missions. Yet she was the one suspended, her reputation in tatters. The unfairness of it burned in her throat like bile. A sharp honk jerked her attention to the street, where a gray sedan was passing slowly, the driver's angry face visible through the open window. "You don't belong here," the man shouted, his face contorted with the peculiar rage of someone who believed they knew her based solely on edited videos and sensationalized headlines. Before Ruth could respond, the man hurled his large soda through the window. The cup sailed through the air, missing her by inches, but hitting the side of Erin's truck with enough force to explode on impact. Cold liquid and ice splattered across the door and Ruth's left side, soaking her shirt and jeans. She stood frozen for a moment, more shocked than she should have been. The man sped away, tires squealing against the asphalt. A few bystanders stared, some with undisguised hostility, others with uncomfortable pity. Ruth grabbed napkins from the dispenser beside the pickup window, wiping sticky soda from her face and arms in stiff, jerky movements. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the effort of containing the white-hot anger that threatened to overwhelm her professional composure. "Orders ready," called the teenager working the window, his expression carefully neutral as he slid a grease-spotted bag across the counter. "Thanks," Ruth managed, reaching for her wallet. "It's taken care of," the kid said, his voice dropping to just above a whisper. "My dad's on the force. Says half those videos are bullshit anyway." He glanced over his shoulder to ensure his manager wasn't listening. "Good luck, ma'am." The unexpected kindness caught Ruth off guard. She nodded, unable to speak past the sudden tightness in her throat, and took the bag. Back in the truck, Ruth sat motionless for a long moment, food forgotten on the passenger seat. The incident had shaken her more than she wanted to admit. It wasn't the first time she'd faced public hostility. The job guaranteed that, but this felt different. More personal. More pervasive. She started the engine, pulled out of the parking lot, and found herself turning not toward home, but onto the highway entrance ramp, following an impulse she hadn't consciously formed. 40 minutes later, she was driving up the long gravel driveway to Cross Creek Farm. The crime scene tape had been removed, the police presence gone now that the initial investigation was complete. The property sat silent in the midday sun, windows reflecting the cloudless sky like blind eyes. Ruth parked near the front entrance, scanning the surroundings out of habit before approaching the door. No other vehicles were visible, no signs of current occupation. The place had the abandoned feel of a location, waiting for legal proceedings to determine its fate. Dr. Johnson's estate, insurance companies, perhaps even the patients' families would be battling over it for months to come. The front door was secured with a simple padlock, easily opened with the key Ruth had copied during the initial investigation. She slipped inside, closing the door behind her. The entryway looked the same as she remembered. Expensive furnishings, carefully curated art, the illusion of a legitimate therapeutic facility meticulously maintained. But now, knowing what had happened in the rooms below, Ruth saw everything through a darker lens. The tasteful decor seemed sinister, the open spaces claustrophobic despite their dimensions. She moved through the main floor methodically, noting details they might have overlooked during the first search. Most of the rooms were precisely as they'd left them, evidence flags and fingerprint dust still marking key surfaces. In Dr. Johnson's study, Ruth paused, running her fingers along the edge of his desk. The bloodstains had dried to a rusty brown, marking the spot where he'd fallen after Caroline's attack. Ruth could almost see it playing out. The scalpel flashing in the dim light, Johnson's shock as his prized patient turned on him, Caroline's face set with the same cold purpose Ruth had seen in the Range Rover's rearview mirror. But something didn't fit. If Caroline had truly been the therapist's most successful patient, why kill Johnson? Was it random violence, a psychological break? Or something deliberate, planned, perhaps even ordered? Ruth shook her head, filing the questions away as she continued her search. She returned to the kitchen, to the concealed entrance that led to the underground facility. The door in the pantry swung open easily, no longer hidden now that its secret had been discovered. The staircase beyond was dark, the motion sensor lights inactive since the power had been cut. Ruth clicked on the flashlight she'd brought, casting long shadows along the concrete steps as she descended. Her footsteps echoed in the enclosed space, the sound following her like an unwanted companion. At the bottom, the corridor stretched in both directions, doors spaced at regular intervals along the sterile white walls. Ruth moved slowly, sweeping her flashlight across the floor, the walls, the ceiling, anywhere evidence might have been overlooked. She checked each room in turn, patient quarters, therapy suites, monitoring stations. Everything was as they'd left it, emptied of people, but still containing the furniture and equipment that had facilitated the therapist's work. In Therapy Suite 1, Ruth paused, her attention caught by something she hadn't noticed during the initial search. A faint white residue on the floor near the examination chair, barely visible except where her flashlight caught it at just the right angle. She crouched down, examining it more closely. Not dust, the particles were too crystalline, too uniform. She took a small evidence bag from her pocket and carefully scraped some of the substance into it. Without the Rangers lab, she'd need to find another way to analyze it, but it was the first new lead she'd found. As she stood, Ruth's gaze fell on the wall where photos and clippings had been arranged, Slade's target board for his former boss. The images had been taken as evidence, but the outline of tape remained, a ghostly reminder of the psychological manipulation that had occurred in this room. Something about the dimensions nagged at her. The room seemed smaller than she remembered, the back wall closer than it should have been based on the corridor outside. Ruth moved to the wall, running her hands along its surface, testing for inconsistencies. The drywall felt solid, uniform, with no obvious seams or hidden panels. She stepped back, considering. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, a text from Andrea. Checking in. You okay? Ruth replied quickly, at Cross Creek. All good. Need a favor, can you send me the original blueprints for the property? Pre-renovation. 3 dots appeared immediately then. Boss would kill me if he knew. Give me 5. While waiting, Ruth continued examining the therapy suite, noting the sophisticated equipment, the carefully designed environment meant to reinforce whatever programming the therapist had implemented. Her phone chimed with an incoming file. She opened it, scrolling through the architectural drawings from when the property was first built in the 1970s. According to the plans, the original structure had indeed included a basement, smaller than the current facility, but substantial nonetheless. And there, extending from the northeast corner, was a tunnel, labeled simply Emergency Exit. Ruth compared the blueprint with her mental map of the current layout. The tunnel would have originated somewhere near Therapy Suite 3, the room they'd found empty during their initial search. She made her way there quickly, flashlight beam dancing across the walls as she moved. Therapy Suite 3 was identical to the others in most respects. The same examination chair, the same monitoring equipment, the same sterile atmosphere. But unlike the others, this one had no target board on the walls. It appeared unused, or at least not yet prepared for a specific patient. Ruth swept her flashlight across every surface, searching for discrepancies, hidden panels, anything that might indicate the tunnel's entrance. The beam caught something on the floor in the far corner, more of the white residue, forming a faint trail this time. She followed it to the wall, where a slight discoloration marked the otherwise pristine paint. Pressing her hands against different sections, Ruth felt a subtle give in one panel. She pushed harder, and with a soft click, a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow passage beyond. The tunnel was crude compared to the sophisticated facility that had been built around it. Rough concrete walls, exposed pipes along the ceiling, a packed dirt floor. Ruth's flashlight beam seemed swallowed by the darkness ahead, barely illuminating more than a few yards at a time. She hesitated for only a moment before entering, one hand on the wall for guidance, the other holding the flashlight steady. The air was cooler here, damp with the mineral scent of earth and groundwater. The tunnel angled gradually downward, taking her deeper underground with each step. After what seemed like hundreds of yards, Ruth paused, listening. The silence was absolute. No dripping water, no hum of distant machinery, not even the scurrying of rodents that might have claimed the abandoned passage. The stillness felt deliberate rather than natural, maintained rather than coincidental. She continued forward, more cautious now. The beam of her flashlight caught more white residue occasionally, confirming this passage had seen recent use. The floor sloped more steeply, the walls narrowing slightly as she descended further into the earth. Ruth's backup weapon, a compact Glock she kept in an ankle holster, now felt reassuring against her leg. Without her service weapon, she'd brought the backup out of habit rather than specific concern. Now she was grateful for the instinct. The tunnel began to level out after several minutes, no longer descending, but continuing forward in a straight line. Ruth estimated she'd walked nearly half a mile from the main facility, far enough that she must be approaching the property boundary, perhaps even beyond it. Then, in the distance, she saw it. A faint glow, too steady to be her flashlight reflecting off water or minerals, too yellow to be natural daylight. The illumination grew marginally brighter as she approached, casting enough light that she could now see the tunnel walls without her flashlight. Ruth clicked off her light, relying on the mysterious glow ahead to guide her. She moved more quietly now, footsteps careful and deliberate on the packed earth floor. Her right hand reached down to draw the Glock from its holster, her thumb automatically disengaging the safety. The tunnel ended abruptly at a metal door, painted industrial gray and illuminated by a single bulb in a wire cage above it. Unlike the rough-hewn passage, the door was new, heavy-gauge steel with a sophisticated electronic lock that glowed green, unlocked. Ruth pressed her ear against the cold metal, listening for voices or movement on the other side. Nothing but a faint mechanical hum, possibly a ventilation system or other equipment. Her heart pounded against her ribs, adrenaline sharpening her senses to painful clarity. Every instinct screamed caution, urged retreat, reminded her that she had no backup, no Rangers resources, no way to call for help if things went wrong. But she hadn't come this far to turn back. The therapist had declared war on her specifically, and on the rule of law generally. If this door led to him, or to information about him, she couldn't walk away. Ruth checked her weapon one final time, then positioned herself to the side of the door rather than directly in front of it. She took a deep breath, released it slowly, centered herself in the moment. Then she grasped the handle, turned it with deliberate care, and pushed the door open. Light at the end of the tunnel, she thought grimly, raising her weapon as she advanced toward whatever waited beyond. Chapter 23. The heavy metal door swung open on whisper-quiet hinges, and Ruth froze in the threshold, her mouth actually dropping open at what lay beyond. "Holy shit," she whispered. After the claustrophobic tunnel with its packed dirt floor and exposed pipes, she'd expected to find some kind of utilitarian bunker, maybe a crude surveillance station with folding chairs and military surplus equipment. Instead, she was staring into what looked like a spread from Architectural Digest. The space before her was a luxury apartment that practically screamed money and taste. Honey-toned hardwood gleamed under recessed lighting that cast the perfect warm glow over everything. The kitchen to her left was all gleaming stainless steel and white marble, the kind of place where celebrity chefs filmed cooking segments. A massive sectional sofa in rich brown leather dominated the living area, and God, it looked comfortable, the kind of furniture that swallowed you whole and made you never want to leave. Ruth's pulse hammered in her throat. This was it. This was really it. She was standing in the therapist's secret lair. "Got you, you bastard," she murmured, her mouth curving into a wolfish grin despite the danger. Adrenaline hummed through her veins, sharper and cleaner than any caffeine rush. After days of being on the defensive, of watching her reputation and career crumble. She was finally ahead of him. Finally in his space. And he had no idea. She moved forward cautiously, Glock still raised, every muscle coiled and ready. The silence was thick enough to touch, broken only by the whisper of the central air system and the barely audible electronic hum of what looked like servers housed in a glass cabinet against the far wall. Her shoes made no sound on the plush area rug as she cleared the main living space room by room. A weird, almost hysterical laugh bubbled up in her chest, but never made it past her lips. He'd been here all along. While they'd swarmed over Cross Creek Farm like ants, processing every inch of that property, interviewing neighbors, establishing cordons. He'd been right next door, probably watching them through binoculars, maybe even sipping a damn cocktail while he enjoyed the show. The thought sent a flush of heat up her neck. All those resources, all that manpower, and they'd missed the most obvious thing: check the neighboring property. It was like something out of a Poe story, hiding in plain sight. Ruth moved through the apartment with methodical care, clearing each space professionally despite her racing thoughts. A dining area with a table big enough for dinner parties. A bedroom with a king-size bed that looked like it belonged in a five-star hotel, the charcoal sheets rumpled on one side. Her stomach tightened at the realization that he'd slept here recently, maybe even last night. The bathroom was something else entirely, all marble and glass, with a shower big enough for a basketball team and one of those fancy Japanese toilets with more buttons than a TV remote. She'd seen corporate CEOs with less luxurious setups. This place wasn't just functional, it was a statement, a testament to the occupant's taste for the finer things. Living well is the best revenge, huh? She muttered, taking in the expensive shower products lined up with military precision. She holstered her weapon, though she kept the snap unfastened, ready to draw in a split second if needed. Her heart was still hammering, but the initial spike of adrenaline had mellowed into a steadier buzz that sharpened her senses. She'd always done her best work like this, alert, focused, right on the edge of danger. The office drew her like a magnet. It was something out of a tech mogul's fantasy, with 3 curved monitors arranged in a horseshoe around an ergonomic chair that probably cost more than her first car. The desk itself was some kind of exotic hardwood, its surface gleaming and bare except for a wireless keyboard, mouse, and a leather-bound notebook with a fountain pen laid diagonally across it. Ruth slid into the chair, half expecting alarms to blare or the floor to open beneath her. Nothing happened. The leather felt buttery soft against her back, the chair automatically adjusting to her posture. She couldn't help the snort that escaped her. "Must be nice," she murmured. Her fingertips hovered over the notebook for a moment. This was it, the first real window into the therapist's mind. Her mouth went dry with anticipation as she carefully opened the cover. The handwriting inside hit her like a physical thing. It was perfect, almost inhumanly so, each letter formed with architectural precision, each line perfectly parallel, each margin exact. There was something deeply unsettling about that kind of control, that level of perfection. It wasn't just neat, it was pathological. Ruth leaned closer, pulse quickening as she began to read. These weren't the sanitized medical records they'd found at Cross Creek. These were the therapist's true thoughts, his unfiltered assessments of the people he was breaking and rebuilding. Gregory Slade, lifelong issues with perceived insignificance. Desperately seeks validation from authority figures. Craves recognition with pathological intensity. Trigger phrases should emphasize his unrecognized value, his hidden potential that only I can see. The cold detachment in the words made her skin crawl. This wasn't a therapist helping a patient. This was a predator cataloging weaknesses, identifying exactly where to sink his claws. Caroline Wakefield, classic borderline characteristics beneath the socialite facade. Pronounced tendencies towards self-destructive behaviors that can be redirected outward with proper conditioning. Extraordinarily responsive to physical-emotional association techniques. Trigger phrases should emphasize her capacity for meaningful action within a void of purpose. Ruth swallowed hard, remembering Caroline's face behind the wheel of that F-150, the cold determination in her eyes as she tried to ram the Range Rover with Ruth's children inside. The woman who'd written those desperate, pleading letters to her family in those first days at Cross Creek had been systematically dismantled and rebuilt into a weapon. David Miller, obsessive personality with rigid moral framework. Deep-seated anger at systematic injustice, particularly when experienced personally. Analytical to a fault, needing structured justification for emotional responses. Trigger phrases should emphasize logical imperative of corrective action. The memory of Miller's eyes, as the light faded from them, flashed in Ruth's mind. She could still feel the recoil of her weapon, still smell the copper tang of blood. She'd shot him believing he was about to deploy a bioweapon that would kill hundreds. The therapist had known exactly what buttons to push, exactly how to program Miller to appear as threatening as possible, and exactly how Ruth would respond. "Son of a bitch," she whispered, the words inadequate for the white-hot rage building in her chest. She turned the pages with trembling fingers, finding detailed psychological profiles for Angela Reeves, Thomas Burke, and several names she didn't recognize. Future victims, perhaps, being groomed for whatever came next in the therapist's grand plan. On the final pages, she found what looked like a standardized protocol, a template for turning people into weapons. Phase 1, destabilization 2-3 weeks. Isolation, irregular sleep patterns, intermittent reinforcement of dependency. Subject must be brought to state of malleable confusion while maintaining cognitive function. Phase 2, identity erosion, 4-6 weeks. Systematic deconstruction of self-concept through targeted emotional triggering and validation withdrawal. Subject's autonomous decision-making must be replaced with pattern-seeking validation from authority. Phase 3, reconstruction, 6-8 weeks. Introduction of new motivational framework, repetition of core concepts during heightened emotional states, association of physical-emotional pleasure with compliance. Phase 4, specialization 2-4 weeks. Target identification, tactical training utilizing subject's existing skill set, simulation exercises with escalating intensity. Phase 5, deployment final conditioning, trigger phrase implantation, removal of safety constraints, controlled release. Ruth closed the notebook, a shudder working its way from the base of her spine to her shoulders. This wasn't therapy gone wrong or ethical boundaries crossed. This was something else entirely, something coldly calculated and methodically executed. The casual precision of it all made her want to scrub her skin raw, as if the words themselves were contaminating. "Fuck," she breathed, the syllable heavy with horror and fury and something else, vindication. Here was the proof, laid out in the therapist's own hand. Everything she'd theorized about Cross Creek was true, and worse than she'd imagined. She turned to the computer, then hesitated. The screens remained dark, and her limited experience with high-level cybersecurity told her that trying to access the system might trigger all kinds of alerts, or, worse, wipe the very evidence she was hoping to find. Better to leave that to the professionals once she'd secured the scene. Instead, she methodically went through the desk drawers. Most contained exactly what you'd expect: expensive pens, printer paper, paper clips arranged with obsessive precision. but the bottom right drawer made her breath catch. A row of thumb drives, each labeled with patient initials and dates. And beside them, a small digital recorder, the kind favored by doctors and lawyers for dictation. Ruth's hand actually trembled as she picked it up. An audio journal. The therapist's own voice, his own thoughts recorded for posterity. She felt a surge of something close to euphoria. This was better than she'd dared hope for. With this evidence, she could prove everything. She could clear her name, get her badge back, bring this monster to justice. She pressed play, keeping the volume low, every nerve ending in her body tingling with anticipation. The voice that emerged made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. That cultured, measured tone she'd heard on the phone just yesterday, now speaking right into her ear. Session notes, Caroline Wakefield, day 45, the voice began. Subject continues to show exceptional responsiveness to conditioning. The association of physical pleasure with compliance has created the expected neurotransmitter cascade effect. She now exhibits physiological arousal responses to verbal approval alone, without any physical stimulus required. Pavlovian in its simplicity, yet remarkably effective. Ruth's stomach turned over. The casual way he described rewiring Caroline's brain, linking obedience and pleasure at a neurochemical level, it was obscene. A pause in the recording, then the sound of liquid being poured into a glass. The targeting parameters have been established. Subject has internalized the necessity of eliminating Dr. Johnson once her conditioning is complete. She accepts this as a necessary step in her own healing journey, believes it will provide closure for perceived betrayals by authority figures throughout her life. Jesus, Ruth whispered, her earlier theory confirmed. Caroline killing Johnson hadn't been some random act or a sign that her conditioning had failed. It had been planned all along. The therapist had programmed his own partner's death into the system from the beginning. Which meant, "You were cleaning house," she said aloud, the realization hitting her with the force of a physical blow. "Getting rid of witnesses, covering your tracks." She skipped through the recordings, hunger for information overpowering her disgust. Slade remains problematic. His natural subservience makes him susceptible to basic conditioning, but his intelligence is lower than optimal, requiring more repetition. Burke's progress is remarkable. His technical expertise, combined with his grief-driven rage, creates an ideal vehicle for precision targeting. Miller's initial resistance has given way to extraordinary compliance. The financial framework he's constructed independently exceeds my expectations. Each fragment painted a clearer picture of the therapist's methods, his cold assessment of human beings as nothing more than machines to be reprogrammed. Ruth felt sick and triumphant at the same time, her mind racing ahead to what this evidence would mean, for the case, for her career, for justice. Then she found it, an entry labeled with yesterday's date. Ranger Ruth Baker remains a problem, though a diminishing one, the therapist's voice observed, a note of satisfaction evident that made Ruth's teeth clench. The social media campaign has been more effective than anticipated. Public opinion has turned decisively against her, with major news outlets now running features questioning her stability and fitness for duty. The sound of ice clinking in a glass, followed by the soft sound of swallowing. Ruth could almost see him, lounging in one of those leather armchairs, sipping his expensive whiskey while he gloated over destroying her life's work. Her badge and weapon have been confiscated, her credibility destroyed. Yet her response to my call was unexpected. Most subjects, when faced with such complete dismantling of their professional identity, retreat into defensive postures. Baker showed no such response. Her defiance suggests a psychological resilience I had not fully accounted for. Despite everything, Ruth felt a fierce surge of satisfaction. She'd surprised him, gotten under his skin, even a little. For someone as controlling as the therapist, that had to rankle. It changes nothing, of course, the voice continued after a longer pause. With or without her badge, she poses no real threat to the operation. The primary objective continues on schedule. Ruth frowned, leaning closer. Primary objective. Gregory Slade makes his first court appearance today at 3 o'clock. His preliminary competency hearing is a mere formality. The defense will argue for further psychological evaluation, while the prosecutor will push for immediate arraignment. What neither side realizes is that Slade will not leave the courthouse alive. What? Ruth yelped, glancing at her watch. 2:17 p.m. Less than 45 minutes. His continued existence presents an unacceptable liability. Despite his resistance to interrogation, thus far, extended custody creates too much opportunity for breakdown or manipulation by skilled questioners. The contingency has been prepared since his capture. A simple, untraceable intervention that will be recorded as natural causes. Case closed, liability eliminated. Ruth's heart hammered against her ribs. The therapist was going to kill Slade, today, during his court appearance. She fumbled with the recorder, rewinding to make sure she'd heard correctly. One by one, the loose ends are being eliminated. The therapist's voice continued, a note of pride evident that made Ruth want to punch something. Wakefield terminated. Miller terminated. Slade to be terminated today. Burke remains operational, though his utility is nearing its end. Reeves has begun her final sequence, targeting the detective who dismissed her case so cavalierly. By week's end, all active assets will have served their purpose, leaving no connections to trace, no evidence to find, and no witnesses to question. The recording ended, and Ruth shot to her feet, knocking over the chair in her haste. Her mind raced through options, discarding each as quickly as it formed. Call courthouse security. Who would believe the disgraced ranger ranting about a conspiracy? Call Aaron. That would mean admitting where she was, what she'd found, technically breaking and entering, which could compromise the entire case if not handled correctly. No time for second-guessing. If she was going to stop the therapist and save Slade, she needed to move now. She grabbed the thumb drives and the recorder, shoving them into her jacket pocket. The physical evidence would have to be enough. She could always come back for more once Slade was safe and the therapist was in custody. The tunnel seemed twice as long on the return journey, her lungs burning as she pushed herself to move faster. Seconds ticked by in her head, each one bringing Slade closer to whatever intervention the therapist had planned. By the time she emerged from the house and sprinted to Aaron's truck, her shoulder was screaming with pain and her shirt was plastered to her back with sweat. She threw herself behind the wheel and fired up the engine, the tires spraying gravel as she accelerated down the driveway. The county courthouse was 25 minutes away in normal traffic. She'd need to make it in 15 if she had any hope of intercepting the therapist before he could carry out his plan. As she pushed the old truck to its limits, engine roaring in protest, Ruth's mind fixed on a single thought. She'd come too far, lost too much, to let the therapist slip away now. Gregory Slade might be a deeply troubled man who had done terrible things under the therapist's influence, but he was also her best chance, maybe her only chance, to catch the real monster behind it all. And nothing, not her suspended badge, not her ruined reputation, not even her own physical limitations, was going to stop her from seizing that chance.
Chapter 24. The therapist dabbed the corner of his mouth with a linen napkin, savoring the last bite of his seared scallop. The plate before him was still half full, a masterfully presented piece of Chilean sea bass that deserved more attention than he had given it. The glass of Sansera beside it remained nearly untouched, its pale gold catching the light from the restaurant's tasteful chandeliers. Food was one of life's great pleasures, particularly when prepared with such obvious skill, but today his appetite was diminished by anticipation. There was something exquisite about the hours before a carefully orchestrated operation reached its culmination, a delicious tension, a sense of potential energy awaiting release. He'd experienced similar sensations during his surgical residency decades ago, that moment of perfect clarity before the first incision. He glanced at his watch, a Patek Philippe Calatrava in rose gold that had cost more than most people's cars. 2:30. Perfect timing. The restaurant itself was a study in understated luxury, crisp white tablecloths, subdued lighting, the kind of attentive but unobtrusive service that spoke to generations of accumulated wealth rather than nouveau rich ostentation. A suitable venue for a man of his position and taste. He preferred establishments where the staff recognized him but didn't fawn, where other patrons were important enough themselves not to be impressed by his presence. Doctor. Chef Ochoa had emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron as he approached the table. His expression carried that particular mixture of pride and anxiety that creative professionals often displayed when seeking validation from valued patrons. Was everything to your satisfaction today? The therapist offered a smile that he knew projected both warmth and authority. He'd practiced it for years, calibrating the precise ratio of teeth to lip, the exact crinkle at the corners of his eyes. Like all his expressions, it was a carefully constructed tool designed to produce a specific effect in its recipient. Impeccable as always, Miguel. Your sea bass is truly exceptional. The chef's gaze flicked to the barely touched plate, then back to the therapist's face, a flash of anxiety crossing his features. You've hardly eaten, sir. Was there something wrong with the preparation? Not at all, the therapist reassured him, his tone carrying the soothing cadence he used with anxious patience. I have an important appointment this afternoon, so I'm staying light. A professional necessity, I'm afraid. He watched the reassurance work its predictable effect on Ochoa's face, the slight relaxation around the eyes, the unconscious straightening of posture. Humans were so beautifully responsive to properly calibrated input. This was what had first drawn him to psychiatry, not some sentimental desire to heal, but fascination with the mechanics of the human mind. How it could be adjusted, recalibrated, reprogrammed with the right combination of stimuli. Well, we're always honored to have you, Doctor, Ochoa said, offering a small bow that bordered on obsequious. Your support means the world to us. The pleasure is mine, the therapist replied, already calculating the appropriate tip to leave. 25% would maintain his status as a valued regular without appearing ostentatious. He preferred to be remembered favorably, but not extensively discussed in his absence. As Ochoa returned to the kitchen, the therapist took a final sip of the Sansera, allowing himself to fully appreciate its mineral complexity. Like most pleasures, wine was best enjoyed with complete attention, a moment of mindfulness that the modern world so rarely permitted. This capacity for focused appreciation was something most people lacked, rushing through sensory experiences without truly absorbing their nuances. It was this same deficiency that made society so vulnerable to manipulation, people moving through their lives on autopilot, minds cluttered with social media detritus and manufactured outrage, never developing the clarity to recognize the forces shaping their thoughts and behaviors. They lived in a toxic ecosystem of misinformation and emotional manipulation, yet condemned his work as unethical. The irony was almost too perfect. His therapy was simply a more direct, more honest version of what already permeated every aspect of modern life. Corporations, political parties, religious institutions, all engaged in ongoing campaigns to reshape human perception and behavior. But they hid their manipulations beneath sanctimonious rhetoric about freedom and choice. At least his work acknowledged the fundamental truth: free will was largely illusory, and those with sufficient understanding of human psychology could redirect it toward more constructive outcomes. After settling the bill and leaving precisely 25%, the therapist made his way through the dining room with unhurried confidence. Several patrons nodded in recognition as he passed: a board member from Austin General, the wife of a state senator, a real estate developer whose son had benefited from his conventional therapy at St. Helens. He acknowledged each with the precise degree of familiarity their relationship warranted, neither too warm nor too cold. These social niceties were a necessary performance, part of the carefully constructed persona that allowed him to operate within society's upper echelons while pursuing his true work. The mask rarely slipped. He'd spent decades perfecting it, crafting a public identity that deflected scrutiny rather than invited it. Outside, the afternoon sun felt pleasant against his skin. The therapist paused on the restaurant steps, breathing deeply and appreciating the moment. Despite the minor annoyances of recent days, there was something deeply satisfying about executing a well-designed plan, about watching each component slot into place exactly as intended. The destruction of Cross Creek Farm was unfortunate. Years of planning and substantial financial investment now rendered useless. The underground complex had been particularly satisfying, with its patient rooms, therapy suites, and his private apartment connected by the original tunnel. Close enough to monitor operations directly, yet completely secure from discovery. A perfectionist in all things, he had overseen every detail of its construction, from the soundproofing specifications to the precise dimensions of the conditioning chairs. But adaptability was essential to survival, a principle as true in psychology as in evolutionary biology. New facilities could be constructed, new patients identified and recruited. The methodology remained intact, proven effective across multiple subjects. More importantly, the primary objective had been achieved: 4 successful deployments, each one demonstrating the viability of the conditioning protocol in real-world applications. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Withdrawing it, he saw Montgomery's name on the display and suppressed a flicker of irritation. The lawyer was effective but required more hand-holding than he preferred in an associate. Still, her connections in the legal community had proven invaluable, particularly in managing Caroline Wakefield's transfer to St. Helens and the subsequent obstruction of Ranger Baker's investigation. "Yes, Cheryl," he answered, tempering his impatience with professional courtesy. "Doctor." Beetlejuice, Montgomery's voice carried its usual crisp efficiency, though he detected an undercurrent of tension. "I've just been contacted by someone from the FBI's Forensic Accounting Department. They've flagged several transactions between the McClelland Holdings subsidiary and the offshore accounts you established for Cross Creek's operational funding." The use of his name, his professional identity, shifted his mental framework, transitioning him fully into his role as Dr. Julian Beetlejuice, respected psychiatrist and director of St. Helens Wellness and Recovery Center. He continued walking toward his car, his expression betraying none of the calculation happening behind it. "I see. And what exactly are they asking about?" "Specifically, they want documentation for the construction work completed 2 years ago. They've noticed that the payments were routed through 3 different shell companies before reaching the final recipients. Montgomery's voice took on an edge of genuine concern. And there's more. The new beneficial ownership law that went into effect last month requires all companies to disclose their ultimate beneficial owners. I've been filing extensions, but we can't delay indefinitely. I'm aware of the legislation, Cheryl, he replied, a note of condescension entering his voice. What concerns me is that despite the chain of shell corporations and even the anonymous LLC in New Mexico, they might eventually trace both St. Helens and Cross Creek back to you personally. The FBI Financial Crimes Unit is particularly. I pay you obscene amounts of money precisely to prevent such concerns from reaching me. Beetlejuice cut her off, his tone hardening to a degree he rarely permitted in public interactions. The mask slipped, revealing the cold calculation beneath. Your last bonus alone could purchase a respectable home in most American cities. I don't require your anxiety, I require your competence. The silence on the other end of the line was gratifying. He could almost see her flinching from the verbal lash. When she spoke again, her voice had lost its professional assurance, replaced by something smaller, more primal. Fear. Of course, Dr. Beetlejuice. I apologize for overstepping. I'll handle everything. See that you do, he continued, enjoying the momentary release of showing his true nature. And Cheryl, remember that your connection to certain aspects of our operations would be difficult to explain to the Texas Bar Association should things become complicated. The implicit threat hung in the air for a moment before he smoothly transitioned back to his professional demeanor, the momentary cruelty disappearing beneath layers of cultivated charm. Now I have a commitment this afternoon and am not to be disturbed further. McClelland has dozens of development projects. Express surprise at their inquiry, suggest a possible clerical error, and offer to compile the relevant documentation, which will, of course, take several weeks. Yes, doctor. I'll handle it immediately. Excellent. I knew I could count on you. His voice now carried precisely calibrated warmth, the verbal equivalent of a reassuring pat on the head for a properly chastised dog. We'll discuss progress next week. He ended the call before she could respond and switched his phone to silent. The McClelland Holdings issue was minor, a bureaucratic loose end that Montgomery would tie up neatly. Her fear was a useful tool in ensuring her thorough attention to the matter. Fear, properly applied, was among the most reliable motivators in the human psychological repertoire. His Maybach waited in its reserved parking space, the deep midnight blue exterior gleaming in the sunlight. As he slid behind the wheel, Beetlejuice allowed himself a moment to appreciate the vehicle's perfect craftsmanship, the hand-stitched leather, the burled walnut trim, the absolute silence of the interior once the door closed. This was what most people failed to understand about true luxury. It wasn't about ostentation, but about the cumulative effect of perfect details. The car started with a purr that was felt more than heard, German engineering at its finest. He adjusted the climate control to precisely 72 degrees, selected a Chopin nocturne from the audio system, and pulled smoothly into traffic. The cabin's acoustic insulation created the sensation of being in a private sound chamber, the music enveloping him in delicate patterns of notes that mirrored the complexity of well-designed psychological interventions. As he drove, his thoughts turned to Gregory Slade. Such a disappointing specimen in many ways, limited intelligence, excessive emotional neediness, a fundamental weakness of character that made him simultaneously easy to manipulate and difficult to shape with precision. But he had served his purpose, testing the basic conditioning protocols that would later be refined with Caroline Wakefield and the others. Now Slade had become a liability, a potential witness who might eventually break under continued questioning. The probability was low. Beetlejuice had built robust resistance to interrogation into all his subjects, but he hadn't achieved his current position by taking unnecessary risks. The solution was elegant in its simplicity. The trigger phrase would activate Slade's final conditioning protocol, an overwhelming compulsion to seize a weapon from the nearest authority figure. The courthouse guards would have no choice but to respond with lethal force. A tragic incident, a mentally unstable defendant making a desperate move, case closed. It would be the perfect conclusion to an imperfect subject. Slade's final contribution to the protocol, a demonstration of its irreversibility even under extreme circumstances. The ultimate proof of concept. In death, Gregory Slade would verify what Beetlejuice had long theorized, that properly conditioned responses could override even the most basic instinct for self-preservation. This was the true frontier of psychiatric intervention, not merely treating symptoms or talking through childhood traumas, but fundamentally rewiring the human operating system. Creating new behavioral imperatives powerful enough to supersede biological programming. His work at Cross Creek represented decades of theoretical development finally realized in practical application. Caroline Wakefield had been his most successful subject, her borderline personality providing fertile ground for his recalibration techniques. The physical conditioning had taken spectacularly well, creating the perfect neurochemical associations between obedience and pleasure. She had eliminated Dr. Johnson precisely as programmed, then moved directly to her secondary target, Baker and her family, without hesitation. Such a shame she had failed in that objective. Baker's driving skills had exceeded the baseline projections. An unexpected variable, but not a significant one in the final analysis. Beetlejuice felt a flash of irritation as his thoughts turned to Ranger Ruth Baker. Her persistence had been unexpected. Most law enforcement officers followed predictable patterns, adhered to protocols, stayed within the lines that defined their professional identity. Baker had proven more adaptable, more resilient. The social media campaign should have neutralized her completely, yet something in her reaction suggested she wasn't as thoroughly broken as he'd anticipated. The woman had genuine psychological fortitude, he had to admit. In other circumstances, she might have made an interesting research subject. Her resistance to standard manipulation techniques suggested unusual neural architecture, perhaps a non-typical amygdala response or elevated distress tolerance. So rare to encounter minds that didn't conform to expected parameters. At least she was operating without institutional support now. Her badge confiscated, her credibility destroyed, her every move viewed with suspicion by colleagues and the public alike. An isolated individual posed minimal risk to an operation of this sophistication. The courthouse appeared ahead, its limestone facade gleaming in the afternoon sun. Beetlejuice navigated into the parking lot, finding a suitable space with the efficiency that characterized all his actions. Before exiting, he took a moment to review his mental script for the afternoon. Arrive as Dr. Julian Beetlejuice, respected psychiatrist concerned about a former patient. Express appropriate professional interest in the proceedings. Position himself in the corridor where Slade would pass on his way to the courtroom. 1 moment of proximity, 5 carefully selected words whispered at precisely the right moment, and the problem would resolve itself. The trigger phrase itself was a marvel of psychological engineering, words that appeared innocuous to anyone overhearing them, yet would activate the deeply embedded command sequence in Slade's conditioned mind. The beauty of the technique lay in its specificity. The phrase would mean nothing to anyone else, would trigger nothing in an unconditioned mind, but for Slade, it would create an irresistible compulsion. Beetlejuice checked his appearance in the rearview mirror, immaculate as always, not a hair out of place, his expression composed and professional. He adjusted his tie, a subtle movement that centered him in his role. The face that looked back at him from the mirror was the face of a respected healer, a trusted professional, a man above suspicion. The irony was not lost on him. Society designated certain individuals as healers, invested them with extraordinary authority over human minds, then expressed shock when that authority was exercised in ways that deviated from accepted norms. But what were those norms except arbitrary constraints imposed by institutions resistant to true innovation? His work at Cross Creek wasn't a perversion of psychiatric practice, it was its logical evolution. In a world where digital platforms already conditioned billions of people to respond to algorithmically determined stimuli, his approach merely acknowledged the reality that human beings were programmable systems. He simply operated with greater precision and purpose than the tech companies that harvested attention for profit. The difference was that his conditioning served a higher purpose. Each of his patients had been broken by a system that discarded people without consequence. Each had experienced injuries that conventional therapy couldn't address, not because the therapists lacked skill, but because their methodologies were fundamentally inadequate. Traditional therapy sought to help patients accept their pain. His approach gave that pain purpose and direction. Society needed correction. Needed to be reminded that actions had consequences. His patients were simply agents of that necessary recalibration, damaged people transformed into vectors of meaningful change. They weren't victims, they were pioneers, the first wave of a new therapeutic paradigm that acknowledged the broken social contract and engineered specific interventions to repair it. Beetlejuice stepped from the car, straightening his suit jacket, a bespoke piece from his London tailor, the subtle pattern visible only in certain lights. As he approached the courthouse steps, he felt the familiar calm certainty that preceded the completion of a successful operation. In less than 15 minutes, Gregory Slade would be dead, another loose end neatly severed. He hummed softly to himself as he climbed the courthouse steps, the melody of Taylor Swift's Anti-Hero playing through his mind. Burke had been whistling it during their final session, and something about the tune's catchy superficiality juxtaposed with its darker themes appealed to him. The security checkpoint awaited just inside the entrance, a perfunctory process for someone of his appearance and demeanor. Guards rarely scrutinized men in $1,000 suits with advanced degrees and perfect diction. Another example of the cognitive biases his work exploited with such precision. Beetlejuice smiled to himself as he prepared to pass through the metal detector, already rehearsing the appropriately shocked expression he would adopt when chaos erupted around him.
Chapter 25. Ruth's knuckles whitened around the steering wheel as she pushed Aaron's old Chevy truck beyond its comfort zone. The engine shrieked in protest, a high-pitched mechanical wail that seemed to fill the entire cab. The dashboard vibrated violently, ancient gauges bouncing in their housings as the needle on the speedometer crept past 85. She'd never driven the truck this hard before, had never had a reason to test its limits. Until now. The recorder in her pocket felt like it weighed 50 pounds, the damning evidence bouncing against her hip with each pothole in the road. Her mind raced even faster than the truck, replaying snippets of the therapist's voice, those calm, measured tones describing the calculated murder of Gregory Slade. Today at 3 o'clock. Preliminary competency hearing. Will not leave the courthouse alive. Ruth checked her watch. 2:37. 23 minutes. Maybe less, depending on when they brought Slade into the courtroom. Not enough time. Not nearly enough. She swerved around a minivan, earning an angry blast from the horn and a raised middle finger from the driver. The gesture barely registered. Every vehicle on the road was just an obstacle, something to be navigated around as efficiently as possible. The edges of her vision had narrowed to a tunnel, focused entirely on the stretch of highway ahead. Her phone lay on the passenger seat. She fumbled for it without taking her eyes off the road, nearly dropping it in the footwell. The screen lit up at her touch, her thumb dancing across the surface to find Aaron's number. The truck lurched as she hit a pothole, and she overcorrected, sending the vehicle veering dangerously close to the center line. A semi blasted its horn as it passed in the opposite direction, the sound like an angry bellow. The line rang once, twice, 3 times. Each ring a small eternity. Ruth. Aaron's voice finally came through, concern evident even in that single syllable. Everything okay? Listen to me, she said, her voice tight with urgency. The words tumbled out in a breathless rush. I don't have time to explain everything, but we've got an emergency. The therapist is going to kill Slade. Today. At the courthouse. The hearing at 3. A beat of silence then. What? How do you? No time, she cut him off, narrowly avoiding a collision with a sedan that had slowed suddenly in front of her. I found his hideout. Heard his plans. Audio recordings, Aaron. He's going to trigger Slade somehow, make him grab a guard's weapon. Suicide by cop. Ruth, slow down. Where are you now? His voice had shifted, all casual warmth replaced by the focused tension she recognized from critical field operations. Almost to the courthouse, she said, checking her mirrors as she weaved between lanes. I need you to get everyone there. And I mean everyone. I'm going in alone, but I need backup to seal the exits, secure the scene. Absolutely not, Aaron's response was immediate, brooking no argument. Ruth, you're suspended. No badge, no authority. If you go charging into a courthouse with a weapon, then what? She demanded, feeling her control slipping as the pressure built inside her chest. I wait for official channels while Slade gets himself killed. I stand outside while the therapist walks away clean. Not happening. She heard Aaron curse, then the sound of movement, a door slamming. I'm on my way. So is Priya. Jake's across town, but I'll call him. Ruth, please, just wait for me. 10 minutes. That's all I'm asking. Ruth checked her watch again. 2:41. I can't promise that. Damn it, Ruth. If you go in there alone, they could shoot you. You're carrying a weapon into a courthouse as a civilian. The downtown skyline loomed ahead, buildings reaching toward the clear blue sky. The truck's engine groaned as she pushed the accelerator further, the speedometer needle trembling just past 90. She'd never driven it this fast before, had no idea how much more it could take. I have to go, she said, making the final turn that would take her to the courthouse. Get here as fast as you can. She ended the call before Aaron could protest further, tossing the phone onto the passenger seat. The courthouse appeared ahead, a massive limestone structure with broad steps leading to columned entrances. Even from this distance, she could see people moving up and down those steps. Lawyers with briefcases, families huddled in tense groups, the daily machinery of justice grinding on, oblivious to the life-or-death drama about to unfold within its walls. Traffic thickened as she approached downtown, forcing her to slow. Ruth fought the urge to lay on the horn, knowing it would only draw unwanted attention. Instead, she wove between lanes with mounting desperation, taking calculated risks at each intersection. A taxi swerved to avoid her, its driver shouting something she couldn't hear through the closed windows. A bicycle messenger flattened himself against a parked car as she squeezed through a gap that was barely wide enough for the truck. Each second felt like sand slipping through her fingers. Irretrievable. Precious. The courthouse plaza finally appeared, the broad steps already in shadow as the afternoon sun slid westward. Ruth spotted a no-parking zone directly in front of the main steps and jerked the wheel hard, sending the truck into a skidding half-turn that ended with the vehicle half on the sidewalk. The tires bumped over the curb with a jolt that rattled her teeth, the truck coming to a stop at an awkward angle that blocked 2 lanes of traffic. She didn't bother to shut off the engine or grab the keys. Every second counted now. Ruth was out of the cab in an instant, slamming the door behind her. Her right hand instinctively checked her ankle holster, confirming the Glock was secure but accessible. The weapon provided a strange comfort, a connection to the authority that had been stripped from her. Her injured shoulder throbbed in protest as she broke into a run, but the pain felt distant, unimportant. A uniformed security guard stationed at the plaza perimeter immediately moved toward her, hand raised in protest. He was young, probably in his early 20s, with a severe crew cut and a face flushed from standing in the afternoon heat. "Hey, you can't park there," he shouted, indignation rising in his voice as he took in the haphazardly abandoned truck. Ruth ignored him completely, lengthening her stride as she headed for the main entrance. She heard the guard's radio crackle to life as he reported the incident, but she was already 30 yards away, taking the broad stone steps 2 at a time. The courthouse's main entrance loomed before her, glass doors beneath an austere stone arch, metal detectors visible just inside the threshold. 4 security officers monitored the entrance, their expressions shifting from boredom to alertness as they registered her rapid approach. One of them, a heavy-set man with a salt-and-pepper mustache, stepped forward slightly, hand resting casually near his weapon. Ruth's mind raced through scenarios, none of them good. The moment she entered those doors, the metal detectors would scream to life. Security protocol would require them to detain her, to confiscate her weapon. They wouldn't listen to explanations about the therapist, about Gregory Slade, about a conspiracy so elaborate it strained belief. But there was no other way in, no time for subterfuge. She hit the doors at full speed, slamming them open with both hands. The security officers reacted immediately, their casual alertness transforming into focused tension. The metal detectors shrieked as she passed through them, their high-pitched wail adding to the chaos. "Ma'am, stop right there." The officer with the mustache stepped directly into her path, hand raised like a traffic cop. Ruth dodged around him, her body responding automatically to years of field training. A sidestep, a pivot, and she was past him. She clipped his shoulder as she moved, sending him staggering sideways with a grunt of surprise. Behind her, radios squawked with urgent voices. "Security alert. Main entrance. Female suspect armed." The grand hall of the courthouse stretched before her, high-ceilinged and echoing with the sounds of her pursuit. The space was crowded with people going about their normal business, finely dressed lawyers consulting with nervous clients, families waiting for hearings, court reporters hurrying between courtrooms. Heads turned at the commotion, faces registering confusion, then alarm. Ruth spotted the main staircase to her right, a broad marble affair with ornate brass railings that curved upward through the center of the building. The elevators would be too slow, too easily controlled by security. She veered toward the stairs, taking them at a reckless pace that sent jolts of pain through her knees with each impact. Her breath came in controlled bursts as she climbed, her body falling into the rhythm of exertion she'd learned during ranger training. In through the nose for 2 steps, out through the mouth for 2 steps. Control the breathing, control the body. Control the body, control the mind. 2nd floor. The stairwell curved, opening onto another wide corridor filled with courtrooms handling civil matters. Divorce proceedings, property disputes, small claims court, not what she needed. The criminal courts would be higher up, where security could be tighter, access more controlled. Behind her, she heard the clatter of boots on marble as security gave chase. Their radios continued to crackle with tense communications, voices overlapping as they coordinated their response. She couldn't make out individual words over the pounding of her pulse in her ears, but the meaning was clear enough. They were locking down the building, calling in reinforcements, preparing to stop the armed intruder disrupting the sanctity of the courthouse. Ruth took the next flight of stairs in a frantic rush, lungs burning with the effort. Her injured shoulder throbbed in time with her heartbeat, a steady pulse of pain that she pushed to the edges of her awareness. At the 3rd floor landing, she paused for a split second, orienting herself. A directory mounted on the wall indicated courtrooms 1018 to the left, criminal proceedings, where Slade would be appearing. She turned, pushing through heavy fire doors into a bustling corridor lined with dark wood benches and even darker paneling. The space seemed to close around her, crowded with bodies and tension. Lawyers with briefcases and tablets moved purposefully from room to room. Defendants in civilian clothes sat on benches, their expressions tight with anxiety as they waited for their moment before the judge. Court officers in khaki uniforms escorted shackled prisoners in orange jumpsuits, their chains creating a soft, rhythmic clanking that somehow cut through the general murmur of voices. Ruth scanned the crowd, searching for any sign of Gregory Slade or, more importantly, the therapist himself. The corridor stretched ahead, numbered doors on either side. Courtroom 10. Courtroom 11. She moved forward, shoulder-checking a startled paralegal who barely managed to keep his grip on a stack of file folders. Behind her, the fire doors slammed open with enough force to bang against the wall. The security team had reached the 3rd floor. Stop. Security. Stop right now. The command cut through the ambient noise, silencing conversations and freezing movement throughout the corridor. Dozens of eyes turned toward Ruth, then toward the security officers advancing behind her, hands hovering near their weapons. Ruth didn't look back. She knew they wouldn't risk firing in a crowded hallway, too many innocent bystanders, too much potential for tragedy. That knowledge gave her the freedom to keep moving, to focus entirely on what lay ahead. She collided with a silver-haired lawyer in an expensive suit, his arms full of legal briefs. The impact sent papers flying in all directions, white sheets fluttering through the air like startled birds before settling on the polished floor. The lawyer shouted something indignant after her, but Ruth was already 10 feet away, the scattered documents settling in her wake. Courtroom 12 appeared on her right, its polished oak door emblazoned with gold numerals. Beside it, a smaller door marked "Restricted Access" that she recognized as the entrance used to bring in defendants in custody. This was it, the place where Gregory Slade would appear for his competency hearing. The place where the therapist planned to execute him by proxy. Her hand dropped to her ankle, fingers closing around the grip of the Glock. The weight of the weapon was reassuring as she drew it, her movements smooth and sure despite the pounding of her heart and the burn in her lungs. The elevators at the far end of the corridor dinged, their doors sliding open to reveal more security personnel, 3 officers in tactical gear, weapons already drawn. They spotted her immediately, spreading out to create a controlled field of fire. Behind her, the first security team had reached the scattered legal briefs, forcing them to slow their advance as they picked their way through the paper obstacle. Ruth was caught between 2 security teams, closing in from both directions. No time to explain, no time to pull out her Rangers ID and try to make them understand. She needed eyes on the restricted access door, needed to see who went in or out, needed to stop the therapist before he could reach Slade. The door opened. 2 uniformed court officers emerged, flanking a man in an orange jumpsuit with County Jail stenciled across the back in block letters. Even in profile, she recognized him instantly, Gregory Slade, his shoulders slumped, his posture expressing a defeat that seemed bone-deep. His wrists were cuffed in front of him, connected to a chain around his waist that limited his movement to small, shuffling steps. And then, approaching from the opposite direction, came a figure that made Ruth's heart stutter in her chest. Tall, silver-haired, impeccably dressed in a charcoal suit that radiated wealth and taste. His posture was perfect, his stride confident without appearing hurried. Something about his bearing, the way he occupied space, tugged at her memory. The silver-haired man nodded to one of the court officers, a collegial gesture between professionals. The officer nodded back, clearly recognizing him, offering the respect due to someone of standing in the courthouse hierarchy. He moved closer to Slade, his mouth opening to speak. And in that moment, as his profile came fully into view, recognition slammed into Ruth with the force of a physical blow. Dr. Julian Beetlejuice, director of St. Helens Wellness Center. The same man who had stonewalled her investigation, who had hidden Caroline Wakefield behind a wall of legal protection. The therapist. The realization crystallized with absolute certainty. Beetlejuice leaned toward Slade, lips moving in what looked like a whispered comment. Whatever he was saying, Ruth knew with bone-deep certainty that these were the trigger words, the phrases designed to activate Slade's final conditioning protocol. "A freeze," she shouted, her voice carrying the full force of her rage and triumph. The Glock felt steady in her hands as she raised it, muscle memory positioning her body in the perfect shooting stance despite the chaos around her. "Beetlejuice. Don't move." The silver-haired man turned toward her, surprise flickering across his aristocratic features before smoothing into professional composure. Their eyes met across the corridor, and in that moment, Ruth saw something that chilled her to the bone, recognition, calculation, and beneath it all, a cold amusement that held no trace of fear. The therapist's lips curved in the ghost of a smile as the security teams converged from both directions, weapons drawn, voices raised in a cacophony of commands. "Drop your weapon. Drop it now." Chapter 26. Time seemed to freeze in the crowded courthouse corridor. Ruth, with her weapon raised, Beetlejuice's lips curved in that ghost of a smile, security officers converging from both directions. Then Gregory Slade's head snapped up, his eyes widening, pupils dilating in an instant reaction to whatever Beetlejuice had whispered. The transformation was immediate and terrifying, the defeated slump of his shoulders replaced by coiled tension, his previously vacant gaze now laser-focused. "A gun!" someone shouted as Slade lunged for the nearest guard's holster. The guard was still half-turned toward Ruth, momentarily distracted by the armed woman who just burst into the corridor. That split second of divided attention was all Slade needed. His cuffed hands moved with shocking speed, yanking the guard's weapon free before anyone could react. Chaos erupted, People screamed, dropping to the floor or scrambling for cover. The security teams froze in confusion, weapons swinging between Ruth and Slade, uncertain which threat demanded immediate attention. Lawyers, defendants, and courthouse staff pressed themselves against the walls or dived behind benches, creating a surge of panicked movement that further disoriented the guards. "Everybody down!" A security officer shouted, his voice nearly lost in the cacophony of screams and pounding footsteps. Ruth kept her focus on Slade, watching as he brandished the stolen pistol with the erratic movements of someone operating on pure instinct rather than conscious thought. His eyes were unfocused, his breathing rapid and shallow, classic signs of dissociation. The therapist's trigger phrase had activated, pushing Slade's conscious mind aside and replacing it with programmed responses. In the corner of her vision, Ruth registered Beetlejuice backing away, using the panic to slip toward the stairwell door. She had only seconds to make a decision: pursue the therapist or neutralize the immediate danger Slade posed to everyone in the corridor. No real choice at all. "Lower your weapons," Ruth shouted to the security teams, never taking her eyes off Slade. Then, gentler, addressing him directly, "Gregory, look at me." Slade's head jerked toward her voice, the gun following his gaze, but his eyes remained distant, unseeing. The weapon trembled in his cuffed hands. Ruth slowly lowered her Glock, making her movements deliberate and non-threatening. "I know what they did to you at Cross Creek. I know about the therapy rooms, the conditioning, all of it." She took a careful step forward, then another. The corridor had grown eerily quiet, the initial panic settling into a tense silence broken only by muffled whimpers and Slade's ragged breathing. Those who hadn't managed to flee entirely had pressed themselves against the walls or crouched behind whatever meager cover they could find. Briefcases held over heads, bodies wedged into doorway recesses. "You don't want to do this," Ruth continued, moving closer still. "This isn't you, this is his programming. Dr. Johnson's. The therapist's." A flicker of confusion crossed Slade's face at the mention of those names, a momentary crack in the conditioned response. "Your sister, Janet." "Your nephew, Tyler," Ruth said, recalling details from his file. "They need you." Janet's been calling the jail every day, trying to arrange a visit. Slade blinked rapidly, the gun dipping slightly. "Janet." The word emerged as a question, his voice rough from disuse. "That's right. Janet. She still believes in you." Ruth was close enough now to smell the institutional soap on his skin, the stale sweat of fear. "She knows something went wrong with your treatment. She's been fighting for you." Tears welled in Slade's eyes, spilling over to track down his weathered cheeks. The programmed response was weakening, his true self fighting to regain control. "They got inside my head," he whispered, the words barely audible. "I couldn't. I didn't want to." "I know," Ruth nodded, keeping her voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through her system. The security officers remained frozen, weapons trained, but holding fire as the tense drama unfolded. What they did to you wasn't therapy. It was conditioning, manipulation. None of this is your fault. The gun continued its gradual descent, Slade's grip loosening. His face contorted with the internal struggle, the therapist's programming fighting against his emerging consciousness. "Let me help you, Gregory," Ruth said, close enough now that she could reach out and touch him if she dared. "Give me the gun. Don't let them win. Don't give the therapist what he wants." For a long, agonizing moment, Slade stood trembling, caught between conflicting imperatives. Then, with a broken sob, he extended the weapon toward Ruth, grip first. "I just wanted someone to see me," he said, his voice cracking. "To acknowledge that I mattered." Ruth gently took the gun, immediately passing it to the nearest guard without breaking eye contact with Slade. "I see you," she said softly. "And I'm going to make sure everyone knows what was really done to you." Slade collapsed then, knees buckling as if strings had been cut. Ruth caught him before he hit the floor, easing him down as he wept against her shoulder. In that moment, she didn't see the man who had taken hostages, who had threatened innocent people. She saw only another victim of the therapist's twisted manipulations. "Stand down," a familiar voice called from the end of the corridor. "Texas Rangers. Everyone stand down." Ruth looked up to see Aaron pushing through the security cordon, badge raised, his expression a mixture of relief and exasperation as he spotted her on the floor with Slade. "Secure the prisoner," Aaron ordered, gesturing to the court officers who stood frozen nearby. They moved forward cautiously, still wary despite Slade's now docile state. Ruth gave his shoulder a final reassuring squeeze before releasing him to their custody. Aaron was at her side in seconds, helping her to her feet. "You okay?" "Beetlejuice," Ruth said urgently, scanning the crowd that remained huddled in the corridor. "The therapist, it's Dr. Beetlejuice from St. Helens. He was right here, talking to Slade. He triggered him." Aaron followed her gaze, but the silver-haired psychiatrist was nowhere to be seen. "Are you sure?" "Positive. I saw him with my own eyes." Ruth turned in a complete circle, searching each face. "He must have slipped out during the chaos." Her eyes landed on the stairwell door, still slowly closing on its pneumatic hinge. "There." Aaron grabbed the security chief's attention. "Lock down the building. No one in or out. We've got a suspect on the move, Dr. Julian Beetlejuice, about 6 foot, silver hair, expensive suit." The chief nodded, already barking orders into his radio, coordinating the courthouse security teams to seal all exits. Ruth was already moving toward the stairwell, pushing through the door without waiting for Aaron's inevitable objection. The concrete enclosure echoed with the sound of rapidly descending footsteps several flights below. "Ruth, wait." Aaron called from the doorway. "We need to coordinate." But she was already taking the stairs 2 at a time, ignoring the ache in her shoulder, the burn in her lungs. After months of playing defense, of watching the therapist manipulate events from the shadows, she finally had him in her sights. She wasn't about to let him slip away again. 2 floors down, Ruth paused to listen. The footsteps had stopped. She leaned over the railing, searching the vertical space between the zigzagging flights. 3 floors below, a flash of movement caught her eye, a figure slipping through a door. "Beetlejuice," she shouted, her voice bouncing off the concrete walls. "Stop." She heard Aaron's footsteps behind her, gaining ground quickly. He was faster on the stairs, his longer legs giving him an advantage she couldn't match. But she had too much of a head start for him to catch her before she reached the floor where Beetlejuice had disappeared. The door swung shut just as she rounded the landing on the 2nd floor. Behind her, Aaron's voice echoed down the stairwell. "Ruth. Wait for backup." She ignored him, continuing her rapid descent. As she approached the ground floor, a voice called up to her, echoing strangely in the enclosed space. "Well played, Baker." The cultured tones were unmistakable, carrying that same calm certainty she'd heard on the recordings. But the game isn't over yet. Ruth increased her pace, throwing herself down the final flight. By the time she burst through the door into what appeared to be the underground parking level, the therapist was nowhere to be seen. The parking garage was vast, concrete pillars stretching in every direction, creating a forest of shadows and blind spots. Emergency lights flashed, casting alternating red and white pulses across the scene. She could hear sirens outside, the wail of police cruisers and ambulances responding to the courthouse emergency. Ruth drew her weapon again, moving cautiously between the parked vehicles. Every instinct in her body screamed that she was being watched, that Beetlejuice was still here, observing her frantic search with that same cold amusement she'd seen in his eyes upstairs. "Doctor, Beetlejuice," she called out, her voice echoing off the concrete ceiling. "It's over. We know who you are. What you've done." Only silence answered her. She continued her search, checking between vehicles, behind pillars, the Glock extended in a proper two-handed grip despite the protest from her injured shoulder. The underground garage was beginning to fill with first responders, police officers establishing a perimeter, emergency medical technicians staging for potential casualties. "Police, drop your weapon. Now." Ruth froze at the command, suddenly aware of how she must appear. A woman with no visible badge, weapon drawn, searching the parking garage during an active security incident. 3 officers had taken positions behind their patrol vehicle, weapons trained on her. "I'm Texas Ranger Ruth Baker," she called back, keeping her gun pointed at the ground but not yet lowering it completely. "I'm pursuing a suspect in multiple homicides." "Drop the weapons," the officer repeated, unmoved by her explanation. "On the ground now." For a split second, Ruth considered refusing, considered explaining about the therapist, about the stolen evidence in her pocket, about the immediate danger of letting Beetlejuice escape. But she recognized the futility of that approach. These officers saw only an armed civilian in a secure area, a potential threat that needed to be neutralized. They weren't going to listen to complicated explanations about psychological conditioning and patient weaponization. Slowly, carefully, she bent and placed the Glock on the concrete floor, then straightened, hands raised to shoulder height. "Move away from the weapon," the officer ordered, and Ruth complied, taking 3 measured steps backward. The officers advanced cautiously, weapons still trained on her center mass. The lead officer had just reached for his handcuffs when Aaron's voice cut through the tension. "Stand down. She's with me." He jogged toward them, badge held high, his expression grim with determination. "Texas Rangers. This woman is Ranger Ruth Baker, temporarily suspended, but acting on direct orders from me regarding an ongoing investigation." The officers hesitated, looking between Aaron and Ruth with obvious uncertainty. Aaron's authoritative presence, coupled with his immaculate credentials, created just enough doubt to pause their advance. "We've got an armed suspect in the building," Aaron continued, his tone brooking no argument. "Every second we waste here increases his chances of escape." After a moment's further hesitation, the lead officer nodded, lowering his weapon slightly. "What suspect?" "Dr. Julian Beetlejuice," Ruth said, already moving to retrieve her Glock. "Silver hair, 6 feet tall, charcoal suit. Director of St. Helens Wellness Center and the mastermind behind multiple homicides." The officers exchanged glances, then the lead officer spoke into his radio, relaying the description to the responding units. Within moments, the parking garage was alive with coordinated movement, officers establishing search patterns, checking vehicles, sealing exits. Ruth rejoined Aaron, holstering her weapon with a grim expression. "He's gone, isn't he?" Aaron's silence was answer enough. They both knew the odds of capturing someone as careful and methodical as the therapist in this kind of chaos were vanishingly small. He would have prepared multiple escape routes, contingency plans for every scenario. Still, they searched. For the next 30 minutes, they worked with the local police, checking every corner of the parking garage, reviewing security camera footage, questioning witnesses. But as each minute passed without a sign of Beetlejuice, Ruth's certainty grew. He had slipped through their fingers again. "We have his identity now," Aaron said, as they finally paused near the parking garage entrance, watching as police continued their systematic search. "His face, his name, his position at St. Helens. He can't hide anymore." Ruth nodded, but the victory felt hollow. The therapist, Beetlejuice, might be exposed, but he was also at large. And a man like that, intelligent enough to orchestrate the elaborate psychological conditioning program at Cross Creek, ruthless enough to sacrifice his own patients as pawns in his game, would not simply surrender because his name was known. He would adapt, evolve, find new methods, new victims, new ways to pursue whatever twisted agenda drove him. "This isn't over," she said, the words carrying equal parts exhaustion and determination. "Not by a long shot." Aaron placed a hand on her uninjured shoulder, the gesture conveying both support and shared resolve. "No. But he's running now. And we're hunting." Ruth looked out at the growing police presence, the flashing lights, the coordinated search efforts. For the first time in days, she felt something like hope stirring beneath the frustration. The therapist had escaped, for now. But the hunter had become the hunted. And Ruth Baker was a very good hunter.
Chapter 27. The therapist drove with perfect precision through the afternoon traffic, his movements fluid and controlled despite the storm raging inside him. The Maybach had been left in a predetermined parking structure downtown, its keys quietly deposited in a drop box belonging to a shell company that would ensure the vehicle disappeared before any connection could be made. Now he navigated another vehicle, registered to another identity, another corporation, through the upscale neighborhoods of West Austin, where privacy hedges and gated driveways protected the wealthy from scrutiny. Dr. Julian Beetlejuice was rapidly becoming a liability. A face attached to security camera footage, a name being spoken into police radios across the city. The thought sent a cold pulse of fury through his chest, a sensation so unfamiliar that it took him a moment to properly identify it. Right. Pure and unrefined. 47 years of perfect control. 47 years of orchestrating events from behind the scenes, of pulling strings while remaining safely beyond the spotlight. All of it compromised because of one infuriatingly persistent Texas Ranger and a patient too weak-willed to follow his programming to its conclusion. His fingers tightened imperceptibly on the steering wheel, the only outward sign of the emotional tempest within him. Traffic opened before him as if sensing his mood, allowing him to navigate unimpeded through streets that should have been congested at this hour. The climate control maintained a perfect 72 degrees, the leather seat molding to his form with engineered precision. These small comforts, typically sources of satisfaction, now seemed hollow in the face of Ruth Baker's inexcusable interference. The townhouse appeared ahead, a contemporary 3-story structure of steel and glass nestled inconspicuously among similar properties. It bore no personal touches, no identifying characteristics that would connect it to him. Simply one of many assets held by Meridian Properties, a subsidiary of McClelland Holdings. The garage door rose at the press of a button, closing behind him with a soft whir. The therapist sat motionless for a long moment after switching off the engine, surveying the pristine space, the polished concrete floor, the perfectly organized tools hanging on the pegboard wall, the workbench where not a single screwdriver or wrench lay out of place. Everything in its proper position. Everything under control. Except it wasn't. With a fluid motion, he exited the vehicle, moving through the connecting door into the townhouse's main living area. The space was simultaneously luxurious and austere, minimalist furnishings in shades of charcoal and ivory, abstract art on the walls selected for its complete lack of emotional provocation, recessed lighting that cast no shadows. It was a space designed for clarity of thought, for precision of purpose. Today, it would serve a different function. Today, it would witness his transformation. The therapist moved directly to the master suite, shedding his suit jacket with a single graceful movement and hanging it precisely on the valet stand beside the closet. Each subsequent item of clothing followed, the silk tie with its subtle pattern, the French-cuffed shirt with mother-of-pearl buttons, the tailored trousers with their perfect break. Each piece arranged exactly as it should be, a ritual of order in the face of impending chaos. Standing before the full-length mirror in his boxer briefs, he studied the body that had served him for 64 years. Lean and well-maintained through careful diet and regular exercise, it remained an efficient vehicle for his consciousness. The silver hair that crowned his head had been cultivated as deliberately as everything else in his life, cut every 14 days by the same barber, styled to project wisdom and authority without vanity. That carefully constructed image would have to be sacrificed. A small price to pay for continued freedom, for the opportunity to complete what he had begun. From beneath the sink, he retrieved supplies purchased years ago for exactly this contingency: hair dye in a flat medium brown, colored contacts to transform his distinctive gray eyes to an unremarkable hazel, a pair of non-prescription glasses with thick plastic frames that would alter the contours of his face. Additional items waited in the closet, clothing he would never have selected under normal circumstances, garments chosen specifically for their divergence from his usual impeccable taste. The transformation process was methodical, each step executed with the same precision he brought to all his activities. He applied the hair dye with latex-gloved hands, following the instructions with scientific accuracy despite their simplistic language. While it processed, he scrolled through news updates on his secure tablet, absorbing information about the courthouse incident with cool detachment. Hostage situation at Travis County Courthouse ends without casualties. Suspect in custody. Police searching for second subject. He continued scrolling, finding a live video feed from a local news channel. The reporter stood on the courthouse steps, microphone in hand, the scene behind her still chaotic with emergency vehicles and law enforcement personnel. Sources confirm that Texas Ranger Ruth Baker, who was recently suspended following controversy over her use of deadly force, was instrumental in talking down the armed suspect. Witnesses say Baker entered the courthouse without authorization and confronted the suspect, identified as Gregory Slade, who had obtained a weapon from a court officer. The therapist's jaw tightened imperceptibly. So Baker had not only survived, but emerged as a hero. And Slade, weak, malleable, ultimately useless Slade, had failed to accomplish even the simple task of getting himself killed. He set the tablet down carefully, resisting the unprofessional urge to fling it against the wall. Such displays of emotional incontinence were beneath him, the province of lesser minds unable to channel their baser impulses toward productive ends. Still, the disappointment was acute. The courthouse scenario had been meticulously planned, Slade's trigger phrase calibrated to provoke a response that would inevitably result in his death at the hands of armed guards. With his death, the last connection to Cross Creek Farm would have been severed, the final loose end neatly tied. Instead, Baker had disrupted everything, had somehow penetrated the conditioning that should have been impervious to external influence. It was unprecedented, disturbing, fascinating. The timer on his phone chimed softly, indicating the hair dye had processed long enough. He rinsed it thoroughly, towel dried with precise movements, then examined the result with professional objectivity. The flat brown color lacked the distinguished elegance of his natural silver, but accomplished the necessary transformation. Next came the colored contacts, altering his steel-gray gaze to an unmemorable hazel. The difference was startling, the intensity of his eyes, one of his most striking features, now muted behind an artificial filter that changed not just their color, but somehow their very character. The final physical elements of the disguise waited in the closet, clothing so divergent from his usual attire that it felt like a form of self-mutilation to even touch the garments. Distressed jeans with a deliberately faded wash. A plaid shirt in jarring blues and reds, its fabric a cotton blend that felt coarse against his skin, accustomed to Sea Island cotton and fine merino wool. A belt with an oversized buckle featuring a longhorn steer motif. Boots, actual cowboy boots, in a tan leather that had been artificially distressed to appear well worn. The piece de resistance waited on the closet shelf, a cowboy hat in a shade the manufacturer had presumably deemed natural straw, but which bore no resemblance to any natural material the therapist had encountered in his extensive travels. He dressed with methodical efficiency despite his distaste, then forced himself to look in the mirror. The transformation was both disturbing and impressive, not merely a disguise, but a complete physical recoding of his external presentation. The distinguished psychiatrist had vanished, replaced by a middle-aged Texan of the sort found in any suburban sports bar or community barbecue. Common, he murmured, the word distasteful on his tongue. The reflection staring back at him was the embodiment of everything he disdained, the aesthetic mediocrity of middle America, the celebration of an artificial authenticity that was, in fact, merely another form of mass-produced identity. The hat in particular felt like a physical manifestation of defeat, its brim casting a shadow across features now arranged in an expression of barely contained revulsion. All of this humiliating degradation of self, was directly attributable to Ruth Baker. She had forced this upon him, had driven him from his carefully constructed world into this crude facsimile of existence. The thought crystallized the rage that had been building since the courthouse, transforming it from an unfocused emotional response into something cold and usable. His tablet chimed with an incoming message, a news alert. He opened it to find footage from a helicopter circling the courthouse, capturing the moment when Ruth Baker emerged from the building, her arm around a shell-shocked Gregory Slade, officers flanking them on both sides. The camera zoomed in, catching her expression, firm, determined, but with an unmistakable softness as she guided Slade toward a waiting ambulance. The therapist set the tablet down with exaggerated care, his movements so precise they betrayed the effort required to maintain control. Gregory Slade, the most disappointing patient in his extensive practice. The man had been programmed with perfect precision, triggers embedded into his neural pathways through weeks of careful conditioning, response patterns calibrated to produce a specific outcome. And yet somehow Ruth Baker had reached past all of that conditioning with nothing more than words, had somehow activated stronger emotional channels that had overridden his programming. Unacceptable, infuriating, but not ultimately catastrophic. The therapist moved to the kitchen, its sleek surfaces reflecting the afternoon sunlight that streamed through the wall of windows overlooking a carefully landscaped courtyard. From a drawer containing nothing but a single burner phone, he removed the device and powered it on. The phone held just 2 numbers, each connected to a patient who remained operational, each representing a carefully designed intervention. He selected the first number, Thomas Burke, and waited while it connected. 3 rings, then a voice that carried the flat affect of someone operating under post-conditioning protocols. Yes. Burke's voice was quiet, controlled, empty of the emotional fluctuations that characterized normal human speech. I see the horizon, the therapist said, the activation phrase flowing smoothly despite the circumstances. Balance requires sacrifice. There was a moment of silence on the line, then Burke's voice returned, now carrying a slight tremor of anticipation. I understand. Phase 3 is ready. Proceed as planned, the therapist instructed, his own voice modulated to convey authority and certainty. The timeline has accelerated. Deployment is immediate. Immediate, Burke repeated, the word carrying both acknowledgement and purpose. I won't fail you. The therapist ended the call without further comment. Burke had been among his most responsive patients, methodical by nature, his methodical skill as an electrician translating perfectly to the demands of his conditioning. The hospital sabotage had been flawlessly executed, exactly as designed. His next assignment would be equally successful. The second number connected more quickly. Angela Reeves answered on the first ring, as if she had been waiting with the phone in hand. I've been expecting your call, she said, her voice carrying the particular cadence that emerged during final conditioning, a rhythm that suggested the merger of conscious thought with programmed response. Perfect integration. The scales must balance, the therapist said, the trigger phrase eliciting an audible intake of breath on the other end of the line. Yes, Reeves answered, her voice now firmer, more purposeful. They must. Proceed, he instructed simply. Today. He ended the call, setting the phone down on the immaculate quartz countertop. A feeling akin to satisfaction, though colder, more measured, spread through his chest. Burke and Reeves remained operational, their conditioning intact, their purposes clear. 2 instruments of precision, ready to execute their programming with the efficiency that Slade had failed to demonstrate. And they weren't his only assets. There were others, patients whose conditioning had been completed but who remained in reserve, awaiting activation. Contingency plans developed and implemented long before Ruth Baker had stumbled into his carefully constructed world. The therapist moved to the wall of windows, gazing out at the meticulously maintained courtyard beyond. A stone path wound through carefully positioned native plants, creating the illusion of natural growth within a framework of absolute control. It was how he had always approached his work, guiding natural human tendencies within structures of his own design, allowing for the appearance of autonomy while maintaining perfect direction. Ruth Baker had disrupted that pattern, had introduced chaos into his system, had exposed his identity and sent law enforcement searching for Dr. Julian Beetlejuice. She'd shown a capability he hadn't anticipated, a resilience that defied his expectations. Not that it would save her. Not now. Not after she had forced him into this cowboy costume, this crude approximation of the common man he had spent a lifetime rising above. The therapist turned from the window, a decision crystallizing in his mind. He moved to the garage, where a vehicle waited that represented the final element of his transformation. Not the Maybach, not any of the European luxury cars that normally conveyed him through the world. A truck. A Chevrolet Silverado, black, recent model but not brand new, tinted windows concealing the interior. One of the most common vehicles in Texas, virtually invisible among thousands of identical counterparts. He had purchased it years ago as part of his contingency planning, had maintained it in perfect condition while hoping never to need it. Now it would serve as his transport, his mobile base of operations, while he implemented the final phase of his recalibration program. Phase 1, Ruth Baker. The thought of her suffering brought the first smile to his lips since the courthouse debacle, a cold, precise curving of the mouth that never reached his eyes, now hidden behind their hazel disguise. She would not merely die. She would experience the systematic deconstruction of everything she valued, everything she believed about herself and the world around her. He would apply the same conditioning principles that had transformed his patients, but without the therapeutic intent, without the ultimate goal of reconstruction. Only destruction. Complete and irrevocable. He climbed into the truck, the foreign sensation of denim against the seat creating a momentary discomfort that he catalogued and dismissed. The cowboy hat brushed against the roof, and he removed it with a flash of irritation, placing it on the passenger seat. Even in this crude disguise, there were limits to what he would tolerate. The engine started with a growl that lacked the refined purr of his preferred vehicles. Everything about this situation was an affront to his sensibilities, an insult to the carefully curated existence he had built. And all of it could be traced directly to Ruth Baker's interference. As he pulled out of the garage, the evening news played on the truck's sound system, the reporter's voice filling the cabin with details of the courthouse incident. Baker was being hailed as a hero for diffusing the situation, for talking Slade down when armed officers had been prepared to use deadly force. There was speculation that her suspension might be reviewed in light of her actions. The therapist's hands tightened on the steering wheel, not enough to affect his driving, but enough to register the surge of cold fury that coursed through him at the thought of Baker not merely surviving, but potentially being reinstated. It was unacceptable. An outcome that required immediate correction. But as quickly as the emotion arose, he contained it, channeling it into the methodical planning that had always been his greatest strength. Emotions were tools, nothing more, useful when properly directed, dangerous when given free rein. The rage he felt toward Baker would serve a purpose, would fuel the precision of his response. He drove without a specific destination, the act of movement allowing his mind to work through scenarios coldly, one by one. Burke was in motion now, proceeding with the plan they had developed together during their final sessions. Reeves would locate Detective Donovan and apply the correction protocol they had established. Both operations would proceed with or without his direct oversight, the conditioning sufficient to ensure completion. That left him free to focus on Baker personally. To implement the specialized protocol he had been developing since their first encounter, refined through each subsequent interaction. She wasn't merely another target for correction. She had become something more significant, a test subject of exceptional interest, a challenge worthy of his finest work. He had studied her, of course. Had accessed her personnel files through channels that would never be traced back to him. Had learned about her deceased husband, her deaf daughter, her developing relationship with Tate. Had identified every potential pressure point, every vulnerability that could be exploited. The truck approached an intersection, the traffic light turning red as he neared. He brought the vehicle to a precise stop, positioned exactly behind the white line that marked the crossing boundary. Even in this crude disguise, even in the midst of implementing contingency protocols, certain standards would be maintained. As he waited for the light to change, the therapist allowed himself to envision Ruth Baker's final moments, the recognition in her eyes as she realized that everything she valued had been systematically destroyed, that everyone she loved had been taken from her, that the foundations of her identity had been strategically undermined. He imagined the precise quality of her despair, the specific cadence of her breathing as she confronted absolute defeat. Only then, when she had been thoroughly broken, would he end her life. A detached termination, quick and final. The light changed to green, and the therapist accelerated smoothly, merging smoothly into traffic. The anger that had threatened to overwhelm him earlier had been fully integrated now, transformed into cold purpose, into methodical intent. He felt only clarity, only certainty. Ruth Baker would learn what it meant to interfere with his work. Would understand in her final moments the error of challenging someone who had spent a lifetime mastering the architecture of human breaking points. Would experience firsthand what it meant to be the focus of his undivided therapeutic attention. The thought brought a sense of anticipation that was almost pleasant, a professional satisfaction in the elegant solution to the problem she presented. The cowboy hat on the passenger seat, the denim against his skin, the crude vehicle surrounding him, all of it was temporary. A transient inconvenience on the path to rectification. As the evening shadows lengthened across Austin, the therapist drove on, a perfectly ordinary-looking man in a perfectly ordinary truck, invisible among thousands of similar vehicles. Behind the wheel, behind the hazel contacts and medium brown hair dye, behind the carefully constructed mask of normalcy, his mind worked coldly, mapping the most efficient path to Ruth Baker's complete destruction.
Chapter 28. The afternoon sun slanted through the live oak branches, dappling the picnic table with shifting patterns of light and shadow. Ruth watched the play of sunlight across the scarred wooden surface, finding a strange comfort in its randomness after days of calculated chaos. Zilker Park hummed with the ambient sounds of normal life, children's laughter from the playground, a pickup soccer game in the distance, dogs barking as they chased frisbees across the open field. The mundane soundtrack of everyday existence continuing despite everything. She glanced up as Aaron approached with 2 coffee cups, steam rising in the cooling air. Behind him, her team was arriving in staggered intervals, parking in different sections of the lot, approaching from different directions, basic tradecraft to avoid drawing attention to their gathering. The caution might have seemed paranoid a week ago. Now it felt like necessary prudence. "How's the shoulder?" Aaron asked, setting a cup in front of her. Ruth rotated it experimentally, wincing at the dull throb that accompanied the movement. "Better than yesterday. Worse than I pretend." A ghost of a smile crossed his face, the closest thing to levity either of them had managed in days. He settled beside her on the bench, close enough that their shoulders touched, the contact grounding her in a way words couldn't. Jake arrived first, his usual easy confidence subdued into a watchful alertness she'd never seen in him before. He carried a laptop bag slung over one shoulder, a burner phone visible in his hand. Priya and Andrea appeared next, walking together along the jogging path that circled the park's perimeter, their casual attire and measured pace designed to make them look like friends out for an afternoon stroll rather than rangers meeting their suspended colleague. Brett completed the team, approaching from the opposite direction, a backpack that undoubtedly contained more equipment than clothing hanging from one broad shoulder. When they were all seated, a circle of grim determination around the weathered picnic table, Ruth felt a surge of emotion so powerful it momentarily robbed her of speech. These people, her team, her friends, were risking their careers to help her. The realization humbled her in ways she couldn't articulate. "Thank you," she said finally, the simple words inadequate to the weight of feeling behind them. "All of you. I know what you're risking by being here." Jake waved away her gratitude with a dismissive gesture that didn't quite hide the seriousness in his eyes. "Save it for when we've actually accomplished something, boss." "Speaking of which," Priya said, opening her laptop. The operation is showing early signs of success. She turned the screen so Ruth could see a social media dashboard displaying multiple platforms simultaneously: Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Instagram. Highlighted posts showed the actual footage from the courthouse, the school incident with Wakefield, and the confrontation with Miller, unmanipulated, unedited, revealing the truth Ruth had lived through. We've created specific hashtags to counter the ones the therapist deployed, Priya explained, her fingers dancing across the keyboard to bring up additional analytics. Truth about Baker is gaining traction, especially after we leaked the raw courthouse security footage showing Slade's actual state and behavior. Ruth leaned closer, scanning the comment threads. Unlike the vicious condemnation that had filled these same platforms days earlier, these responses carried a different tone: outrage on her behalf, calls for investigation into the manipulated videos, support from citizens and law enforcement officers alike. This is just the beginning, Andrea added, pulling up another set of metrics on her own laptop. The Cross Creek files are generating even more engagement. People are horrified by what was happening there. The screen showed snippets of the therapist's patient notes, the conditioning protocols, the photographs of the underground facility with its restraint chairs and monitoring systems. Each post had thousands of shares, tens of thousands of comments expressing shock and disgust. People have shifted their focus from you to Dr. Beetlejuice, Brett observed, pointing to trend lines that showed the dramatic swing in public attention. The narrative is changing from rogue ranger to hero who exposed a monster. You should see the reactions to the recordings, Jake added, a grim satisfaction in his voice. People can't believe a doctor would talk about patients that way, like they're just objects to be reprogrammed. Ruth felt a complex mixture of relief and caution. This helps, but we need to remember that social media isn't real life. The therapist is still out there, and he's still dangerous. Speaking of danger, Aaron interjected, any leads on Burke and Reeves? The team's expressions sobered immediately. APD has officers stationed at Detective Donovan's residence and workplace, Jake reported. They're taking the threat seriously, especially after what happened with Slade. But Reeves is still in the wind. And Burke? Ruth asked. Brett shook his head. Nothing so far. We've got alerts on his truck, credit cards, phone, every digital footprint we can track. But the guy's an electrician with a specialization in security systems. He knows how to avoid surveillance. Ruth nodded, unsurprised but disappointed. They'd been working at a disadvantage from the beginning, always one step behind the therapist and his conditioned patients. Even with the full resources of the Rangers, they struggled to anticipate moves planned by a mind as calculating as Beetlejuice's. We found something else you should see, Priya said, her voice taking on an edge of excitement as she pulled up a new file. We've been data mining testimonials from former patients at St. Helens, the legitimate facility, not Cross Creek. Most are what you'd expect from a high-end recovery center, but there are outliers. She highlighted several reviews, each separated by months or years, each containing certain repeated phrases that sent a chill down Ruth's spine. The true healing journey requires balance. Pain deserves acknowledgement. Some injuries can only be corrected through directed action. Ruth recognized the language immediately, the same conditioning phraseology they'd found in the Cross Creek patient journals. He was identifying potential subjects at St. Helens. Recruiting ground, Aaron agreed. Patients with the right psychological profiles, already isolated in a controlled environment where he had complete access. And complete deniability, Ruth added, the pieces clicking together. If anything went wrong with his therapy, it would be attributed to the patient's pre-existing condition, not his intervention. The thought made her stomach turn. How many patients had passed through St. Helens under Beetlejuice's care? How many had been subjected to the early stages of his conditioning, perhaps without even realizing it? But that's not the biggest news, Andrea said, shooting a glance at Jake. He took over, pulling up a series of property records, corporate filings, and financial statements. We've been digging into Beetlejuice's holdings. The guy's smart. Everything's buried under layers of shell companies, offshore accounts, blind trusts. But there's always a thread to pull if you look hard enough. Ruth leaned forward, scanning the documents. What am I looking at? McClelland Holdings, Jake explained. It's the parent company that owns St. Helens, plus about a dozen other properties across Texas, including Cross Creek Farm. Ruth finished for him, her pulse quickening. And the neighboring property, Jake confirmed, highlighting a deed transfer from 3 years earlier. 200 acres adjacent to Cross Creek, purchased through a subsidiary called Meridian Properties. That's how he maintained direct access, Aaron said, the realization dawning in his eyes. He wasn't just visiting Cross Creek, he was living next door. With an underground tunnel connecting the properties, Ruth added, remembering the passageway she'd discovered in therapy Suite 3. He could come and go without anyone seeing him, without appearing on any visitor logs or security cameras. The revelation sent a ripple of energy through the team, the first concrete lead they'd had on Beetlejuice's potential whereabouts. There's more, Priya said, pulling up another document. McClelland Holdings owns at least 15 residential properties throughout Texas and neighboring states. Luxury condos, isolated ranch houses, urban townhomes, each purchased within the last decade, each maintained by property management companies that never interact with the actual owner. Safe houses, Aaron translated. Escape routes. Ruth felt a familiar tension building at the base of her skull, the hunter sensing prey. We need to search every one of them. That's the problem, Brett interjected. We'd need warrants, and even with all this financial data, establishing probable cause for 15 separate locations would take days, maybe weeks. We'd need to show direct ownership by Beetlejuice, not just the corporate entities. Which is why we're focusing on this, Jake said, pulling up a driver's license photo of an elegantly dressed woman in her 50s with the severe expression of someone who charged by the minute for her attention. Cheryl Montgomery, general counsel for McClelland Holdings and Beetlejuice's personal attorney. Ruth recognized her immediately, the lawyer who had blocked her access to Caroline Wakefield at St. Helens, who had wielded legal jargon like a weapon to obstruct the investigation. Montgomery's the key, Jake continued. She's the only person whose name appears on legal documents for both Cross Creek and St. Helens. She signs the checks, reviews the contracts, files the incorporation papers, and maintains attorney-client privilege to protect Beetlejuice, Ruth added, seeing the strategic brilliance of the arrangement. All communications between Beetlejuice and Montgomery would be legally shielded from investigation. Exactly, Jake confirmed. But here's the thing, she's scared. According to our sources at the courthouse, she's been reaching out to several high-profile criminal defense attorneys in the past 24 hours. Looking for representation for herself, Ruth concluded. Not just Beetlejuice. The rats are abandoning the ship, Brett said with grim satisfaction. Ruth's phone vibrated in her pocket. She checked the display, surprised to see Agent Sophia Reyes' name on the screen. She hadn't spoken to the FBI agent since the courthouse incident. "Excuse me," she said, stepping away from the table. "I need to take this." She moved to a quiet spot beneath a sprawling oak tree, far enough from the playground noise for privacy. "Rays. Thank you for calling back." "Baker," Ray's voice carried its usual professional efficiency. "I don't have much time, and technically this conversation isn't happening." "Understood," Ruth said, the familiar dance of off-the-record information, exchange as natural as breathing after years in law enforcement. "Our Financial Crimes Division has been investigating St. Helens Wellness Center for months," Ray's continued, lowering her voice slightly. "Money laundering, tax evasion, fraudulent billing, the usual white-collar package. But what started as a routine financial investigation turned into something much bigger when your Cross Creek case broke." Ruth listened intently, mentally connecting the new information with what they'd already uncovered. "You've found the link between St. Helens and Cross Creek." "More than that," Ray's confirmed. "We've established Beetlejuice as the beneficial owner of both facilities, plus at least 20 other properties across 5 states. The man's worth somewhere north of $50 million, most of it hidden in offshore accounts and cryptocurrency holdings." The scale of it momentarily took Ruth aback. $50 million. The kind of resources that could buy new identities, private transportation, secluded hideaways in countries without extradition treaties. "He's planning to run," she said, the certainty settling in her gut like a stone. "If he hasn't already," Ray's agreed. "Our sources at DHS confirm unusual activity on private airstrips around Austin. Nothing concrete yet, but someone's making arrangements for an international departure that bypasses normal customs procedures." Ruth's mind raced through the implications. "How much time do we have?" "Hours, not days," Ray's replied, her tone grim. "We're pushing for emergency warrants based on flight risk, but you know how these things go with high-profile suspects. His lawyers will fight every step, delay every proceeding. While he disappears to some villa in a country that won't send him back," Ruth finished. "Exactly." There was a pause, then Ray's continued with careful precision. "If someone were to locate Beetlejuice before he left U.S. soil, that would simplify matters considerably. Especially if that someone had personal knowledge of his activities that could justify immediate intervention." The message was clear. The FBI knew Beetlejuice was planning to flee, but bureaucratic procedures would slow their response. Ruth, operating outside official channels while suspended, had more flexibility. It wasn't an explicit endorsement of extrajudicial action, but it was as close as a federal agent could come. "I appreciate the information," Ruth said, matching Ray's careful tone. "Purely professional courtesy." "Of course," Ray's replied, the ghost of a smile audible in her voice. "One last thing, Baker. The vehicle registered to Beetlejuice's primary residence, a Maybach sedan, was found abandoned in a parking structure downtown yesterday afternoon. Traffic cameras caught it entering, but there's no footage of the driver. He could be in anything now." "Understood. Thank you." "Good hunting, Baker." The line went dead. Ruth stood for a moment under the oak tree, processing the new information. Beetlejuice was preparing to flee the country, probably within the next 24 to 48 hours. His financial resources would make normal law enforcement tracking nearly impossible once he left U.S. jurisdiction. The window was closing. She returned to the picnic table, where the team waited expectantly. Erin's eyes met hers, reading the tension in her expression. "News." "Beetlejuice is planning to leave the country," she said, getting straight to the point. FBI has intelligence suggesting he's arranged private transportation to bypass normal exit procedures. Can they stop him? Brett asked. Ruth shook her head. Not without hard evidence connecting him directly to Cross Creek and the patient deaths. The financial investigation is solid, but white-collar crime doesn't get the same rapid response as murder. So he gets away with it, Priya said, her voice tight with frustration. Disappears to some tropical paradise, while his victims are either dead or left to deal with the psychological damage he inflicted. Not if we find him first, Ruth replied, feeling the familiar calm certainty that always came when a case crystallized into clear action. We know he's still in the area. We know he's owned by at least 20 properties in 5 states. And we know he has one lawyer who knows where he is. Montgomery, Aaron said, understanding immediately. Ruth nodded. Montgomery. She's his link to everything: property management, financial transactions, legal protection. And according to Jake, she's worried enough to be shopping for her own criminal defense. You think she'll flip on him? Andrea asked. I think she's a survivor, Ruth replied. The kind of person who recognizes when a ship is sinking and makes sure she's first in line for a lifeboat. Aaron stood, his mind clearly already shifting into tactical planning. So we talked to Montgomery. Not we, Ruth corrected. You. You're still a ranger with a badge. I'm a suspended officer with no legal authority to question witnesses. And if I just happen to bring my suspended partner along as a consultant? Aaron asked, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ruth felt an answering smile forming on her own lips, the first genuine one in days. That would be highly irregular, Ranger Tate. Good thing I've never been a stickler for procedure, he replied, already reaching for his keys. The team rose as one, a synchronicity born of years working together. We'll keep working the social media angle, Andrea promised. Every hour we gain more traction against the therapist's campaign. And I'll keep digging into those property records, Jake added. If Montgomery gives you nothing, we'll still have options. I'll coordinate with the FBI on their financial investigation, Priya said. There might be recent transactions that could indicate which property he's using right now. And I'll have tactical gear ready, Brett finished. Just say the word. Ruth looked at each of them in turn, these people who had become more than colleagues, more than friends, a family forged in the crucible of shared purpose. They were risking everything, careers, reputations, possibly even freedom, to help her bring down the therapist. Thank you, she said simply, knowing they understood all that remained unspoken. As they dispersed, returning to their vehicles with the same staggered timing and varied routes they'd used to arrive, Ruth felt a surging certainty that had been absent since her suspension. They would find Beetlejuice. They would stop him before he could hurt anyone else. And they would ensure that justice, real justice, not the twisted version he'd programmed into his patients, would be served. Aaron waited by his truck, holding the passenger door open for her with exaggerated formality. Ready to visit a lawyer, Consultant Baker. More than ready, Ruth replied, sliding into the seat. Let's see if Montgomery values self-preservation over client confidentiality. Chapter 29. The drive to Montgomery's downtown law office took less than 20 minutes, the afternoon traffic flow working in their favor for once. They rode in comfortable silence, each preparing mentally for the coming confrontation. Ruth watched the Austin skyline grow larger through the windshield, imagining Beetlejuice somewhere in that sprawling cityscape, perhaps making his final preparations for escape. Not if she found him first. Aaron parked in the public garage across from Montgomery's building, a gleaming tower of steel and glass that housed several of Austin's most prestigious law firms. They took the elevator to the 14th floor, where McClelland Holdings maintained its legal department according to the directory, a suite of offices with a view of the state capitol, no expense spared. The reception area spoke of old money and established power. Oriental rugs on marble floors, leather club chairs, oil paintings of Texas landscapes in gilded frames. The receptionist, a young woman with the polished appearance of someone who'd been hired as much for her decorative value as her professional skills, looked up as they approached. "Welcome to Montgomery and Associates," she said, her smile bright and empty. "Do you have an appointment?" Aaron presented his badge with easy authority. "Texas Rangers. We need to speak with Ms. Montgomery immediately regarding an ongoing investigation." The receptionist's smile faltered, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "I'll check if she's available. Your names?" "Ranger Aaron Tate and consultant Ruth Baker." "One moment, please." She picked up the phone, turning slightly away as she spoke in hushed tones. Ruth caught fragments. "Ranger's here." "Yes, that Baker. Should I tell them you're in a meeting?" After a brief exchange, the receptionist returned her attention to them, her professional composure noticeably strained. "Ms. Montgomery can give you 15 minutes. Down the hall, last door on the right." "Thank you," Aaron replied with a curt nod. As they walked the corridor, Ruth noted the details that spoke of success and status. Expensive artwork, custom millwork, carpet thick enough to swallow footsteps. The trappings of wealth built on other people's secrets. Montgomery's office occupied the corner position, with floor-to-ceiling windows on two sides providing a panoramic view of downtown Austin. The attorney stood as they entered, her expression guarded behind a mask of professional courtesy. She wore a charcoal suit that probably cost more than Ruth's monthly salary, her silver hair swept into an elegant chignon, her makeup flawless despite the late hour. "Ranger Tate," she acknowledged with a slight nod. "And Ms. Baker. I understand you're no longer with the Rangers." "Temporarily reassigned," Ruth replied smoothly. "Still consulting on the Cross Creek investigation." Montgomery's mouth tightened fractionally, the only indication that the correction had landed. "Please have a seat. Though I should inform you that anything regarding my client, Dr. Beetlejuice, falls under attorney-client privilege." They settled into chairs across from her imposing mahogany desk. Aaron began the interview, his tone casual but focused. "We're not here about Dr. Beetlejuice specifically, Ms. Montgomery. We're interested in McClelland Holdings and its various property investments." "McClelland is a private equity firm with diverse holdings," Montgomery replied, her delivery cool and smooth. "I represent their legal interests in Texas and several neighboring states. But I'm afraid I don't see how this relates to the Rangers' jurisdiction." "It relates when those properties are connected to multiple homicides," Ruth said, holding Montgomery's gaze. "Caroline Wakefield, David Miller, Dr. Lars Johnson. All victims connected to properties owned by McClelland Holdings." Montgomery's expression didn't change, but Ruth noticed a slight tension in her shoulders, a microscopic tightening around her eyes. "Those cases involve Cross Creek Farm, which was a legitimate therapeutic facility until recent unfortunate events. McClelland Holdings owns many properties that operate without incident, including the property adjacent to Cross Creek." Aaron asked. "The one with the underground tunnel connecting directly to the therapy suites." A flicker of surprise crossed Montgomery's face before she could suppress it. I'm not familiar with the specifics of every property in the portfolio. That's interesting, Ruth said, leaning forward slightly. Because your signature appears on all the relevant property transfers. 200 acres purchased 3 years ago through Meridian Properties, a McClellan subsidiary. Your name, your notary stamp, your handwriting on the deed. Montgomery's perfectly manicured nails tapped once against the polished surface of her desk, the first crack in her composed facade. As I said, McClellan has diverse holdings. I process hundreds of documents each month. And the townhouse in Westlake Hills. Aaron continued, building on Ruth's momentum. The penthouse apartment downtown. The ranch outside Fredericksburg. All purchased through different subsidiaries, all with your signature on the paperwork. All legitimate investments, Montgomery countered, though her voice had lost some of its imperious confidence. Ruth decided to change tactics, her voice softening. Ms. Montgomery, we know you've been reaching out to criminal defense attorneys. Not for Dr. Beetlejuice, for yourself. Montgomery went very still, her eyes flickering to the corners of the room as if checking for recording devices. I don't know what you're talking about. 3 calls yesterday to Philip Grayson's office, Aaron said. 2 more to Jessica Winters this morning. Both top-tier criminal defense attorneys who specialize in white-collar crime. Professional networking, Montgomery replied, but the excuse sounded hollow even to her own ears, judging by the slight wince that followed it. The FBI has connected McClellan Holdings to money laundering, Ruth said, pressing harder. Tax evasion. Securities fraud. Not to mention the activities at Cross Creek Farm, which federal prosecutors are already calling a criminal enterprise. She let the implications hang in the air for a moment before continuing. When they start handing out indictments, and they will, everyone connected to McClellan will be under scrutiny. Everyone who signed the paperwork, managed the accounts, facilitated the transactions. I was merely representing my client's interests, Montgomery insisted, but her voice had lost its certainty. And that's exactly what you'll tell a jury, Ruth agreed. But here's the thing about juries. They don't like lawyers who help rich doctors torture vulnerable patients and turn them into weapons. They don't have much sympathy for someone who uses their legal expertise to shield a murderer. I never, Montgomery began, then stopped herself abruptly. I was unaware of any illegal activities at Cross Creek Farm. My involvement was strictly limited to property acquisition and corporate structuring. That's your position, Aaron acknowledged with a small nod. And you're welcome to maintain it throughout your trial, your appeals, and eventually your incarceration. White-collar prisons aren't so bad, I hear. Minimal violence, decent food. Though 25 years is a long time anywhere. Montgomery's composure cracked completely at the number. 25 years. That's absurd. I'm a legitimate attorney representing a man who programmed vulnerable patients to commit murder, Ruth finished for her. A man who tortured people under the guise of therapy, who manipulated the media to destroy my reputation, who is currently planning to flee the country to escape justice. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a near whisper. But here's your opportunity, Ms. Montgomery. Your chance to be on the right side of this case when it eventually goes to trial. To be the person who helped stop him before he could hurt anyone else. Montgomery's gaze darted between them, calculation evident in her eyes. And what exactly would this opportunity entail? Tell us where he is, Aaron said simply. Which property is he using right now? That would be a violation of attorney-client privilege, Montgomery replied, but the protest sounded perfunctory. Not if you have reason to believe he's about to commit another crime, Ruth countered. Not if you're preventing harm, rather than revealing past actions. Montgomery stood abruptly, moving to the window to stare out at the city below. For a long moment, she said nothing, her reflection in the glass revealing the internal struggle playing across her features. He visited the townhouse on Colorado Street yesterday, she said finally, her voice barely audible. It's one of his contingency properties, maintained year-round but rarely used. 3 stories, contemporary design, underground parking. The garage access is in the alley behind the main entrance. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a quick glance, the significance of the information passing between them without words. A location. A starting point. Is he still there? Aaron asked. Montgomery turned back to face them, her expression haunted. I don't know. He doesn't. Check in with me. But he mentioned having vehicles stored at several locations. Preparations for precisely this kind of situation. What kind of vehicles? Ruth pressed. Nothing that would attract attention, Montgomery replied. That's his methodology in everything. Hide in plain sight, blend with surroundings, maintain complete control of all variables. Her mouth twisted in a bitter approximation of a smile. He always said the perfect disguise isn't about changing your appearance, it's about becoming whatever people expect to see. The description sent a chill down Ruth's spine, the psychological insight reminding her of exactly who they were hunting, not just a murderer, but a master manipulator who understood human perception at its most fundamental level. Thank you, Ms. Montgomery, Aaron said, rising from his chair. This information will be taken into consideration when prosecutors are determining charges. Montgomery returned to her desk, sinking into her leather chair with the air of someone who had just made an irrevocable decision. He's dangerous, she said, looking up at Ruth with an expression that might have been regret. More than you realize. Not just because of what he's done, but because of how he thinks. Everything is a calculation to him, every interaction a transaction. There's nothing he won't sacrifice to achieve his objectives. Including you? Ruth asked. Montgomery's laugh held no humor. Especially me. I was never anything more than a functional component in his system. Necessary, but ultimately replaceable. As they turned to leave, Montgomery called after them, her voice carrying a strange intensity. Ranger Baker. Ruth paused at the door, looking back. He mentioned you, Montgomery said. More than once. Not just as an obstacle to be removed, but as a subject of interest. He studies people, assesses their psychological architecture. And something about you captured his attention. The warning hung in the air between them, its implications clear. The therapist hadn't merely identified Ruth as a threat to be eliminated. He had marked her as a challenge, a worthy adversary, perhaps even a potential subject for his twisted methodology. We'll be in touch, Ruth replied, refusing to acknowledge the chill that ran down her spine at Montgomery's words. Outside in the hallway, Aaron waited until they were beyond earshot of Montgomery's office before speaking. Colorado Street townhouse. It's a start. Ruth nodded, her mind already shifting into tactical planning mode. We need surveillance first. Confirm if he's still there, identify any security measures, assess possible entry points. And backup, Aaron added. Even suspended, you're not going after this guy alone. Ruth didn't argue. After everything they'd learned about Beetlejuice, after seeing the cold calculation with which he destroyed lives, she had no illusions about the danger he presented. This was a man who had programmed multiple people to commit violence with nothing more than words and psychological conditioning. A man who had dismantled her reputation piece by piece. A man who saw other human beings as nothing more than systems to be manipulated. As they reached the elevator, Aaron's phone chimed with an incoming message. He checked the display, his expression hardening. It's from Brett. Target identified at Colorado address. Black Chevy truck departing underground garage 20 minutes ago. Heading southwest on Mopac. Ruth felt the hunter's instinct surge through her veins, the familiar clarity that came with closing in on prey. He's on the move. Brett's following at a distance, Aaron continued, reading the rest of the message. Jake and Priya are positioning for intercept if needed. The elevator arrived with a soft chime, the doors sliding open to reveal an empty car. They stepped inside, Aaron already typing a response to Brett as Ruth processed the implications of Beetlejuice's movement. He's running, she said as the doors closed. Montgomery gave us the location of his last stop, not his current position. He's already implementing his escape plan. Aaron nodded grimly, slipping his phone back into his pocket. Brett says the truck is heading toward Hill Country. Could be making for any number of private airstrips out that way. Ruth felt a cold certainty settle in her chest. If Beetlejuice reached a private airfield, if he managed to get on a plane and leave U.S. airspace, they might never find him again. A man with his resources, his psychological insight, his meticulous planning. He could disappear anywhere in the world, become anyone he chose to be. Unless they stopped him first. Aaron's phone rang just as they reached the parking garage exit. He glanced at the display, frowning when he saw Ben's name. It's Miller. He answered on speaker, tucking the phone into the console mount as he navigated toward the street. Ben. We're pursuing a lead on Beetlejuice. Brett's got eyes on a black Chevy truck heading. Aaron, Ben's voice cut through the speaker. Tight with attention Ruth had rarely heard from their typically composed captain. There's a situation at Oak Ridge Academy. Aaron's hands froze on the wheel, his face going suddenly slack. Oak Ridge. That's where your boys go to school, Ben confirmed grimly. And Ava. Ruth felt the world tilt beneath her, everything narrowing to a pinpoint focus on Ben's next words. A cold weight settled in her stomach, a sickening premonition of what was coming. Report came in 3 minutes ago, Ben continued, his voice shifting into the measured tone they all used for crisis situations, though Ruth could hear the tension beneath it. 2 armed individuals entered the school grounds during afternoon dismissal. Multiple shots fired. Responding officers have identified the suspects as Angela Reeves and Thomas Burke. The names hit Ruth like physical blows. Burke. Reeves. The 2 remaining patients from Cross Creek. The ones they'd been tracking, the ones they'd warned about. The ones still under the therapist's control. Casualties? Aaron asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His knuckles had gone white on the steering wheel, the veins in his forearms standing out like cords. None confirmed yet, Ben replied. First units just arrived on scene. SWAT's en route, hostage negotiation team mobilizing. We've got aerial coverage coming online in 5 minutes. Ruth couldn't breathe. Couldn't think past the roaring in her ears, the single thought consuming every cell in her body. Ava. Her daughter, deaf in a shooting situation, unable to hear warnings or instructions. Jake and Marcus, Aaron's boys, somewhere in that school with armed killers who had been programmed specifically to cause maximum destruction. Location of the shooters. Aaron demanded, already pulling out of the parking garage, the tires squealing as he took the turn too sharply. Initial reports place them near the East Gymnasium, Ben said. That's where afternoon pickup happens, Ruth finished, her voice sounding foreign to her own ears. That's where Ava would be waiting. Where Jake and Marcus would be meeting her. Aaron's face had gone the color of bleached bone, a muscle jumping in his jaw as he fought to maintain professional composure. She could see the exact moment when the father in him threatened to overwhelm the Ranger. The flash of naked terror in his eyes, the momentary tremor in his hands before he forced them steady. All available units responding, Ben continued. I've ordered a full perimeter, evacuation protocols for uninvolved students and staff. We're treating this as a targeted attack based on. It is, Ruth cut in, certainty crystallizing like ice in her veins. Beetlejuice activated them. He sent them after our kids. The realization hit Aaron at the same moment. His eyes locked with Ruth's, horror and understanding passing between them in that silent language forged through years of partnership. This is him, Ruth, Aaron said, his voice deadly quiet. He's drawing us away from him. Not just drawing us away, Ruth replied, the pieces clicking into place with terrible clarity. This is his real attack. Not on us, on what we love most. Through the speaker, Ben was still talking, issuing orders, coordinating the response. But Ruth barely heard him. All she could think about was Ava's face that morning as she'd signed goodbye, her expression serious but determined. I can handle bullies at school, she'd signed. If I hide, they win. But these weren't school bullies. These were the therapist's conditioned killers, programmed to destroy without mercy or hesitation. Sent specifically to target what mattered most to Ruth and Aaron. We're 5 minutes out, Aaron said into the phone, already accelerating through a yellow light, the siren blaring as he activated the emergency lights hidden in the truck's grill. Stay on comms, Ben ordered. I'm coordinating from the command center. We'll. Ruth reached over and ended the call, her eyes never leaving Aaron's face. He's going after our kids, she said, the words hanging in the air between them like a death sentence. Aaron's foot slammed down on the accelerator, the truck surging forward with a roar of unleashed power. His face was set in lines of grim determination she'd only seen once before, the day Jim's killer had been cornered after months of pursuit. Not if we get there first, he said, his voice carrying absolute conviction despite the fear she could see blazing in his eyes. Ruth checked her weapon, the familiar weight providing cold comfort as scenarios flashed through her mind, each one more horrific than the last. Ava unable to hear approaching danger. Jake trying to protect his brother and her daughter. Marcus, still so young despite his growing height, facing killers who no longer recognize the value of human life. As they raced through the Austin streets, emergency lights clearing a path through the afternoon traffic, Ruth felt a clarity she'd never experienced before. A cold, crystalline certainty that transcended fear, transcended doubt, transcended every limitation imposed by badges or protocols or legal constraints. The therapist had made his move. Had played his final card. Had chosen the worst possible targets. Faster, she urged, unnecessarily, as Aaron was already pushing the truck beyond any reasonable speed limit. Please, Aaron. Faster. Chapter 30. Ruth spotted the flashing lights from 2 blocks away, a constellation of red and blue pulses that transformed the normally peaceful school zone into a war zone. Aaron took the final turn at dangerous speed, the truck's tires screaming against asphalt as they skidded into the emergency vehicle staging area that had once been Oak Ridge Academy's main parking lot. They were out of the vehicle before it had fully stopped, badges already in hand, Aaron's official, Ruth's technically surrendered but still carried out of habit or perhaps superstition. The scene before them was organized chaos, SWAT vehicles forming a perimeter, ambulances standing by with doors open and crews ready, uniformed officers establishing containment zones fast. Ruth scanned the crowd of terrified parents being held back by a line of officers, searching for any sign of the children. Nothing. Her stomach clenched tighter, the cold certainty of danger solidifying with each passing second. "Command post," Aaron said, already moving toward the mobile operations unit set up near the school's main entrance. Ruth matched his stride, her injured shoulder forgotten in the surge of adrenaline that narrowed her focus to a laser point. They pushed through the gathering of tactical officers, ignoring the startled looks and half-formed objections. At the center of the activity stood a man Ruth recognized immediately, SWAT Commander Miguel Hernandez, a 20-year veteran with whom she'd worked several operations in the past. His weathered face was set in lines of focused determination as he studied building schematics spread across the hood of a tactical vehicle. "Hernandez," Aaron called, his voice carrying the sharp edge of controlled panic. "Status?" Hernandez looked up, surprise flickering across his features before being replaced by professional assessment. "Tate. Baker." His eyes lingered on Ruth's face for a moment longer, recognition of their personal stake in this situation evident in the slight softening of his expression. Two subjects, armed, holding approximately 15 hostages in the East Gymnasium. 7 adults, teachers and staff, 8 children. "Names?" Ruth asked, the single word carrying the weight of everything she couldn't bring herself to say aloud. Hernandez checked a tablet handed to him by a tactical officer. "We're still working on positive IDs for all hostages, but we have confirmed Jake Tate, Marcus Tate, and Ava Baker among them." The confirmation hit Ruth like a physical blow, though she'd already known it in her bones. She locked her knees to keep from swaying, aware of Aaron going utterly still beside her, his breathing shifting into the controlled pattern he used during the most dangerous operations. "The subjects?" Aaron asked, his voice eerily calm. "Angela Reeves and Thomas Burke," Hernandez confirmed. Just as Captain Miller reported. They entered during dismissal, discharged weapons into the air, and herded the closest group into the gymnasium. The school went into lockdown immediately, so most students and staff are secured in classrooms throughout the building. "Demands?" Ruth pressed. "None yet. They've rejected initial contact attempts from our negotiator." A heavy presence materialized behind them, the distinctive bulk and scent of a man Ruth had known most of her adult life. Sheriff Frank Faraday's voice carried the same authoritative rumble she remembered from family barbecues years ago, when Jim was still alive and their families had been close. "Baker. Tate. This is my jurisdiction, and you two shouldn't be anywhere near this scene." His tone softened almost imperceptibly, though his words remained firm. "I understand your children are involved, but that's precisely why you need to step back. Let the professionals handle this." "We are the professionals," Ruth replied without turning around. "And these aren't ordinary hostage takers." "Doesn't matter," Faraday insisted. "Protocol is clear. Officers with personal connections to hostages remain outside the operational perimeter. Period." Aaron turned to face the sheriff, his expression carved from stone. With all due respect, Sheriff, these subjects are conditioned patients from Cross Creek Farm. They're following programming designed by Dr. Julian Beetlejuice, and they're specifically targeting our children. All the more reason for you both to stand down, Faraday countered. Your judgment is compromised. Our judgment is exactly what's needed, Ruth said, finally turning to meet his gaze. No one understands these subjects better than we do. No one knows their conditioning patterns, their trigger phrases, their psychological vulnerabilities. Faraday's face hardened. This is not a negotiation, Baker. I'm ordering you both to withdraw to the family staging area. Ruth took a step closer to him, close enough to smell the coffee on his breath, to see the small broken capillaries in his nose from decades of Texas sun and probably too much whiskey. Then you're going to have to shoot me, Frank. Because nothing short of that is going to keep me from my daughter. The statement hung in the air between them, its deadly seriousness unmistakable. The surrounding officers had gone quiet, the normal bustle of a tactical operation suspended in the gravity of the moment. Hernandez broke the tense silence. I've worked with Ranger Baker on multiple high-risk operations. Her tactical assessment skills are exceptional. He turned to Faraday, his expression professionally neutral but his meaning clear. I'm happy to take operational responsibility for their involvement, Sheriff. For a long moment, Faraday said nothing, his jaw working as he visibly struggled with the decision. Finally, he gave a curt nod. Your call, Commander. Your responsibility. Understood, Hernandez replied. He turned back to Ruth and Aaron, his demeanor shifting into briefing mode. Thermal imaging shows the hostages clustered near the center of the gymnasium. Subjects are positioned at opposite ends of the space, maximizing visibility and control. He indicated points on the building schematic. We've identified 3 potential entry points: main doors, emergency exit on the east wall, and the equipment room that connects to the storage area. Problem is, there's minimal cover inside. Bleachers are retracted, leaving an open space roughly 90 feet by 70 feet. Ruth studied the layout, her mind automatically calculating angles, timing, risks. Simultaneous entry from multiple points would trigger immediate threat response. Our best approach is single-point contact with negotiation, while positioning tactical teams for contingency intervention. Agreed, Hernandez said. But we still need a way in that doesn't escalate the situation immediately. Aaron pointed to a section of the schematic. Air ducts. They run above the suspended ceiling throughout the building. Access point in the janitor's closet here could get someone into position above the gym, for intelligence gathering at minimum. Too narrow for tactical officers in full gear, Hernandez observed. But not for us, Ruth said, meeting Aaron's eyes. The same thought had obviously occurred to both of them simultaneously. Split approach, Aaron suggested. I'll take the air ducts, get eyes on the situation from above. Ruth enters through the equipment room, establishes communication. If they're following Beetlejuice's programming patterns, they'll expect authority figures to approach from main entry points. These alternative approaches might bypass their conditional responses. Hernandez considered the plan. High risk. Our kids, Ruth said simply. That was all the explanation needed. Hernandez nodded once, then began issuing orders to his tactical team, containment positions, comm protocols, extraction scenarios. Ruth and Aaron stepped aside, checking their weapons with the automatic sureness born of years of training and field experience. They want us, Ruth said quietly, her voice pitched for Aaron's ears only. "This is bait to draw us in." "I know. We're walking into a trap." "I know that too." Their eyes met, a lifetime of unspoken understanding passing between them in that single look. Whatever waited for them inside that gymnasium, whatever Beetlejuice had planned, they would face it together. For their children. For each other. "Comms check," Hernandez called, handing them each an encrypted radio with an earpiece. "Channel 3, priority override enabled. My team has orders to hold position unless you give the signal or the situation deteriorates critically." Ruth and Aaron tested the equipment, then synchronized their watches. The operation was unfolding with surreal speed, a combination of professional efficiency and parental desperation driving them forward without the usual protocols and deliberations. "Ready?" Aaron asked, though it wasn't really a question. Ruth nodded. "Let's go get our kids." They moved toward the building from different directions, Ruth circling toward the east side where the equipment room entrance was located, Aaron approaching the north wing that contained the janitor's access point. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the school grounds. The familiar architecture of colorful murals and child-friendly design now transformed into something sinister by the context of danger. Ruth reached the equipment room door without incident, finding it already unlocked by Hernandez's advance team. She slipped inside, the darkness engulfing her as the door closed silently behind her. The space smelled of rubber mats and floor wax, athletic equipment stored in neat rows along metal shelving. She navigated through the gloom by memory and touch, having picked up Ava from basketball practice dozens of times through this same entrance. The door connecting to the gymnasium was at the far end, past the shelves of volleyballs and the rack of gymnastics equipment. Ruth moved with deliberate care, placing each foot to avoid any sound. Her breathing had settled into the controlled rhythm she always found in moments of extreme danger. In through the nose for a count of 4, hold for 7, out through the mouth for 8. The technique kept oxygen flowing to her brain while controlling the adrenaline surge that could cloud judgment. In position at access point, Aaron's voice murmured through her earpiece. "Preparing to enter duct system." "Copy," Ruth whispered. Approaching gym access door. She reached the connecting door, pressing her ear against its surface. Voices carried through the wood, a woman's clipped tones issuing instructions, a man's lower rumble responding, the occasional muffled sob that could only be a frightened child. Ruth's heart contracted painfully at the sound, maternal instinct screaming at her to burst through the door immediately. Training and experience held her in place, forcing her to gather intelligence before action. "I'm in the ducts," Aaron reported, his voice barely audible through the earpiece. Moving toward position above Jim. Ruth waited, counting her breaths, focusing on the mission rather than the fear. 2 minutes passed. 3. The voices beyond the door continued their indistinct murmur, occasionally punctuated by a sharper command or a soft cry. "Visual confirmed," Aaron whispered finally. Hostages center court, seated in a circle. Burke at the east entrance, Reeves walking a perimeter around the hostages. Both armed, handguns possibly 9. Ruth's fingers tightened around her weapon. The children. A brief pause. Alive. Unharmed. Ava and Marcus together near the center of the group. Jake slightly separated, positioned between them and Reeves. Of course. Jake would have placed himself in a protective position. At 14, he had his father's instinctive guardian nature and his mother's stubborn courage. Ruth felt a surge of pride amid the fear. "I'm going in," she said. "On my count. 3, 2, 1. She turned the handle with exquisite slowness, easing the door open just enough to slip through. The gymnasium spread before her, high ceiling with exposed beams, polished hardwood floor gleaming under fluorescent lights, school banners hanging limply from rafters. The scene Aaron had described was visible across the open space. The circle of hostages seated on the floor, Burke standing near the main entrance with his weapon raised, Reeves patrolling the perimeter with military precision. Ruth's eyes found the children immediately. Ava sat cross-legged beside Marcus, her arm around his shoulders in a protective gesture that made Ruth's throat tighten. Jake knelt a few feet away, his lanky teenage frame tense with alert watchfulness, his eyes constantly moving between the armed captors and the younger children. They were alive. Unharmed. The relief was so powerful, it made her knees weak for a moment before she forced the emotion aside, locking it away to deal with later. Now was the time for focus, for action, for the kind of calculated risk assessment that had kept her alive through 2 decades of dangerous situations. She assessed the tactical scenario with professional detachment. Burke stood approximately 60 feet away, his attention directed toward the main doors. Reeves was closer, perhaps 30 feet, but had her back turned as she completed her circuit around the hostages. The moment of opportunity was now. Ruth stepped fully into the gymnasium, her weapon held low but ready at her side, her movements deliberate enough to be noticed, but not threatening enough to trigger immediate hostile response. "Angela Reeves," she called, her voice carrying across the open space with calm authority. "Thomas Burke. I'm Texas Ranger Ruth Baker. I'm here to talk." The reaction was immediate. Burke spun toward her, weapon raised. Reeves whirled from her position, her own gun swinging to track Ruth's movement. The hostages flinched as one, several of the younger children crying out in fear. Through it all, Ruth maintained her steady advance, weapon still pointed at the floor, posture open and non-aggressive. "That's far enough," Reeves commanded, her voice carrying the flat affect Ruth recognized from recordings of other conditioned patients. "Drop your weapon and kneel." Ruth stopped assessing. The distance between them had closed to approximately 20 feet, too far for any realistic disarming attempt, especially with Burke covering from the opposite angle. She could see Ava now, her daughter's wide eyes fixed on her face, her small hands signing rapidly. "Mom. Careful. They said they're waiting for you." The confirmation of what she'd already suspected sent a chill down Ruth's spine. This was indeed a trap, set specifically for her. Beetlejuice's endgame playing out exactly as he'd planned. "I said drop your weapon," Reeves repeated, her finger visibly tightening on the trigger. Ruth made her decision. With slow, deliberate movements, she placed her gun on the floor and kicked it away, then raised her hands to shoulder height. "Now kneel, hands behind your head, fingers interlaced," Reeves instructed. Ruth complied, lowering herself to one knee, then the other, bringing her hands behind her head in the standard surrender position. From this angle, she could see Jake shifting his weight subtly, his eyes meeting hers in silent question. She gave a minuscule shake of her head, "Don't move." "Wait." He subsided, understanding passing between them without words. Burke maintained his position by the door, weapon trained on Ruth, while Reeves approached cautiously, keeping well outside arm's reach. "Where's Tate?" Burke demanded, his voice carrying the same flat quality as Reeves', emotion stripped away by whatever conditioning Beetlejuice had subjected them to. "Not here," Ruth lied smoothly. "I came alone." Reeves studied her face, searching for deception. He'll come for his boys. Eventually, Ruth agreed. But right now, it's just me. Which I think is what you wanted all along. A flicker of something crossed Reeves' face, not quite emotion, more like recognition of a predicted response. Phone, she said to Burke, who reached into his pocket with his free hand and tossed a cell phone to her while maintaining his aim on Ruth. Reeves caught it one-handed, pressed a button, and held it to her ear. After a moment she spoke, "We have Baker. Tate isn't here." A pause. Understood. She lowered the phone slightly, pressing the speaker button. "He wants to talk to you." The voice that emerged from the small device sent a wave of cold fury through Ruth's body. Cultured, precise, with the faint hint of amusement that she'd come to associate with the most dangerous kind of sociopath. "Ranger Baker," the therapist said, his tone suggesting they were meeting for coffee rather than through hostage intermediaries. "How good of you to join us." "Beetlejuice." Ruth kept her own voice level, aware of the children watching, of Aaron somewhere above in the ductwork, of the tactical teams waiting for her signal. "Let's cut to the chase. What do you want?" A soft chuckle came through the speaker. "Direct as always. It's one of your more admirable qualities, Ruth. May I call you Ruth? I feel as though we've developed a certain intimacy through our interactions, albeit mostly at a distance until now." "You can call me whatever you want," Ruth replied coldly. "Just tell me what this is about." "Very well," the therapist continued, his tone shifting from conversational to businesslike. "I'm proposing a trade. 1 life for 3. Yours for the children, your daughter and Tate's boys. I think you'll agree it's more than fair." Despite having anticipated this exact scenario, hearing it stated so baldly made Ruth's stomach lurch. "And why would I trust you to keep your word?" A reasonable question, the therapist acknowledged. But ultimately irrelevant. You don't have a choice, do you? Not really. Not with your maternal instincts screaming at you to protect your offspring at any cost. It's basic evolutionary biology, Ruth. The parent sacrifices for the continuation of their genetic line. His voice took on that amused quality again. "Besides, I'm a man of my word. Always have been. Ask any of my patients. I promised them healing, and I delivered exactly what I said I would, freedom from their pain through directed action." Ruth's eyes found Ava again, her daughter's face pale but composed, showing a strength beyond her years. Then Jake, his jaw set in a determination that reminded her painfully of his father. Marcus, the youngest, trying so hard to be brave despite the tears tracking silently down his cheeks. "If I agree," she said carefully, "I want the children released immediately." "Oh, I'm afraid that's not how this works," the therapist replied. "You will surrender yourself to Ms. Reeves, who will escort you from the building. Once you are secured in my custody, the children will be released. Not a moment before." "No deal," Ruth said automatically, though the protest felt hollow even to her own ears. "Release the children first, then I'll come with you." The therapist sighed, the sound full of theatrical disappointment. Ruth. This isn't a negotiation. It's a statement of terms. Surely you understand the concept of leverage. The children remain exactly where they are until you are secured. After that, Mr. Burke will release them, unharmed. Ruth sought frantically for alternatives, for tactical options, for anything that might shift the balance of power. But with 2 armed captors and 15 hostages, the mathematics of the situation were brutally simple. She could not guarantee safety for everyone, if she forced the issue. Time is of the essence, the therapist prompted when she remained silent. Every moment you delay increases the risk of unfortunate incidents. Children are so unpredictable, aren't they? So prone to sudden movements that might startle someone with a weapon. The threat was unmistakable. Ruth closed her eyes briefly, centering herself. I need to speak with Tate. There was a pause then. Ms. Reeves, allow Ranger Baker to communicate with her partner. I imagine he's somewhere in the vicinity, perhaps even inside the building by now. Reeves nodded, stepping back slightly but keeping her weapon trained on Ruth's center mass. Make it quick. Ruth pressed the transmit button on her radio. Aaron, you getting this? A brief crackle, then his voice, tight with controlled rage, every word. I'm going with them, she said simply. I need you to tell Hernandez and Faraday to stand down. Clear path out of the building, no interference. Ruth, his voice broke on her name, a wealth of protest compressed into that single syllable. It's the only way, she insisted, tears threatening for the first time. She blinked them back fiercely, refusing to break down in front of her daughter, in front of Beetlejuice's conditioned killers. They'll release the kids once I'm secure. That's what matters. The silence that followed spoke volumes, Aaron weighing options, calculating risks, searching for alternatives just as she had done. Finding none. I understand, he said finally, the words clearly costing him dearly. I'll inform Hernandez. Tell them I'm coming out the main entrance with Reeves, Ruth continued, forcing professional detachment into her voice. No pursuit, no surveillance. The trade depends on it. Understood. Ruth took a deep breath, feeling oddly calm now that the decision had been made. She looked at her daughter, memorizing every detail of her face, the determined set of her jaw, the mixture of fear and pride in her eyes, the streak of dirt across one cheek where she'd been crying earlier. I love you, she signed, the gesture small enough to be missed by anyone not looking for it. Ava's hands moved in response, quick and emphatic. I love you too. We'll find you. Ruth swallowed hard against the lump in her throat, then turned her attention back to Reeves. I'm ready. Reeves produced a pair of handcuffs from her pocket. Hands behind your back. Ruth complied, feeling the cold metal close around her wrists with a definitive click. Reeves checked the restraints, then gripped Ruth's upper arm, pulling her to her feet. Move, she ordered, guiding Ruth toward the main entrance where Burke stood watching, his expression empty of anything resembling human emotion. As they approached, Burke's radio crackled with Aaron's voice. This is Ranger Tate. I've informed SWAT Commander Hernandez and Sheriff Faraday of the situation. You have clear passage out of the building. No one will interfere. Burke acknowledged with a terse nod, though Ruth doubted he could actually see Aaron from his position. It was all part of the performance, the carefully choreographed exchange that Beetlejuice had orchestrated from a safe distance. Reeves guided Ruth through the doors and into the corridor beyond, keeping her body partially shielded behind Ruth's, using her as a human shield against any potential threats. They moved through the eerily silent hallways, past classroom doors marked with the laminated lockdown signs that had become a standard feature in American schools. Each step carried Ruth further from her daughter, from Aaron's boys, from any hope of immediate rescue. They emerged into the blinding afternoon sunlight to find the tactical teams standing down as promised, weapons lowered, but faces rigid with professional frustration. Hernandez stood near the command vehicle, his expression grim as he watched their approach. Faraday beside him, the sheriff's normally florid face pale with what might have been regret. Aaron appeared from a side entrance, moving to intercept them with barely controlled urgency. His eyes swept over Ruth, cataloging her condition, lingering on the handcuffs before meeting her gaze. "Let me talk to him," he said to Reeves, nodding toward the phone she still held. After a moment's hesitation, Reeves extended the device. Aaron took it, his face hardening as he addressed the therapist. "The deal is Ruth for the kids," he said without preamble. "I'm holding you to that. The moment she's in your custody, Burke releases them." "All of them?" "Of course, Ranger Tate," the therapist replied, his voice carrying that same infuriating calm. "I'm a man of my word." "If you harm her," Aaron began, the threat clear in his tone. "Please," the therapist interrupted. "Spare me the tedious promises of vengeance. We both know the situation. We both understand the stakes. Let's maintain a certain professional dignity, shall we?" Aaron's jaw clenched so tightly Ruth could see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. His eyes met hers, conveying everything he couldn't say aloud: love, fear, determination. "I'll find you," he promised quietly. "I know," she whispered back. Reeves pulled her away, leading her toward a nondescript sedan parked at the edge of the lot. Ruth walked steadily, back straight despite the handcuffs, refusing to give Beetlejuice the satisfaction of seeing her broken. As they reached the vehicle, she turned for one last look at the school, at Aaron standing rigidly beside Hernandez, at the tactical teams poised to move the moment the children were safe. Reeves opened the passenger door and guided Ruth inside, securing her seatbelt briskly before closing the door and moving around to the driver's side. The interior smelled of new leather and some kind of citrus air freshener, incongruously normal for such an abnormal situation. As Reeves started the engine, the therapist's voice came through the phone again. "One final reminder, Ranger Tate. If anyone follows Ms. Reeves, if any vehicle pursues, if any helicopter appears overhead, the deal is void. Mr. Burke has very explicit instructions regarding the hostages in that case." "We understand," Aaron replied tightly. "No one will follow." "Excellent," the therapist said. "Then we have an accord." Reeves put the car in gear and pulled away from the curb, navigating through the police barricade that parted to allow their passage. Ruth watched in the side mirror as the school and her daughter receded into the distance. Her reflection stared back at her, composed but determined, a woman who had made the only choice a mother could. "Let the kids go now," she said to the phone in Reeves' hand. "All in good time, Ranger Baker," the therapist replied. "Once you're safely in my custody. Not a minute before." "You son of a bitch," Ruth hissed, the professional veneer cracking momentarily. The therapist chuckled. "Ah, there's that spirit. I'm pleased to see it hasn't been dampened by circumstances. That will make our work together so much more satisfying." His voice took on a colder, detached tone. "Spirits can be broken, of course. Just like bones. Just like wills. But the stronger they are initially, the more interesting the process." Ruth said nothing, conserving her energy, observing their route, cataloging details that might aid in a future escape attempt. They were heading west, away from Austin proper, toward the hill country with its winding roads and isolated properties. The GPS on the dashboard showed their destination as a location deep in the countryside, far from any major roads or population centers. Perfect for whatever the therapist had planned. She closed her eyes, focusing on her breathing, preparing herself for what was to come. She had made this choice willingly, had traded herself for the children without hesitation. Whatever happened next, she would face it knowing they were safe. That was all that mattered. The drive continued in silence, broken only by the GPS's occasional directions. 1 hour stretched into nearly 2 as they left paved roads behind, turning onto gravel and eventually a rutted dirt track that wound through scrubby vegetation and limestone outcroppings. The car bumped and rattled over the uneven surface, jostling Ruth against her seatbelt, the handcuffs digging painfully into her wrists with each impact. Finally, the track opened onto a clearing where a weathered farmhouse stood surrounded by outbuildings. A faded red barn dominated the landscape to their right, its doors standing open like a waiting mouth. Reeves drove directly inside, the sudden darkness momentarily blinding after the bright afternoon sun. The car rolled to a stop, and the engine fell silent. Through the windshield, Ruth could see a figure step out of the shadows at the far end of the barn. Even in the dim light, she recognized the distinctive posture, the measured movements, the air of complete control that radiated from him like a physical force. Behind them, the barn doors swung closed with a decisive thud, sealing them in darkness broken only by the car's headlights and a single bare bulb hanging from a beam overhead. Reeves leaned over, and for a second, Ruth thought the woman was going to uncuff her. But she had something in her hand, and just as its shape registered, Ruth felt a sharp pinprick on her left bicep. Then she felt the world go dark around her and lost consciousness. Chapter 31. The cold came first, seeping into Ruth's consciousness from some distant place. Then pain, a dull throb at the base of her skull that pulsed with each heartbeat. Her eyelids felt impossibly heavy, as if weighted with lead. The injection, she remembered dimly. There had been a sharp pinprick in her neck as Reeves drove them into the barn, and then nothing. Darkness swallowing her whole. Ruth fought against the fog in her brain, forcing her eyes open despite the resistance. Nothing changed. The darkness remained absolute, so complete she couldn't tell if her eyes were actually open or still closed. She blinked experimentally, feeling her lashes brush against something. A blindfold. No, just darkness. Impenetrable and consuming. She tried to move, to raise a hand to her aching head, but found herself immobilized. Cold metal bands secured her wrists to what felt like armrests, her ankles similarly restrained against sturdy chair legs. Another band pressed against her forehead, holding her head rigidly in place. The chair itself felt unnervingly familiar, the same contoured design as those in the therapy rooms at Cross Creek, designed for perfect restraint with minimal physical damage. A wave of nausea rolled through her, the lingering effects of whatever drug they'd used to sedate her. Ruth swallowed hard, forcing down the bitter taste of bile. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her weak. Somewhere in the darkness, something moved. A whisper of expensive fabric, the soft creak of a floorboard beneath a careful step. She wasn't alone. "I know you're awake, Ruth." The therapist's voice came from somewhere to her left, the cultured tones carrying that cold detachment she'd come to despise. "Your breathing pattern changed approximately 47 seconds ago." Respiration is such a reliable indicator of consciousness, one of the few physiological responses almost impossible to control voluntarily. Ruth remained silent, conserving her energy, gathering information. The air around her smelled of dust and old wood, with underlying notes of motor oil and hay. The barn, then. They were still in the barn. Nothing to say. The therapist continued, his footsteps moving in a slow circle around her chair. No witty rejoinder. No defiant declaration. A soft chuckle. Don't worry. That will change soon enough. A sharp click sounded directly in front of her, followed by the hum of electricity. Without warning, blinding light erupted into the space, searing through Ruth's darkness-adjusted eyes like white-hot needles. She couldn't help the involuntary flinch, the small sound of pain that escaped her lips as the brutal illumination stabbed into her brain. Disorienting, isn't it? The therapist observed from somewhere beyond the burning light. His silhouette moved across the brightness, a dark shape without detail. The human eye requires approximately 30 seconds to adjust from complete darkness to bright light. Much longer than the reverse adaptation. The optic nerve is quite remarkable in its sensitivity, but ultimately fragile. Ruth squinted against the glare, tears streaming from her eyes as involuntary biological response rather than emotional reaction. As her vision gradually adjusted, she could make out vague shapes behind the light, metal tables arranged in precise rows, the aged wooden walls of the barn stretching upward into shadow, and the therapist himself, moving with unhurried deliberation between what appeared to be surgical trays. She heard the distinctive clink of metal implements being arranged. Scalpels. Forceps. Her mind flashed back to Caroline Wakefield, the bloody surgical tool, the empty eyes of a woman who had been unmade and reconstructed by this same man. The children, Ruth said finally, her voice raspier than she'd expected. Did you keep your word? Are they safe? The therapist paused in his preparations, turning toward her with what sounded like genuine surprise. Of all the questions you might ask in your current situation, you begin with concern for others. Fascinating. Answer the question, Ruth demanded, no weakness in her tone despite her restrained position. Yes, he replied simply. I kept my word. The children were released unharmed, exactly as promised. He moved toward what she now recognized as a laptop set up on a small table. Would you like to see? Without waiting for her response, he tapped a few keys. The screen flickered to life, displaying what appeared to be a news report. The therapist turned the laptop to face her, adjusting it so she could see past the glaring light. The footage showed the school gymnasium, police and paramedics swarming the area as children were escorted outside. Ruth's heart contracted painfully as the camera zoomed in on a familiar group, Aaron kneeling on the pavement, arms wrapped around 3 small figures. Ava's dark hair was unmistakable, as were Jake's gangly limbs and Marcus's smaller frame pressed against his father's chest. They were alive. Safe. The relief was so profound, it momentarily overwhelmed the fear and anger that had sustained her since waking. But then the camera panned to another scene, paramedics wheeling a gurney toward a waiting ambulance. The body was covered with a sheet, but a dark stain spread visibly across the white fabric where the head would be. I had to have Burke shoot himself in the head, of course, the therapist remarked conversationally, as if discussing a minor scheduling inconvenience. Couldn't risk having another of my patients in the system, potentially providing authorities with information about my methods. Ms. Reeves understands her role is similarly temporary. Ruth glanced toward the shadows behind her chair, suddenly aware of the silent presence she'd almost forgotten. Angela Reeves stood like a sentinel, her face expressionless, her eyes holding that same emptiness Ruth had seen in Slade and Miller before they'd broken free of their conditioning. It doesn't matter, Ruth said, returning her attention to the therapist. Slade will talk. He'll tell us everything we need to know. You're going to be exposed, your therapy revealed to the world along with all your dirty secrets. The therapist smiled, actually smiled at her defiance. It was the most genuine expression she'd seen from him, transforming his aristocratic features into something almost boyishly delighted. Such spirit, he marveled, setting down a scalpel he'd been examining. Is this where you threaten to lock me away for the rest of my life? Several lifetimes, perhaps. Consecutive life sentences. Or maybe even the death penalty. Ruth met his gaze, steadily despite the restraints and the blinding light. When she spoke, her voice was calm, measured, and absolutely certain. Oh no, you endangered my children. Not once but twice. You had people hold guns to their heads. She paused, letting her words hang in the air before continuing. I'm going to kill myself, right here in this barn. You don't deserve to live another minute longer than you have until now. Something shifted in the therapist's expression, a momentary crack in the mask of control, a flicker of something genuine and unsettled. He went still, staring at her with an intensity that suggested she'd said something truly unexpected. Then he chuckled softly, but Ruth could hear the difference in his tone. She'd gotten to him. He really believed what she said. That's because she meant every word of it. Bravo, Ruth Baker, he said finally, recovering his composure though his eyes remained watchful, reassessing. Still defiant in the face of your own demise. He selected a small steel implement from one of the trays, turning it to catch the light. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's you who will be dying here in this barn. Just as my father did, once I grew old enough and strong enough and determined enough to drug him, restrain him, and drag him in here. He moved closer, close enough that Ruth could finally see his face properly past the glare. His silver hair had been dyed a nondescript brown, and he wore glasses she hadn't seen before, but the cold intelligence in his eyes remained unchanged. This place has history, you see, he continued, gesturing to the chair she was strapped to. This very chair is where my father used to restrain me as a child. For punishment, he claimed, though the true motivation was always his own gratification. Almost any reason would suffice: spilled milk, imperfect grades, speaking at the dinner table without permission. Even breathing too loudly during his evening news program. He ran a finger along the metal restraint holding her forehead, almost caressing it. This is where I learned the most fundamental truth of human psychology, that pain and deprivation are the only truly effective means of teaching. The foundation for my entire therapeutic approach. Ruth stared up at him, unflinching despite her vulnerability. So this is your origin story. Daddy was mean, so you decided to torture people for a living. She shook her head as much as the restraint would allow. Pathetic. Trite even. I've interviewed serial killers with more original childhoods. The therapist's expression hardened, a muscle ticking in his jaw despite his obvious effort to maintain control. Nobody has vexed me as much as he did, he said coldly. You come a close second. So you'll die almost as horribly as he did. A thin smile stretched his lips. But first, we'll have some fun, shall we? He turned away, retrieving a cloth from one of the trays. With a sudden motion, he threw it over Ruth's face, covering her from forehead to chin. Through the fabric, she heard him address Reeves. Do it. The chair mechanism whirred beneath her, tilting backward until her head was angled below her body. Through the cloth, Ruth sensed Reeves' silhouette moving in the light, lifting something heavy and positioning it above her. Water, Ruth realized with sudden clarity. They're going to. The first cascade hit like liquid ice, pouring through the cloth and into her nose, her mouth, her lungs. She couldn't breathe, couldn't turn her head, couldn't escape the relentless flow. The cloth adhered to her face like a second skin, channeling the water directly into her airway. Her lungs burned, screaming for oxygen that couldn't reach them. "I'm being waterboarded," she thought with strange detachment, her mind separating from the overwhelming physical distress. The training footage she'd seen during anti-terrorism briefings hadn't come close to capturing the primal terror of actual drowning, the body's instinctive panic, the absolute certainty of imminent death. She fought against the restraints with renewed desperation, metal cutting into her wrists as darkness began to encroach on the edges of her vision. Just as consciousness began to slip away, the water stopped. The cloth was ripped from her face, and Ruth gasped reflexively, her body convulsing as she coughed and retched, expelling water from her lungs and throat. "Remarkable," the therapist observed, watching her struggle for breath with detached interest. The waterboarding technique originated with the Spanish Inquisition, though they used a more primitive version. Modern refinements have made it extraordinarily effective, all the sensation of drowning with none of the inconvenient death. "At least," he added, "not unless that's the intended outcome." Ruth dragged in a ragged breath, then another, fighting to control her thundering heart and the tremors racing through her body. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her broken. Not by this, not by anything he could do to her. "Is that?" She managed between coughs, "the best you've got?" The therapist's eyebrows rose fractionally, the only indication of surprise on his otherwise composed features. "Oh, Ruth," he said almost fondly. "We're just getting started." He nodded to Reeves, who moved back into position with the water container. Ruth braced herself, knowing what was coming but powerless to prevent it. The cloth descended once more, and this time, when the water began to flow, she focused on a single thought, a lifeline to cling to in the midst of drowning. "Aaron will find me. Aaron will find me. Aaron will." Then there was only water, and darkness, and the distant certainty that this was merely the beginning of what the therapist had planned for her final hours. Chapter 32. Ruth clawed her way back to consciousness, the taste of metal and salt lingering in her mouth. Her lungs felt scorched, each breath a painful reminder of the water that had filled them moments, or was it hours, ago. She kept her eyes closed, her breathing deliberately ragged, as voices filtered through the haze of her semi-consciousness. "I need to go now." Angela Reeves' voice carried an edge Ruth hadn't heard before, something almost human breaking through the flat affect of her conditioning. "Donovan destroyed my life. You promised I could complete my therapy once I delivered her to you." "And you will," the therapist replied, his tone carrying that same controlled patience he might use with a difficult patient. "As soon as our work here is finished. A matter of hours, nothing more." "That's what you told Thomas and Caroline. That's what you told David." Reeves' voice rose slightly, the first genuine emotion Ruth had heard from her. "Now they're all dead. Gregory's in jail. That wasn't the plan. None of this was supposed to happen this way." Ruth kept her eyes shut, feigning unconsciousness while straining to hear every word. This was the first crack she'd seen in the perfect conditioning the therapist had engineered, the first sign that his control wasn't absolute. "Patience, Angela," the therapist admonished. "Impatience is a weakness, a failure of proper perspective. Remember your training. Remember what we discussed about delayed gratification, strengthening the eventual resolution. You promised me that when I completed my therapy, everything would change. Anger now, unmistakable despite the lingering flatness beneath it. You said I would finally have everything I lacked before. But I've seen what completion looks like for the others. Dead or imprisoned. That's not what I signed up for. Ruth heard footsteps, Reeves pacing perhaps, her conditioning warring with emerging doubt. The therapist remained stationary, his voice betraying no concern despite the challenge to his authority. Each patient's journey is unique, he said, the platitude delivered in a flat, measured voice. The others serve their purpose, as will you. But first, you will follow my instructions exactly as given. Is that understood? Silence stretched between them, weighted with tension that Ruth could feel even through her pretense of unconsciousness. Then a sharp exhalation, resignation or frustration, impossible to tell. Fine, Reeves said finally. But I won't wait much longer. More footsteps, moving away this time, followed by the creak and slam of the barn door. Ruth waited, counting her heartbeats, before risking the slightest adjustment of her position. The metal restraints bit into her wrists and ankles, but something about the band across her forehead felt different, a tiny give that hadn't been there before. She cracked one eyelid, just enough to confirm that the therapist had moved away from her chair to a small table near the barn wall. His back was to her as he arranged something she couldn't quite see, muttering under his breath, uncharacteristic for someone usually so controlled. Ruth tested the forehead restraint with the slightest pressure, feeling a minute shift in the metal. Not the strap itself, she realized, but the wooden frame it was anchored to. The chair was old, water-damaged from years in the leaking barn. The continuous waterboarding had saturated the already compromised wood, weakening its structure. The left side of the metal band had a fraction more give than the right. Hope flared, dangerous in its intensity. Ruth forced herself to remain calm, to think clearly despite the pain radiating from every part of her body. If she could work the head restraint loose, she might gain some advantage, though what good would that do with her limbs still securely bound? Still, it was something. A possibility where none had existed before. She heard the therapist take out his phone, the electronic chime of a call being placed breaking the silence. His voice, when he spoke, carried an edge she hadn't heard before, the mask of perfect control slipping ever so slightly. Montgomery. I need an update on the arrangements we discussed. A pause, his posture stiffening. What do you mean, reconsidered? Our agreement was quite clear. Another pause, longer this time. I see. And this decision is final. Ruth could hear the tinny sound of a woman's voice through the phone, though the words themselves were indistinct. Whatever Montgomery was saying, it clearly wasn't what the therapist wanted to hear. After everything I've done for you. After the countless opportunities I've provided. His voice had dropped, quiet in a way that was more threatening than any shout. You understand the implications of this choice, I assume. The potential consequences. More indistinct speech from the phone, then silence. The therapist pulled the device from his ear, staring at it with an expression Ruth couldn't see but could imagine, cold fury barely contained. She hung up on me, he said to himself, the words carrying genuine disbelief. She actually hung up on me. With a sudden, explosive movement, he hurled the phone against the barn wall. The crack of shattering electronics echoed through the space, followed by the heavy thump of something else, a chair or table, perhaps, being overturned in rage. Ruth used the moment to press harder against the head restraint, feeling the wood yield slightly more with each push. A splinter dug into her temple, but she ignored the sharp pain, focusing entirely on creating even the smallest additional space. After several attempts, she could move her head back and forth perhaps an inch, nowhere near enough to free herself, but more than she'd had before. The sound of controlled breathing drew her attention back to the therapist. He stood with his back to her still, hands braced against the remaining table, head bowed, as he visibly fought to regain his composure. The perfect control he prized so highly had fractured, revealing the volcanic rage beneath. "I know you're awake, Ruth," he said after a moment, not turning around. "The rhythm of your breathing changed several minutes ago. More rapid. More shallow. The body reveals what the mind attempts to conceal." Ruth abandoned her pretense, opening her eyes fully to stare at his back. "Looks like your lawyer is abandoning ship," she observed, her voice raw from the waterboarding but steady nonetheless. "Smart woman." The therapist turned slowly, his features arranged once more into the mask of cold detachment she'd come to despise. Only his eyes betrayed him, a cold fury burning behind the intellectual facade. "A temporary setback," he said dismissively. "Legal representation is easily replaced." "Not when you're an exposed serial killer on the run," Ruth countered. She forced a smile, ignoring the pain it caused her split lip. "Face it, Beetlejuice. You're finished. Your empire's crumbling. Your patients are dead or captured. Your identity is known to every law enforcement agency in the country. It's over." He approached her chair with measured steps, stopping just out of reach. Such confidence from someone strapped to a chair in the middle of nowhere. His head tilted slightly, studying her like a curious specimen. "Perhaps we should continue your therapy session. Something to help adjust that unfortunate attitude." Ruth felt her heart rate accelerate, but kept her expression neutral. Whatever was coming next, she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her fear. The therapist moved to a different table, selecting something she couldn't see from her limited vantage point. The waterboarding was merely an opening exercise. An amuse-bouche, if you will. Now we move to the main course. Ruth frantically pushed against the head restraint again, feeling it give another fraction of an inch. Still not enough. Nowhere near enough. "You know what I find most interesting about torture, Ruth?" The therapist continued conversationally, his back still to her as he prepared whatever horror he had planned next. "It's not the physical response, though that certainly has its scientific merits. It's the psychological deterioration. The gradual erosion of identity, of will, of everything that makes a person who they are." He turned toward her, something metallic gleaming in his hand. "By the time I'm finished, you won't be Ruth Baker anymore. You'll be a hollow shell, begging for the release that only I can provide." Ruth swallowed hard, tasting blood and fear. There had to be something, some way out of this nightmare. Her gaze darted around the barn, searching for anything that might help. The head restraint continued to loosen with each push, but her arms and legs remained securely bound. The therapist approached, the metal implement, something like a cattle prod, she realized with rising panic, extending toward her. "Shall we begin the next phase?" "Wait," Ruth gasped, an idea forming through the haze of fear and pain. He paused, eyebrow raised in mild curiosity. "Last words, perhaps. A final declaration of defiance." She let her voice trail off, then whispered something barely audible. "What was that?" He leaned slightly closer, irritation flickering across his features. Ruth whispered again, even more softly, forcing him to lean in further to catch her words. "Speak up," he demanded, bending down so his ear was nearly level with her mouth. "I don't have patience for..." Ruth lunged forward with every ounce of strength she possessed, the partially loosened head restraint giving her just enough mobility. Her teeth clamped down on the exposed flesh of his throat, tearing through skin and muscle with the desperate savagery of a cornered animal. The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth as she ripped sideways, feeling tissue tear beneath her jaws. The therapist screamed, a high, strangled sound unlike anything she'd expected from him. He staggered backward, hands clutching at his throat where blood pulsed between his fingers in rhythmic spurts. Bright arterial blood. The carotid artery. She'd hit the carotid artery. He crashed into the table of instruments, sending metal tools clattering across the floor as he fell. Blood sprayed in an arc that reached Ruth's feet and legs, warm droplets spattering against her skin in a macabre baptism. The head restraint had torn loose on the left side from her violent lunge, allowing her to turn her head fully now, though her arms and legs remained securely bound. She watched the therapist writhe on the floor, blood pooling beneath him with alarming speed, his hands still pressed futilely against the wound in his neck. A sound from outside drew her attention, a vehicle approaching, voices raised. Reeves. Angela Reeves was returning, perhaps alerted by the therapist's scream. Ruth struggled against her remaining restraints with renewed desperation, but the metal bands held firm. She was still trapped, unable to move, unable to defend herself. And Reeves had a gun. Reeves would walk in, see her handler dying on the floor, and shoot Ruth without hesitation. Without mercy. The barn door creaked, light streaming in through the widening gap. Ruth closed her eyes, a strange calm settling over her despite the certainty of imminent death. At least her children were safe. At least the therapist was dying on the floor, his grand designs crumbling with each beat of his failing heart. She hadn't saved herself, but she'd accomplished that much. I love you, Ava, she whispered, a final prayer to the universe. The sharp crack of a gunshot filled the barn, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. A second shot followed, then a third, each explosion sending her heart hammering against her ribs. Footsteps approached, steady and deliberate, and Ruth kept her eyes closed, preparing for the bullet that would end her life. Chapter 33. Instead, she felt gentle hands on her face, heard a voice she knew better than her own. Ruth. Open your eyes, Ruth. It's over. You're safe now. She opened her eyes to see Aaron kneeling before her, his face haggard with worry and relief, hands already working to release her restraints. Behind him stood Jake Ramirez and Brett Collins, weapons drawn as they secured the scene. Aaron. Her voice broke on his name, disbelief warring with desperate hope. It's me, he confirmed, freeing her right arm with a metallic click. We found you. We found you, Ruth. We mapped out possible routes Reeves could have taken, checking them all out. It took us a few hours, sorry about that, but we found you, Martinez said. Would have been quicker if this place was in his name, Collins added. But it was still in his mother's name, and she died a long time ago, so there was no reason to look under her name. You did good, guys, Ruth said hoarsely. As the last restraint fell away, Ruth collapsed forward into Aaron's arms, her body surrendering to the tide of relief and pain and exhaustion. He caught her, his embrace solid and warm and real, his heartbeat steady against her cheek. Reeves. She managed to ask, her voice muffled against his shirt. Dead, he said simply. She drew on us when we approached the barn. We had no choice. Ruth nodded, unable to summon any grief for the woman who had held a gun to her children's heads. Her gaze drifted to the therapist's body, still now on the blood-soaked floor of the barn. And him. Aaron followed her gaze, his expression grim but satisfied. Dead by your hand, from the looks of it. The coroner will confirm, but that neck wound. You got him, Ruth. You got him. She closed her eyes again, letting Aaron's warmth envelop her, letting his strength support her when her own had been exhausted. Beyond the barn, she could hear more vehicles arriving, the professional efficiency of a major crime scene being established. Questions would come later. Statements, reports, debriefings. But for now, there was only this moment of safety, of survival against impossible odds. "The kids?" she asked, needing the reassurance one more time. "Safe," Aaron promised. "With Lizzie at home, with Walsh and Patel watching them. All of them together, all of them okay." Ruth nodded against his chest, feeling tears spill over despite her attempts to contain them. "Take me home, Aaron. Please. Just take me home." He lifted her gently, cradling her against his chest as if she weighed nothing, and carried her toward the light streaming through the barn door. With each step, they moved further from the shadows, from the blood-soaked chair and the body of the man who had terrorized so many. Each step carried them closer to healing, to their children, to whatever came next. Ruth turned her face into Aaron's shoulder, breathing in his familiar scent as the Texas sun washed over them, warm and clean and full of promise. They had survived. They would heal. Together. This concludes the audiobook recording of Therapy Farm by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.